Good morning or good afternoon, wherever you are. Welcome to our live stream today, where we're going to be reacting to Donald Trump's inauguration 2025, a historic day in our country, of course. Obviously, I just want to say thank you to everybody that's been following us up to this point, whether you found me during the election cycle or after the fact, and you enjoy the way that we produce the shows. We couldn't do it without you, of course. So wherever you are, wherever you're watching, please let us know in the chat. Tell us where you're from. Also, tell me, when did you start watching my channel? I'd like to see that as well. But I just want to give a big thanks to you before we actually get into the live stream, because you guys are so amazing. So what are we going to be doing today? Really just following the inauguration. We'll go in, we'll go out. Obviously, there's a certain schedule to this. First, JD Vance will be sworn in. He'll have his ceremony, and then Trump will have his, of course. So I will probably talk during JD Vance's, but not obviously during Trump's. So there's that. And then there's additional stuff after the swearing in. For example, he plans to sign executive orders in the Capital One Arena right there in front of the crowd. I don't know how many, but I think that would be something for us to look at as well. I expect we'll probably be live for probably an hour or two. I would probably say 2 hours based on where we're starting right now. And some other stuff is the preemptive pardons that Biden just issued this morning, which we already know is a disgrace. In the words of Adam Kinzinger, you only accept the pardon because you know you're guilty. So we're definitely going to react to that nonsense. And of course, the media is melting down during the inauguration about everybody that they see on the screen. You know, it's like they see Jeff Bezos, they see Tucker Carlson, and they just can't help but say something negative. But if it was Kamala Harris and they saw Jeff Bezos there, they wouldn't have nothing to say, right? They'd only say positive things. So we're going to call out that nonsense as well. Now, I'm able to see actually multiple live streams from the different major networks. So we might switch from Newsmax to Fox News to CNN. So don't be alarmed by that either. But all that to say, once again, thank you guys for joining us. Also, if you do want to support this channel and what we do here, there's really only two ways to do it. Number one, actually three. Number one, keep watching, obviously. But number two, in the link in the description below, you'll find a link to our merch store where you get some t-shirts and things like that. Or you can just simply buy us a cup of coffee. I have my coffee right here first thing in the morning. So I really do love that. We do. And again, thank you guys. So let me go ahead and share my screen and see where we're at in the process here. Here we go. Okay, so this is Kamala Harris's husband and Joe Biden. I think they're just doing pleasantries right now. SCOTUS has already walked in. Pretty much everybody's already here except for JD Vance and Trump. I'm not too sure who else is left. But let me, before I look at the chat and see where you guys are from and where you guys are watching from, let me just see exactly what they're saying here. Okay. Yeah. So still same stuff. All right, let's check out with what you guys have to say. North Dakota, okay. Very cold, I would imagine. Nevada. Okay, love it. Live on Rumble. Has a live on Rumble right now. Yes, he does. Here's a good question. Lisa Glick writes, how can a person be pardoned if they haven't been charged or convicted? That's why it's called preemptive pardons. I am pardoning you before you are indicted or convicted. And if, I mean, I guess anybody with some basic logical sense would say, that sounds a little weird, right? We know why this is happening. It has more to do with that they did commit a crime, or that if truly investigated in a neutral way, that a crime could be discovered. That's more likely to happen than Trump just wants to send people to prison. But that's the excuse they're going to use. But there hasn't been any action. And Trump is a guy who, obviously, we all know this, is going to say whatever he wants to say. That doesn't mean he's actually going to do it. And that's why I'm a big proponent of judging people by what they do and the results that they deliver, not necessarily what they say, because we're human beings. We're going to say a lot of things. Sometimes we're going to say stuff that does not make sense whatsoever. I'm guilty of it. I'm sure, excuse me, I'm sure you are as well. And this guy, he's constantly communicating. So he's sooner or later going to say some stuff that is that is, some people would say outrageous. I don't find it to be outrageous. I think some of these people do belong in prison. I mean, listen, if you're getting preemptive pardons, you clearly did something, okay? Now, I'm not saying every single person belongs in prison, but Anthony Fauci, are you kidding me? You don't think he deserves to be investigated? I find that to be interesting. What about, get this, I read this morning that I think it was an officer or whoever it was, shot Ashley Babbitt in the neck, an Air Force veteran, pardon. So he's not even going to get investigated. He won't be held liable. But people who weren't even physically there on January 6th, they're sitting in prison today. And that's my thing to everybody out there that hears this and says, well, the January 6th, man, it was a bad thing that happened. Some of these people, maybe they should. Okay, listen, have you actually looked at the facts? If you actually do the research, you will conclude, if you just are neutral about this, you will conclude that one, the government clearly overreached in their authority. The Supreme Court, if you do your research, scolded the Department of Justice for abusing their authority. Number three, you'll find that, I don't know what the number is right now on top of my head, but there are plenty of people who were arrested, convicted, and sent to prison, not for 1 year, 10 years, 15 years, 20 years. They weren't even physically there at the Capitol. And then there obviously were people physically at the Capitol who didn't touch a police officer, did not go into the Capitol, were still outside, they got prosecuted. Now, you tell me how that makes sense, right? It doesn't. But anyways, I can go all day with that. So yeah, clearly there's some wrongdoing on behalf of the Department of Justice, which is why Kash Patel is going to be so key to being nominated. And a lot of this is just games. I mean, it really breaks your heart, but this is what politics is all about. Politics is, I am going to break the law as a congressman, but because I'm politically connected and it's in the best interest of my party, I'm going to get a pardon. I mean, that's what it is. And we just saw that with Biden and his son. And we go all the way back to Bill Clinton. I mean, even though he was impeached, it really didn't matter in the end, did it? Right? So these people, they live by a different set of rules than me and you. If I was in the military and I did even half of what Hillary Clinton was, obviously she was ended up being found guilty for those crimes as it pertains to those emails because she did pay a fine, but that was kind of swept under the rug. It wasn't really covered by the major networks. Yeah, if I did even half of that when I was in the military, I probably would have got an honorable discharge at a minimum, or I probably would have been demoted for sure, lost out on pay. But again, I'm not crying about that, but that's why I deliver this the way that I do, because I want to recognize what the reality is. The reality is these people live by a different set of rules. And because they live by a different set of rules, I can complain about it. I can call it out. That's what it is. And the media, the entire time, what they will do is they will look at people like me and just say, hey, that guy, he's straight up misinformation. No, you guys are misinformation because you guys don't want to tell the truth. That's why your ratings are in the trash. Now, if you guys are just joining us, we're still waiting for Vice President J.D. Vance to come out. He's going to have his swearing-in ceremony first, and then President Trump. As you guys can see on the screen, I mean, everybody is there, all of the big CEOs. And, of course, the media did not like that. They had something to say, which we'll get to here shortly. Also, I asked for everybody who is joining us, tell us where you're from in the comment section below. Let's see here. Let me catch up with you guys. Houston. Okay, thanks for joining us. England. Wow. Ramsgate, England. Albany, Georgia. Northeastern Ohio. Love it. Garden City, Michigan. Love it. Watching from Preston, UK. I've never been. Let's see here. Love your summaries. Thank you, guys. Appreciate that. Let's see here. Wichita, Kansas. St. Louis, Kentucky. North Dakota. Yeah, I think a couple of people from North Dakota. That's like the third person I've seen. Florida. Found me during the election cycle. Love it. A Republican from California. Appreciate you guys. From BC, British Columbia. Yeah, so we got people watching from all over the world. I love it. And yes, it is MLK Day as well, which is interesting, right? I mean, think about it. This is the first time in history, I believe. Oh, here's Melania Trump coming in. I don't know if you guys can see her. There she is. She's Just such a classy woman, right? I mean, come on. So classy. But they don't respect her either, which is sad. And there's JD Vance's wife. Yeah, it's just so disheartening to see how they treat her. She's never said anything out of pocket. She's never done anything that I would find to be disgusting or bitter or, she's been very tactful and professional. She's the perfect example of what you'd want to see in a first lady. Michelle Obama, what a disgrace. Because this is a woman who comes out and says, whenever they go low, we go high. And she always modeled herself as a person who rises above toxic behavior. Now, she's become one of the most toxic people, and so has Barack Obama, no question. So I find that to be interesting as well. And it just shows you human behavior. If you watch politics, it's human behavior that you're seeing unfold right in front of your eyes. That everybody has a limit. Everybody can say one thing and do another. A lot of people claim to, be very driven by integrity. That doesn't mean it won't be compromised. This is everybody on the screen. I mean, I'm not naive, okay? These people will do whatever they need to do to survive. It's human nature. And if that means at some point during the road, they're going to have to compromise one of those values that they tell people that they value so much, right? They'll do it. I mean, if it's either survive or you don't. All right, now this is the gentleman that I believe sings the songs at the end of Trump's rallies. I don't know his name, so don't get on me about it. Let's see here. Let's see how far we out on this. Okay, so he's singing right now. Awesome. Okay, let's see. We got some super chats I want to read. Glad I'm a black Republican from South Central. Love it. Adrian, I just came from the PDS YouTube channel and so many sore losers there. I had to get out. They're giving each other anxiety. That's funny. So happy to be here with you all. We made it. Thank you, God, for protecting President Trump. Exactly. Yeah, I gave thanks to everybody, but except God, right? Thank you for allowing us all to be here to experience this clearly. Thanks for keeping us updated. No longer waiting. Thank you for your show. We love you. Thank you, Sandra. G. Kaufman, thank you very much. There is disgraced Sleepy Joe Biden and Kamala Harris coming out. So actually, I was incorrect. They were not even out there. So yeah, we still have some time. John Bobbitt, thank you so much. Let's see here. Chris Farley, thank you for your super chat. And Randy Bagby, thank you. I didn't say your guys' name, so I'm just kind of circling back. Adrian and my wife, Authentically Kennedy. She's the moderator for this live stream today, so definitely say thank you to her, everybody. Madell, thank you. All right. And Michelle, thank you so much for the super chat. Okay. Let's see here. If you guys do have any questions you want me to answer live, obviously super chat me and I will do that. Or you can submit your questions by going to the description and getting the Buy Me a Coffee link. Now there is Vice President JD Vance coming out. And as a heads up, guys, we'll probably talk through his ceremony, but I will be quiet during Trump's, okay? So anyhow, there was some other news today, like I stated with the preemptive pardons nonsense. And, it's just, again, sad to see because some of the people on there should definitely be investigated. The Anthony Fauci thing, I already told you guys. I'm over here talking about it. What do you guys think? Let me know in the comment section about all that. Do you believe that this is probably the worst decision? What's worse? Joe Biden pardoning these people today, Liz Cheney, what's the gentleman's name? Benny Thompson, the officer who shot Ashley Babbitt, who's an Air Force veteran, in the neck, by the way. And it's on camera showing that it was ridiculous. He should be indicted. Anthony Fauci. Or do you think Hunter Biden was a terrible decision? Which one's worse? Now, I'm going to give you guys my answer. I can see the Hunter Biden situation because at least the excuse is that's my son, and I would rather stain my legacy for my son, right? I could understand that. I probably wouldn't do it because I'm not in that position. I can't really understand, but I could see that. But what I can't see is you didn't just pardon one person. You pardoned multiple people, and it sets a dangerous example for future presidents, obviously, and we'll see what happens from here. But I'd like to see what your guys' thoughts are about that. That's just pitiful. Let's see here. Thank you, Chrissy, for your super chat. Appreciate you. Mike Rose, thank you as well. Royce, big up to you from UK. Jay Say, thank you so much. Let's see here. All right. Yeah, exactly. If these people need a preemptive pardon, there is President Trump. He's walking out. They're all getting staged, obviously. Yeah, if you're innocent, you don't need a pardon. It's just that simple. All right, let's hear how these people are walking out. Barron is so tall, isn't he? That guy, he's super tall. Just imagine being him.
Ladies and gentlemen, escorting the President of the United States and the Vice President of the United States, ranking member of the Joint Congressional Committee on Inaugural Ceremonies, the Honorable Deb Fischer, House Democratic Leader, the Honorable Hakeem Jeffries, and Senate Majority Secretary, the Honorable Robert Duncan. Ladies and gentlemen, the President of the United States, the Honorable Joseph R. Biden, Jr., and Vice President of the United States, the Honorable Kamala Devi Harris.
What do you think everybody's saying when they see her? Like, man, we really dodged a bullet, didn't we?
Ladies and gentlemen, escorting the Vice President-elect, the Executive Director for the Joint Congressional Committee on Inaugural Ceremonies, Mr. Michael Wagner, Senate Deputy Sergeant-at-Arms and Doorkeeper, Jason Bell, and House Deputy Sergeant-at-Arms, Mr. Sean Keating. Ladies and gentlemen, the Vice President-elect of the United States, the Honorable J.D. Vance.
And maybe the 2028 president, right? The 48th president, which we'll see, right? It looks that way now, but, you know, a lot can happen in 4 years. All right, let's see here. Thank you guys for the super chat. Shane, thank you very much. Thoughts on the Trump coin and Melania coin suspect? No, I mean, a lot of money was made. I'll tell you that. There's no question about that.
Ladies and gentlemen, escorting the president-elect, the staff director for the Joint Congressional Committee on Inaugural Ceremonies, Elizabeth Farah, House Sergeant-at-Arms, the Honorable William P. McFarland, Senate Sergeant-at-Arms and Doorkeeper, the Honorable Jennifer A. Hemingway, Senate Majority Leader, the Honorable John Thune, and the Joint Congressional Committee on Inaugural Ceremonies, House Democratic Leader, the Honorable Hakeem Jeffries, House Majority Leader, the Honorable Steve Scalise, Speaker of the House of Representatives, the Honorable Mike Johnson, Senate Democratic Leader, the Honorable Charles E. Schumer, Ranking Member of the Joint Congressional Committee on Inaugural Ceremonies, the Honorable Deb Fischer, and Chairwoman of the Joint Congressional Committee on Inaugural Ceremonies, the Honorable Amy Klobuchar. Ladies and gentlemen, the President-elect of the United States, the Honorable Donald John Trump.
Now, if you were looking at Melania Trump's hand, she's holding two Bibles. One is the Bible that the committee was going to use regardless. And then there was a special limited edition Bible that Trump had made for this event, is what was being reported. And of course, the media doesn't like that because they call him a grifter as a result of doing that. But listen, when you become the president after you've gone through everything you went through, you can do whatever you want, right?
Ladies and gentlemen, please be seated. Please welcome the chairwoman of the Joint Congressional Committee on Inaugural Ceremony.
All right. I told you guys I was going to talk during this point because now you can, I mean, if this is real, you just can't, you just, what do you say to this? The breaking news, Real Clear Politics is reporting that Joe Biden pardons his entire family. Francis Biden, John Owens, Valerie Biden Owens, Sarah Jones Biden, and James B. Biden, which is his brother. Just think about that. Now, what I find to be so interesting is that when this was a when this was a conversation that Trump was going to end up doing, which he never did at the end of his presidency, you already know. They were taking the moral high ground. They were saying, how could he? Who is he to do that? And these are the same people that are benefiting from Biden's corruption, of course. And at this point, by him doing this, he's only, I mean, how deep can this hole get, right? How deeper can this hole get? Because they've been digging themselves a hole for some time now. And who am I talking about? I'm talking about the Democratic Party. I'm talking about the establishment on both sides. And then I'm definitely talking about the legacy media, right? Because the one thing that they all have in common is they look at people like me and you, and they have this disgust on their face, like they morally know what is right, that they know better. And I told you, politics is going to show you human behavior. When you walk around acting like you know better than everybody else, and that you're morally more intact than everybody else, like you are a saint, or in other words, like your S don't stink, sooner or later, people are going to call you out. And sooner or later, you will contradict yourself and you're going to look stupid. And this has got to be a case study just on human behavior alone. Like, I did a lot of coaching as a life coach for a lot of people. And the step number one is you got to get your mindset in order. And you could see, as time has been going on, when I was covering the election and everything, you could see that the mindset for the Democratic Party, the establishment, and the media was a mindset based on lack, insecurities, and projection. And they were projecting their insecurities because they were guilty at the things that they were accusing Trump of doing, which is why they're so obsessed. You ever notice how you can go on, I would probably say on Facebook, this is historically more accurate, how on Facebook, I remember, which I'm not really on there, I remember many, many years ago, how you would see people go on there and start complaining about their life and complaining about other people, right? Really about other people. And what you'd find when you really like look behind all that and investigate is that they're complaining about other people because their life is not in order. The Democratic Party was complaining so much about Trump because they don't have their stuff together, right? And I said this all the time, which you guys know, is they became so obsessed with Trump that they lost sight of who they are, their purpose in life. Like, for example, Nancy Pelosi says, yeah, my purpose is to make sure that Trump never makes it back to the White House. That's your purpose? You think God put you on this planet to do that? I mean, think about that. That's a selfish purpose. If God wants Trump back in the White House, he's going to put Trump back in the White House. That's the thing the Democratic Party forgets. Same thing with the legacy media. They think they are pulling the strings here. And clearly, God has shown once again that he's running things. And you can disagree and you can be on one side of the political spectrum or the other. But how else do you explain everything that's happened over the past 12 months? You think it's just by chance, right? You think, President Trump survives 2 assassination attempts? Let's not even talk about all the other ones that went unreported, right? Okay. But he survives all that. So, yeah, I think obviously the Democratic Party has gotten so far away from God. They've gotten so far away from what they should be focused on, which is American citizens, that they became the very thing that they have accused Trump of doing. That's why I said it's all mindset. When you become obsessed with a person in a negative way, you become that person, right? We're all obsessed at something, but at what cost, right? And their credibility, they threw that in the trash. Their identity is in the trash. Politics is no longer the way it used to be as far as the rhetoric being used, the norms and customs, that's all been thrown in the trash. And they say, well, it's all Trump's fault. No, it's not. You guys chose to engage with Trump in the way that you did. And you guys didn't have to, but they did it anyway. And the biggest mistake I see with these pardons is it confirms exactly everything that Trump has said. And so if you're someone who doesn't even follow politics and you hear, oh, Joe Biden pardoned his whole family, initially you're thinking, oh, they must have did something wrong. Yeah, they did do something wrong. Of course they did. So I can't wait to hear what these morally superior people have to say about this, right? Because, like I said, that's how they carry themselves. And what other people are saying about this. But this is breaking news. This is crazy. And of course, he does it today, right? So it flies under the radar, so to speak. Because right now, what is everybody focusing on? The inauguration. Let's see what else. Kristen Walker put this up an hour ago. President-elect Trump texted me his reaction to President Biden preemptive pardons. He said it's a disgrace. Okay, got that. We already discussed that. Let's see. I'm trying to see who else reacted to the whole family being pardoned, because this is wild. Let's see here. Yeah, a lot of people are saying this confirms that Joe Biden is the worst president in history. You can't say, well, I did this because Trump was going to prosecute them. Okay, so what? Let him prosecute them. You prosecuted Trump, right? I mean, it got so bad. You guys remember the story of Melania Trump and Barron Trump getting debanked? They couldn't hold bank accounts in America. So Trump gets investigated. His business partners get investigated. His sons are indicted. They can't do business in New York. His wife and his son get debanked. And there's so many others that we'll never hear of that got obviously, they were persecuted because they had business with Trump. There was even reports stating how people had to stay away from Trump because the FBI kept visiting them all the time. So if all of that is true, but again, you're saying, well, we don't want Trump to do the same thing to us. Okay. Maybe you guys deserve that to happen, right? That's how some people see an eye for an eye. If you guys just joining us, you don't hear anything because you don't need to listen to it right now, okay? We're still waiting for them to actually swear in J.D. Vance and Trump, which is still some time. Probably in the next 8 minutes at 9 a.m. my time in California, I think is when it will happen. Anyways, breaking news in the beginning of today or earlier this morning was Joe Biden, the worst president in history, pardoning everybody on the J6 committee and Dr. Anthony Fauci. Can you at least let one of them be prosecuted? Just leave one of them available, right? I mean, I think that would have been good. And here's the other thing. If Joe Biden actually believed in what he was doing here, he would have said, you know what? I'm not just going to pardon these guys. I'm going to pardon everybody. I'm going to pardon Trump. I'm going to pardon his sons. I'm going to tell the DOJ to stop all the investigations. And I'm going to end this right now, all of this persecution. And then I'm going to go on record and say, you know what? Even though I know my DOJ believed they were doing the right thing, for the best interest of of our country to move forward together in unity, I'm issuing a formal apology on behalf of the Department of Justice because under my administration, we have made it appear that the justice system was weaponized, and I'm going to pardon everybody. I'm going to clean it all up. That includes Trump, and do away with it. Because see, at that point, at least you're consistent. At least you're saying, you know what? Not only did I pardon my family, but I pardoned Trump's family too. Then he rides out in the sunset, I think, in a very good way, because at least you can't look at Biden and say, oh, man, he totally was 110% biased towards his own family. Now, of course, there's still criticism. And by the way, hold on. Let me stop really quick. Is it really Joe Biden doing this? Probably not, right? Because he doesn't know where he is. He doesn't know who he is. He doesn't even know why he is. So it probably isn't even him. It's probably his handlers, which I always say. And people say, well, who's his handlers? I mean, his advisors, right? Every president has advisors. They have a cabinet and his own personal family. Probably were the people pushing him to do this. And so this is a guy, if we do believe in the reports about his mental acuity, he probably doesn't even know what he signed. That's an outrageous statement to make. But I mean, what more evidence do we need? We know they covered it up. his mental fitness. And so this is the thing. And this goes to the Republicans too. And this is why we're in a new age of not only information, alternative news sources, and a new age of politics. Because I don't believe anything these congressmen or congresswomen say. The last 4 years, when did they ever come out and say, we want the president's cabinet to invoke the 25th Amendment now? They never once said that. When did you ever hear a journalist come out and say, yeah, we think Joe Biden is compromised mentally? Never. So that is literally the ultimate sin that they could commit, besides obviously treason to our country. So as a result, the norms, the customs, the expected credibility that they believe that they have, that all goes in the trash now. It doesn't mean anything. And they did it to themselves. They would rather cover up Joe Biden's mental decline than to do right by the American people. And as a result, that's why the American people don't trust anything that they say. And guys, this applies to everybody. You're not going to trust everything I say either. Don't. Do your own research. I'm a big proponent of that. All right? And obviously, there's going to be things that we'll never know because we don't live in Washington, D.C. Me and you, we don't serve in Congress. We're not privy to these backdoor conversations, these secret meetings and locations and things of that nature. Of course, we're not going to know all that. However, the sound advice, especially in life, is all you have to do is look at the results. That really tells you everything. And I don't care how you get there, right? The results is like the center of town. We can go about it so many different ways. We can get there so many different ways, but we'll end up in the same location. And the results show that Joe Biden, clearly, worst president in history. Why? Number one, Wall Street benefited, but not Main Street. And this is the same party that cries, billionaires, they need to pay their fair share. We want people to get ahead, have a fresh start. We want people to end up in the same place. You guys say all that, then why did you make sure that Wall Street benefited from your economy, but not Main Street? Why is it so many restaurants? You guys can confirm this in the chat. How many restaurants did you see on Main Street? How many businesses have you seen on Main Street in your own town go out of business in the last 4 years? Think about that. Now, how many businesses on Wall Street went out of business? Right? So they get up there and they do this whole song and dance about, we want to make sure that people get ahead. Well, if you really believe that, then why didn't you stick up for Main Street over the past 4 years? Why did, under your administration, people who were already rich got richer? Good for them. If maybe some people are watching, you invested in the stock market, right? Maybe you are a millionaire. Great. You played your cards right. It's not your fault. You shouldn't be penalized because you made certain decisions that led you to where you are financially. Good for you. You should be celebrated for that, not condemned like the Democrats like to do. And all it really is a distraction from what's actually happening, which is them obviously helping Wall Street out instead of actually helping Main Street. So that's why I say, number one, that's why he's one of the worst presidents in history. Because according to their language, that financial gap, that wealth gap has widened. Didn't widen under Trump, but it widened under Biden. Can't say that, huh? Let's see here. Who's this coming out? That's his son. Amazing. Okay, so this is where they're about to swear in JD Vance here, I think. Yeah. His family's coming out. That is beautiful. Now, I'm going to, just fair warning, I'm going to talk through JD Vance, and then we'll be quiet during Trump. So, because I really have to get this off my chest. So that's the first thing on why he's the worst president. Secondly, as a veteran, that whole Afghanistan thing is a disgrace. And General Mark Milley getting a pardon, shameful. This is a general that defied the commander-in-chief's orders. If I defied my commander's orders, I should be reprimanded for that. He never was, never held accountable. Right? So again, going back to why it is so different today than 4 years ago is they never held anybody accountable. So don't come over here with your accountability conversations about Trump. You can't hold him accountable because you can't hold yourselves accountable, right? I mean, how are you going to, again, rules for you, but not for me, right? So that's why I like Scott Jennings, who's on CNN. He's the only reason to watch CNN. He's the only reason why I ever turn it on, obviously, because, you know, I try to summarize what's going on in the news for you guys. Yeah, he's he gets it, because the legacy media, there's no accountability for them. They will never accept any of them. All right, I think we got Trump up next here. Let's see.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Chief Justice Roberts to administer the presidential oath of office.
Please raise your right hand and repeat after me. I, Donald John Trump, do solemnly swear
I, Donald John Trump, do solemnly swear
that I will faithfully execute
that I will faithfully execute
the office of President of the United States
the office of President of the United States
and will, to the best of my ability,
and will, to the best of my ability,
preserve, protect, and defend
preserve, protect, and defend
the Constitution of the United States.
the Constitution of the United States.
So help me God.
So help me God.
Congratulations, Mr. President.
You see him pointing at Kamala Harris? That's funny. Boom. That's always fun to see. See, this is a part of the military that I definitely miss, right? But all that other stuff, I don't. I like this. I like the ceremonies, you know. I love that. So official, he's now president. Let's see how quickly he moves to sign his first executive orders, which we reported yesterday. He plans to sign 200 plus and will sign in the Capitol Arena. There's a desk set up already, which they're showing you here on the right side of the screen. This is the Capitol One Arena here. There's a desk on the stage. Okay. All right. So looks like, I don't think that's the color guard, but yeah, I'm not an expert in inaugurations, clearly. Anyhow, so yeah, President Trump officially, right? Finally. Long time coming. And so let me get back on my soapbox about this whole Joe Biden pardoning his entire family, which officially makes him the worst president, if you didn't already believe it. Yeah. Wall Street benefited under his presidency. Main Street did not. That's reason number one. Reason number two, Afghanistan withdrawal. No one was held accountable, which led to the aggression from Russia going into Ukraine. Then the softening of sanctions on Iran, which led to more funding for terrorists to attack Israel. And I don't care what side you're on as it pertains to Palestine or Israel or Hamas. At the end of the day, the results are what? Thousands of people lost their lives, women, children, innocent people, have nothing to do with it. They just happen to be born into that country, gone. So a lot of death. Same thing with Ukraine and Russia, because when it comes to militarily and our foreign policy, we were weak. So definitely that is a huge reason. And let's not forget the negligence on the border. I mean, think about that. I mean, if you did something, I tell this example all the time, okay? If you bought 10 acres of land and you decided not to put a border around it because you're like, you know, it's good, it's all good. But then all of a sudden, a lot of people started coming to that area. A lot of people started to walk onto your property. How would that make you feel? Then you start seeing people set up camp on your property. You're going to kick them off. You're not going to say, yeah, go ahead. It's fine. Set up. No, you're not. I mean, you're going to put some borders up. You're going to put some security up because you don't know these people. You haven't vetted them. But hey, it's okay. We're the United States of America. Just let them all come in. Right? I mean, it's pure negligence. That's how I feel about it. And again, some people will say, well, it's not really that big of a deal. Okay. Well, here's my response. And this is probably a neutral way of looking at this entire immigration issue. Democrats don't take it seriously whatsoever, and Republicans make it a bigger issue than it probably is. So somewhere between there, the truth exists. Again, I'm not going to get into the semantics. I'm just going to look at the results. And the results are what? Mass invasion. I mean, 12 million people. Are you kidding me? And who pays for that? Me and you, taxpayers. Did we agree to pay for that? No, we didn't. Imagine being a border agent and you can't even enforce the law. You just let them cross the border. It must just be so frustrating. So yeah, that's another reason on why worst president in history. Obviously, during the election, a lot of that blame went to Kamala Harris because she casted the tie-breaking vote, but she's just fallen in line. We know that. And I say all this to say what? Well, we're in a new age where we don't have to believe anything that they say because through results they've demonstrated that they'll say one thing and do another. And that, again, I will never pardon my son, Adam Kinzinger. Hey, if you get a pardon, that means you're guilty, right? If Trump pardons his family, he's corrupt. And we can go on and on and on, right? These guys, they are a joke. So here's my warning, though, to each and every one of us, including myself. Because this establishment is really, their credibility is in the trash and legacy media is in the trash, it's so important to do your research today, all right? Yeah, you guys come to me because you like the way I summarize, but it doesn't mean that what I say is always true. I could be wrong. And I'm saying this because I think now it is so essential. You have to do your own research because the media they're too far gone. They will never recover, in my opinion. And then you have people who are independent, but they are just like the media. They push their own agenda. You know, my goal this year is to be able to deliver all sides of the argument or the debate to you and let you make your own decision about what you believe in. Now, I support Trump. I'm a conservative Christian, of course. I love my country, all these things. And everybody has a bias. I have a bias. There's no question. But again, I want you guys to be able to see the different sides of the argument. Now, I think he's about to make a speech, which this is what I've been waiting for. All right, here we go.
Thank you very much, everybody. Well, thank you very, very much. Vice President Vance, Speaker Johnson, Senator Thune, Chief Justice Roberts, Justices of the United States Supreme Court, President Clinton, President Bush, President Obama, President Biden, Vice President Harris, and my fellow citizens. The golden age of America begins right now. From this day forward, our country will flourish and be respected again all over the world. We will be the envy of every nation, and we will not allow ourselves to be taken advantage of any longer. During every single day of the Trump administration, I will very simply put America first. Our sovereignty will be reclaimed. Our safety will be restored. The scales of justice will be rebalanced. The vicious, violent, and unfair weaponization of the Justice Department and our government will end. And our top priority will be to create a nation that is proud, prosperous, and free. America will soon be greater, stronger, and far more exceptional than ever before. I return to the presidency confident and optimistic that we are at the start of a thrilling new era of national success. A tide of change is sweeping the country, sunlight is pouring over the entire world, and America has the chance to seize this opportunity like never before. But first, we must be honest about the challenges we face. While they are plentiful, they will be annihilated by this great momentum that the world is now witnessing in the United States of America. As we gather today, our government confronts a crisis of trust. For many years, a radical and corrupt establishment has extracted power and wealth from our citizens while the pillars of our society lay broken and seemingly in complete disrepair. We now have a government that cannot manage even a simple crisis at home, while at the same time stumbling into a continuing catalog of catastrophic events abroad. It fails to protect our magnificent, law-abiding American citizens, but provides sanctuary and protection for dangerous criminals, many from prisons and mental institutions that have illegally entered our country from all over the world. We have a government that has given unlimited funding to the defense of foreign borders, but refuses to defend American borders or, more importantly, its own people. Our country can no longer deliver basic services in times of emergency, as recently shown by the wonderful people of North Carolina, been treated so badly. And other states who are still suffering from a hurricane that took place many months ago. Or more recently, Los Angeles, where we are watching fires still tragically burn. From weeks ago, without even a token of defense, they're raging through the houses and communities, even affecting some of the wealthiest and most powerful individuals in our country, some of whom are sitting here right now. They don't have a home any longer. That's interesting. But we can't let this happen. Everyone is unable to do anything about it. That's going to change. We have a public health system that does not deliver in times of disaster, yet more money is spent on it than any country anywhere in the world. And we have an education system that teaches our children to be ashamed of themselves in many cases, to hate our country despite the love that we try so desperately to provide to them. All of this will change starting today, and it will change very quickly.
All right, hold on. Looks like my stream got interrupted here. Give me a second, guys. Oh, just so beautiful. Aren't you excited? He's really calling it out. The truth. And the truth hurts. We all know that. But it's so necessary.
Our liberties and our
Hold on. All right, there we go.
America's government. Over the past 8 years, I have been tested and challenged more than any president in our 250-year history, and I've learned a lot along the way. The journey to reclaim our republic has not been an easy one, that I can tell you. Those who wish to stop our cause have tried to take my freedom and indeed to take my life. Just a few months ago in a beautiful Pennsylvania field, an assassin's bullet ripped through my ear. But I felt then, and believe even more so now, that my life was saved for a reason. I was saved by God to make America great again. Thank you. Thank you very much. That is why each day under our administration of American patriots, we will be working to meet every crisis with dignity and power and strength. That is why each day under our administration of American patriots, we will be working to meet every crisis with dignity and power and strength. We will move with purpose and speed to bring back hope. Great election in the history of our country. As our victory showed, the entire nation is rapidly unifying behind our agenda with dramatic increases in support from virtually every element of our society, young and old, men and women, African Americans, Hispanic Americans, Asian Americans, urban, suburban, rural, and very importantly, we had a powerful win in all 7 swing states, and the popular vote, we won by millions of people. To the Black and Hispanic communities, I want to thank you for the tremendous outpouring of love and trust that you have shown me with your vote. We set records, and I will not forget it. I've heard your voices in the campaign, and I look forward to working with you in the years to come. Today is Martin Luther King Day, and his honor, this will be a great honor, but in his honor, we will strive together to make his dream a reality. We will make his dream come true. Thank you. Thank you. National unity is now returning to America, and confidence and pride is soaring like never before. In everything we do, my administration will be inspired by a strong pursuit of excellence and unrelenting success. We will not forget our country, we will not forget our Constitution, and we will not forget our God. Can't do that. Today, I will sign a series of historic executive orders. With these actions, we will begin the complete restoration of America and the revolution of common sense. It's all about common sense. First,
Joe Biden's face. You
I
guys
will
see it?
declare a national emergency
And come on,
at our
Kamala
southern
Harris, look at
border.
her. She's sick. He says he's going to declare an emergency at the southern border. That's why they're all standing up and clapping.
All illegal entry will immediately be halted, and we will begin the process of returning millions and millions of criminal aliens back to the places from which they came. We will reinstate my Remain in Mexico policy. I will end the practice of catch and release. And I will send troops to the southern border to repel the disastrous invasion of our country. Under the orders I signed today, we will also be designating the cartels as foreign terrorist organizations.
It's about time. Like, even Joe Biden should stand up and clap for that. I mean, come on.
And by invoking the Alien Enemies Act of 1798, I will direct our government to use the full and immense power of federal and state law enforcement to eliminate the presence of all foreign gangs and criminal networks, bringing devastating crime to U.S. soil, including our cities and inner cities.
Shout out to Chicago, New York City.
As Commander-in-Chief, I have no higher responsibility than to defend our country from threats and invasions, and that is exactly what I am going to do. We will do it at a level that nobody's ever seen before. Next, I will direct all members of my cabinet to marshal the vast powers at their disposal to defeat what was record inflation and rapidly bring down costs and prices. The inflation crisis was caused by massive overspending and escalating energy prices, and that is why today I will also declare a national energy emergency. We will drill, baby, drill. America will be a manufacturing nation once again, and we have something that no other manufacturing nation will ever have, the largest amount of oil and gas of any country on earth, and we are going to use it. Let me use it. We will bring prices down, fill our strategic reserves up again, right to the top, and export American energy all over the world. We will be a rich nation again, and it is that liquid gold under our feet that will help to do it. With my actions today, we will end the Green New Deal, and we will revoke the electric vehicle mandate, saving our auto industry and keeping my sacred pledge to our great American auto workers. In other words, you'll be able to buy the car of your choice. We will build automobiles in America again at a rate that nobody could have dreamt possible just a few years ago. And thank you to the auto workers of our nation for your inspiring vote of confidence. We did tremendously with their vote. I will immediately begin the overhaul of our trade system to protect American workers and families. Instead of taxing our citizens to enrich other countries, we will tariff and tax foreign countries to enrich our citizens. For this purpose, we are establishing the External Revenue Service to collect all tariffs, duties, and revenues. It will be massive amounts of money pouring into our treasury, coming from foreign sources. The American dream will soon be back and thriving like never before to restore competence and effectiveness to our federal government. My administration will establish the brand new Department of Government Efficiency. After years and years of illegal and unconstitutional federal efforts to restrict free expression, I will also sign an executive order to immediately stop all government censorship and bring back free speech to America.
Wow. Oh, of course, Joe Biden won't clap for that either, will he?
Never again will the immense power of the state be weaponized to persecute political opponents, something I know something about. We will not allow that to happen. It will not happen again. Under my leadership, we will restore fair, equal, and impartial justice under the constitutional rule of law. And we are going to bring law and order back to our cities. This week, I will also end the government policy of trying to socially engineer race and gender into every aspect of public and private life. We will forge a society that is colorblind and merit-based.
There we go.
As of today, it will henceforth be the official policy of the United States government that there are only two genders, male and female.
Yes. I want to hear him say, abolish the IRS, please.
This week, I will reinstate any service members who were unjustly expelled from our military for objecting to the COVID vaccine mandate with full back pay.
That's a couple hundred G's, guys. 200,000, 300,000, 400,000 in some cases. That's crazy. And it needs to happen.
And I will sign an order to stop our warriors from being subjected to radical political theories and social experiments while on duty. It's going to end immediately. Our armed forces will be freed to focus on their sole mission, defeating America's enemies.
It's all basic stuff that should automatically already be happening, but
like
you got woke people.
2017, we will again build the strongest military the world has ever seen. We will measure our success not only by the battles we win, but also by the wars that we end, and perhaps most importantly, the wars we never get into. My proudest legacy will be that of a peacemaker and unifier. That's what I want to be, a peacemaker and a unifier. I'm pleased to say that as of yesterday, one day before I assumed office, the hostages in the Middle East are coming back home to their families.
Now Biden claps. Oh, he's going to stand up? Oh, there he is.
Thank you. America will reclaim its rightful place as the greatest, most powerful, most respected nation on earth, inspiring the awe and admiration of the entire world. A short time from now, we are going to be changing the name of the Gulf of Mexico to the Gulf of America, and we will restore the name of a great president, William McKinley, to Mount McKinley, where it should be and where it belongs. President McKinley made our country very rich through tariffs and through talent. He was a natural businessman and gave Teddy Roosevelt the money for many of the great things he did, including the Panama Canal, which has foolishly been given to the country of Panama after the United States. The United States, I mean, think of this, spent more money than ever spent on a project before and lost 38,000 lives in the building of the Panama Canal. We have been treated very badly from this foolish gift that should have never been made, and Panama's promise to us has been broken. The purpose of our deal and the spirit of our treaty has been totally violated. American ships are being severely overcharged and not treated fairly in any way, shape, or form, and that includes the United States Navy. And above all, China is operating the Panama Canal, and we didn't give it to China, we gave it to Panama, and we're taking it back. Above all, my message to Americans today is that it is time for us to once again act with courage, vigor, and the vitality of history's greatest civilization. So as we liberate our nation, we will lead it to new heights of victory and success. We will not be deterred. Together we will end the chronic disease epidemic and keep our children safe, healthy, and disease-free. The United States will once again consider itself a growing nation, one that increases our wealth, expands our territory, builds our cities, raises our expectations, and carries our flag into new and beautiful horizons. And we will pursue our manifest destiny into the stars, launching American astronauts to plant the stars and stripes on the planet Mars.
Elon Musk is so funny. Such a kid.
Ambition is the lifeblood of a great nation. And right now, our nation is more ambitious than any other. There's no nation like our nation. Americans are explorers, builders, innovators, entrepreneurs, and pioneers. The spirit of the frontier is written into our hearts. The call of the next great adventure resounds from within our souls. Our American ancestors turned a small group of colonies on the edge of a vast continent into a mighty republic of the most extraordinary citizens on earth. No one comes close. Americans pushed thousands of miles through a rugged land of untamed wilderness. They crossed deserts, scaled mountains, braved untold dangers, won the Wild West, ended slavery, rescued millions from tyranny, lifted billions from poverty, harnessed electricity, split the atom, launched mankind into the heavens, and put the universe of human knowledge into the palm of the human hand. If we work together, there is nothing we cannot do and no dream we cannot achieve. Many people thought it was impossible for me to stage such a historic political comeback. But as you see today, here I am. The American people have spoken. I stand before you now as proof that you should never believe that something is impossible to do. In America, the impossible is what we do best. From New York to Los Angeles, from Philadelphia to Phoenix, from Chicago to Miami, from Houston to right here in Washington, D.C., our country was forged and built by the generations of patriots who gave everything they had for our rights and for our freedom. They were farmers and soldiers, cowboys and factory workers, steel workers and coal miners, police officers and pioneers who pushed onward, marched forward, and let no obstacle defeat their spirit or their pride. Together they laid down the railroads, raised up the skyscrapers, built great highways, won 2 world wars, defeated fascism and communism, and triumphed over every single challenge that they faced. After all we have been through together, we stand on the verge of the 4 greatest years in American history. With your help, we will restore America, promise, and we will rebuild the nation that we love, and we love it so much. We are one people, one family, and one glorious nation under God. So to every parent who dreams for their child, and every child who dreams for their future, I am with you, I will fight for you, and I will win for you. We're going to win like never before. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. In recent years, our nation has suffered greatly, but we are going to bring it back and make it great again, greater than ever before. We will be a nation like no other, full of compassion, courage, and exceptionalism. Our power will stop all wars and bring a new spirit of unity to a world that has been angry, violent, and totally unpredictable. America will be respected again and admired again, including by people of religion, faith, and goodwill. We will be prosperous. We will be proud. We will be strong, and we will win like never before. We will not be conquered. We will not be intimidated. We will not be broken, and we will not fail. From this day on, the United States of America will be a free, sovereign, and independent nation. We will stand bravely. We will live proudly. We will dream boldly, and nothing will stand in our way because we are Americans. The future is ours, and our golden age has just begun. Thank you. God bless America. Thank you all. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, performing America the Beautiful, please welcome the Armed Forces Chorus and Carrie Underwood.
All right. Beautiful speech, obviously. Just so gracious, so professional, much needed strength involved. Clearly outlined the weakness that we've been experiencing over the past 4 years, because that's what the results show. And it was really good to hear that. Great speech. Now, let's see here. Carrie Underwood's going to sing. And why not just listen to it, huh? Uh-oh. Somebody's going to get fired. All right, well, I guess we're just waiting here. Thank you guys for your super chats. Definitely appreciate it. Denise Corwin, John, Ray NYC, Elizabeth Bagwell, Fur Babe, Shane68, Kathleen Vaughn Deegan, Dee Menard.
You know the words, help me out here.
Here we go.
Oh, beautiful for spacious skies, for amber waves of grain, for purple mountain majesties above the fruited plain. America, America, God shed his grace on thee and crown thy good with brotherhood from sea to shining sea.
Ladies and gentlemen, Senator Fisher will now introduce the benediction clergy.
All right, so I guess the volume was a little low. Well, it's literally because of their stream. Anyhow, she had to sing this without the music because someone's going to get fired, obviously. And so that was great to hear. Let me address some of the super chats that I got. Because this is just more formalities, people singing, people making comments. And I think if you really want to hear that, you can go back and watch it on your own time. Let me get to the latest one. Let's see here. It says, thank you for your channel, for being a true patriot and taking an oath to protect me and our beautiful country. You're appreciating love. Thank you so much, Denise. Appreciate you. Let's see here. Great coverage as always. Biden just pardoned his siblings too. This can't be legal. Worst president ever. Not even close. Yeah, I mean, in our lifetime, he's definitely the worst. I'm sure there's an argument for a couple of other ones, but we weren't alive during that time, so we probably don't have any experience. Just history will tell us that. Here's a good question. Will President Trump be able to get the Ukraine war stopped? Now, I believe he will, but not today. Here's a good one. In the Loop LLC says, change to MSNBC so I can add tears in my coffee. You know what? Let's see if I can do that. Yeah. Let's have a little fun, right? I think we can do that. Might as well. Let's see what these people are crying about. Now, they're not speaking obviously right now, so we will when they start speaking, then I'll show you guys that. Just give me a second here. Get this fixed. There you go. Oh, hold on. Get that fixed there. There we are. All right, getting back to the super chats. I have Sergeant Ross put, I have to say that I listen to you many times and can't get enough. Being a Marine, I'm happy that you do what you do. I thank God for you. Amen. Yeah, thank you for your service, Ross. Appreciate you. I look forward to all your posts from Laura. Yeah, who wants to guess what Kamala is thinking? Good question. Yeah, I mean, I'm telling you, it's human behavior. She should have never been in the running. We know that. It's not who she is. She didn't even enjoy it. And you can see it on her face all the time. And, you know, it's just do the things that are easy and simple. And one of those things would be her, in her case, she should have never been running to begin with. Don't even run for California governor either. People are not going to vote her in. I don't believe that. But I could be wrong. Gavin Newsom is the governor, so. All right, let's see here. We got so many comments to get through here. Yeah, the acapella was 100% better. I totally agree. Totally agree. All right, so I guess this is a good time. So what's going to happen after this is he's going to move from this place and go to Capital One Arena, where they say about 20,000 people are waiting for him, and he's going to sign executive orders like he just told you. 2 genders was a big one. Let's take a look at that right now, actually. Let's see here. Let me pull this up for you guys. All right. All right, there we go. So, executive orders that he mentioned during the speech: national emergency at the southern border, halting all illegal entry, remain in Mexico reinstated, catch and release ended, troops heading to the border, designate cartels as foreign terrorist organizations, eliminate presence of all foreign gangs and networks. Again, 2 genders, end the woke policies in the military. This whole, what was it? What was the sensitivity training? And you have to understand, when you're in the military, you don't have a choice. You have to attend those trainings. You can't get out of them. It's sad. So we're literally going back to, like, not really the way that it was, but just back to common sense. And I agree with it, because I think we need to allow people to make up their own minds and stop trying to make decisions for them. I say this all the time, especially when I was coaching people. You know, the biggest lesson that we fail to teach children is decision making. They need to learn how to make their own decisions. What the government's been doing over the past 4 years is making decisions for the American people. No, let the American people make their own decisions. That's the way that it should be. That's the best growth for our country and growth for people on an individual level. You're not going to grow as an individual if everybody's doing everything for you. You need to experience resistance, stress, failures in life, because it teaches you who you are. But if you don't make your own decisions, you'll never learn that. And I just think that when the government gets too involved, it prevents people from taking responsibility, definitely prevents people from being held accountable. And there was another policy, speaking of that, where he's going to issue an executive order that is going to require anybody that tries to get on welfare has to take a drug test. And there are work requirements involved. And I hope that actually comes to reality. Because when you keep creating these government systems, but you don't have any requirements that are attached to that, people are just going to take advantage. It's human behavior, okay? You just can't help it. Everybody gets complacent. That's why being uncomfortable is probably the greatest thing that can happen in life, because it keeps you focused and on your toes and pushing yourself instead of, taking advantage of the system, which we've been seeing over the past 4 years. And I'm talking about in different areas of our country, not just illegal immigrants, but even our own citizens are doing that. So anyways, hopefully he does issue that. So those are some examples of the executive orders that will be issued. And I want to go back to something I was saying during the live stream, that hopefully you guys are understanding what I meant, which was do your own research. Because now that legacy media, nobody's really going to listen to them anymore. A lot of people are going to turn to alternative news sources. And you're going to find that some of them are going to push a narrative just like legacy media would do, and not actually give you any facts. And a lot of people are independent. A lot of people don't have the manpower of a large network. And so, they're going to report what they believe to be the truth. It doesn't necessarily mean that it is true. Why am I saying that? Because the power should be in your guys' hands to make up your own mind. Okay? That's what I want to be a part of, is helping people do that for themselves. So long we've depended on the media to tell us what is true and false. And look where that got us. Don't make the same mistake again. Right? Take the initiative. Look it up yourself. And a lot of these debates, one Google search will tell you what it is. That's the crazy thing about it. Now, let's get into one of these wild takes that I want to cover, and why the media is just finished, in my opinion. Here is Jake Tapper crying about Mark Zuckerberg and Jeff Bezos and Tim Cook attending the inauguration. And let's listen to that now. Hold on.
To ascertaining, monitoring, or refusing to monitor what is missing. Before I throw it to Anderson, just bring back that photograph of the tech bros inside St. John's Church. It's just one other thing I want to show. So we see Mark Zuckerberg on the left there with the curly hair, CEO of Meta. Tim Cook, his face is blocked, but he has the white hair, CEO of Apple. Jeff Bezos on the right there, the bald gentleman looking to his right, CEO of Amazon. The gentleman behind Mark Zuckerberg is Sundar Pichai. He's the CEO of Google. And Anderson, between those four people, plus Elon Musk from Twitter or X, those five people that I just mentioned, the four in the photograph and also Elon Musk, control so much of the information that we receive. So much is in their hands when it comes to ascertaining, monitoring, or refusing to monitor what is real, what is not real. And we're about to enter an era of deep fakes and all sorts of misinformation. And the degree to which those five gentlemen play a role or do not play a role will be pivotal in terms of where the American people are 4 years from now, in terms of understanding what is true and what is false.
You're also you said we, you're not just talking about we, the United States. You're talking about the world. Mm-hmm. All human beings on the planet, they control access to information. They're the gatekeepers in many ways to information for the entire planet. Van, you had some thoughts seeing that picture of all.
Okay, of course they are, because that's what just happened 4 years ago when you guys censored people off social media due to their questioning of the COVID vaccine, of course, questioning the election results. I mean, we can go on and on and on. Okay, so Lady Gaga, Jennifer Lopez, Garth Brooks also attended Joe Biden's inauguration, there was 18 billionaires that were at the inauguration as well, and also donated to Joe Biden's inaugural committee. So you see, if it's Joe Biden or if it was Kamala Harris at this point, they wouldn't even say that. But it just shows you why you can't believe anything that they say, because they're just so biased instead of reporting the facts. Now, it is true that, Mark Zuckerberg and a lot of these billionaires control information. Sure. And they're saying that because they no longer control it. So there's some level of them being salty about the fact that the monopoly they used to hold on information is gone. People are no longer seeking out CNN. The only reason why you'd watch CNN today is for natural disasters. I mean, that's when you see the real journalists come out sometimes, right? Because you see them on the ground. I'm not talking about Anderson Cooper, by the way. I'm talking about the people you never hear of. Like, the journalist that isn't famous, right? That really is trying to get to the truth because, they're trying to, keep their integrity intact. Usually during natural disasters, you'll see a lot of them come out and they're on the news, and not in a suit. They're on the ground in the middle of that disaster. That's the only reason why to watch them. Other than that, if you're talking politics, if you're talking what's happening every day in America, I don't see the reason anymore. Only because they're activists. And now that Trump is in office, if we use history to tell us what's going to happen, they're going to continue to double down on this stupid rhetoric. They're going to try to fact check everything he says. And listen, some of them were getting smart. They were trying to, grease the wheels a little bit because they don't want to be on the opposite side of Trump during this administration. And then some of them not so. And you guys saw that with the Morning Joe show, Joe Scarborough and Mika, how they went to Mar-a-Lago. And of course, they got so criticized by their own party. Not surprised. And this is kind of like a family. If you really think about where we are as a country, this is like a family who, one set of the grandparents were in charge over the past 4 years, and they acted like they were smarter, they were better, they knew more than everybody, and at every turn they kept making a decision that contradicted the same principles they were trying to hold you accountable to. And sooner or later the family was fed up of it, and they're no longer in charge. And now new people are in charge. So this happens at every level in our life, what we're seeing play out in politics. And just because, and this is what the Democrat Party has to understand, just because you're a part of the Democratic Party doesn't mean you have to agree with everything that they say. That's their problem. They went along with Joe Biden's mental decline instead of standing up for the truth. You see, what's interesting about Republicans, especially people who are MAGA because we're populists, we're willing to disagree on so many issues. Right? I mean, there's a lot of people who disagreed on H-1B visas, as an example. There's a lot of people who disagree on Israel and the type of support that we have with them. A lot of people disagree on Ukraine funding, but we're part of the same party. And we need to be able to disagree if we're going to have a healthier country. What we don't want to do is disagree in a toxic way by calling for censorship, which is what Democrats are historically addicted at doing, of course. Now, let's see what Mark Cuban has to say. Mark Cuban is speaking here. Let me bring this on screen. I think you guys will appreciate this.
The official parties.
Yeah, here we go. All right, so here's Mark Cuban. All right.
Second lady.
Give me a second here.
The dais as the official parties will now depart.
There we go.
At this inauguration ceremony for the 47th President of the United States. We just had a very energetic rendition of the national anthem there, followed a tripartite benediction from a number of different clergy. You see now former President Biden and former First Lady Jill Biden departing, along with former Vice President Kamala Harris and her husband, the second of Proud Boys, the pro-Trump armed paramilitary group, marched in full colors in their trademark black and gold in downtown Washington to the Capital One Arena. Just before the inaugural address, just before the swearing in, outgoing President Biden issued pardons to members of his family, noting that while they had done nothing wrong, he believed the threats and promises of politicized persecution of people who the new president has decided are his enemies warranted what President Biden would have otherwise never considered doing. Nicole?
Let me do three things. I mean, we lost Cecile Richards today. She lost her battle with an aggressive form of cancer. And this statement came out as I was starting to sort of take notes on the speech. Her family quoted her and said, "It's not, if you'd like to celebrate Cecile today."
All right. So as you guys seen, they're already doing what they've always done. So I was trying to turn up the volume, but for some reason their stream is so low. I don't know what's going on today. Anyways, yeah, so they're going to continue to repeat the same mistake. And that's why nobody wants to listen to them anymore. And of course, we only listen to it to make sure that you guys are hearing all sides of the conversation, and you can make up your own mind of what you believe to be true or false. Now, there was a nice little, if we talk about something positive here, there was a nice video of the entire cabinet actually heading into the Capitol. I actually want to play that for you guys because, you know, I think it's very beautiful. Check this out.
By the White House, or his administration, anyway, I should say, this is a thrilling new era of national success. So he will try and build on that today, and I do believe, if the monitor is correct, there's Marco Rubio, followed by Scott Bessent, who will in all likely be the new Treasury Secretary, Pam Bondi, Hegseth, Doug Burgum, and on down the line there.
That was Brooke Rollins there, you know, USDA, my favorite, RFK Jr., and Sean Duffy for transportation, Linda McMahon, who will be over at the Department of Education, Kristi Noem, Department of Homeland Security. Wow, you guys are testing me. They are walking fast. It's like they sped it up. It's like the United Nations, and she'll have her hearing, I believe, next week. The other thing is, right before these characters started walking in, we have Elon Musk, of course. There's a strong character right there. He was at the rally last night and delighted the crowd, especially with his son X, who's become.
Yeah, so the question now is, will RFK Jr. and Tulsi Gabbard be confirmed, and Kash Patel? Those are the three that have question marks because, one, their confirmation hearings have not been scheduled, and two, they are still facing a lot of resistance, even some quietly from Republicans, because you have to understand establishment, right? There are certain individuals in the Republican Party that believe a certain way about who should be nominated. They're going to cry advise and consent, which means they have the ability to tell the president, hey, we don't agree to nominate this individual or get this individual confirmed. And, you know, the best analogy I can give you guys about this presidency is Trump is being hired not to technically grow the company, right? If we use business terms, he's not actually being hired to create a new company. He's actually being hired to clean house and get back to basics. And that means that people who broke the company and has caused the company to lose money to the point of almost going out of business, none of those people should even come close to being in charge, which is why he put out that statement about hiring in his administration. He doesn't want anybody to be interviewed that had any association with certain names. Like, for example, you had names of, what was her name? Drawing a blank. Oh, Nikki Haley, Warhawk, right? So if anybody worked for her, please don't have them apply. Don't even interview them for my administration. Because there's, I forgot what the number is. I believe it's about 10,000 or something like that needs to be hired in total for the government. So yeah, you don't bring the people who broke it to fix it. You bring a fixer in, okay? A fixer has a certain set of skills. Their skills is to come in, clean house, get back to basics, put things back where they should be, and that's it. Not, hey, I'm going to bring this fixer in to launch a company, or or I'm going to bring a fixer in to grow the company. No, those are two different set of skills, and I've learned that through personal experience as well. By the way, it's a very humbling experience. So, yeah, that's what's really happening over the next 4 years is getting back to basics, and so we're happy for that. Now, let me look at some of these super chats while I've been talking. Let's see here. Nag Phillips puts this up. This has been in the works for a while. The Department of Education was a propaganda indoctrinated machine. They have over time dumbed down our children to have control over them. This is why I homeschool, and that's why we will too. Really good. Yeah, so on one side of that debate is, oh, well, what's going to happen to our children? You guys are going to do harm to our children by getting rid of the Department of Education. Are we going to act like the Department of Education hasn't already done enough damage? That's my response every time. Oh, we don't want to nominate RFK Jr. because he's gonna kill our kids. Aren't you guys already killing our kids? I mean, you think he's going to do any worse than what's already happened? So I find that to be fascinating in a lot of these arguments. Let's see here. Michelle Dennis writes, I just want to thank you for all the time you put into informing us. I've truly learned a lot from you. Thank you. Let's see. I watch you on my way to work. Chris Thompson, appreciate you for the super chat. Love that. Okay. Now, these guys are finally reacting to the inauguration. And let's see here. I'm going to play a clip from them. And I might change it back to Fox News, but let's first hear.
His 4 years. He said we will tariff and tax other countries. If any country in the world could tax another country, that country would do it, and the people living in that country would pay no taxes. There is no such thing as taxing other countries. He will use tariffs, and tariffs do equate to taxes, and that tax will be paid only by us, by Americans. And then on the LA fires, he referred to his billionaire friends in the room and said, some of them with Los Angeles homes, he said, they don't have a home any longer. That is a lie, and it is not common for presidents to tell lies in an inaugural address. In fact, I've never heard one other than in a Trump inaugural address. Jeff Bezos' house in Los Angeles was never threatened for a single moment by that fire. The most important thing, though, was at the very beginning of his speech, because the substance of a Trump speech is always the same. This was a rally. And he began the speech the way these speeches always begin, by addressing directly the former presidents in the room. He said, President Bush, President Clinton, President Obama, President Biden. Donald Trump is the only former president who has never attended that moment so that he could have been addressed 4 years ago as a former president. And so we have returned to normalcy in that recitation, and the normalcy was presented by Donald Trump, who was in the process highlighting his own violation of that protocol, that responsibility, and that duty as an outgoing president to welcome in the incoming president.
Just noting what we're looking at here, we're seeing some what appear to be.
It's fascinating. These guys get paid millions to talk this way. I just don't get it. I don't understand it. No wonder they're looking to sell MSNBC in some capacity, which we've already talked about so many times. All right, well, I didn't hear that. I didn't hear him say Jeff Bezos' house burned down and he didn't have a home to go back to. Now, if you guys heard that, let me know in the comments section. I didn't hear that. So I'm definitely going to go back and research that. It is true, by offering tariffs on a country, technically we would be taxing them, which he said that like 3 seconds later contradicted himself. Fine. But see, this is what I'm saying. This is why we'll never get along with people who think this way. Because I'm a type of guy that I don't really care what words you technically used. If I get where you're getting at, that's good enough for me. If we get to the end result, the conclusion of the point, great. But you'll always have these people out there that, oh, don't say that. Nope, that's not the way to say it. Oh, no, that's not true. I mean, it's like they are the language police, right? Just, and it comes off smug and like they know better. And what's so fascinating is sooner or later, you got to be like, all right, why don't you run for president then? You know, because you speak as if you know more than Trump. Trump is a billionaire. He's definitely successful, no question. Family successful, amazing children. That's not often the case with rich people. Usually their children are something else, as you can see with Joe Biden's children and others. But the point is that his results have shown that he's found a lot of success. That doesn't mean Trump is perfect. I mean, he's got plenty of flaws. But that's how you could judge somebody if you're going to judge him. And I just think that a lot of these people should stop talking as if they don't have skeletons in their closet, as if they don't have issues that they in their own lives. But again, human behavior, right? This is what people do, is they project. All right, now this is obviously them finally departing, saying their goodbyes. I believe this will be the last transportation on Marine One for now former President Biden and the former First Lady, Dr. Jill Biden. Yeah. Yep, so classy. She really came dressed to impress. You know, there's certain people that can pull that type of hat off. I mean, I wouldn't be one of those individuals, of course, but just so classy. Yeah, really good. All right, so there's that delusional take from MSDNC. Just a shame. But anyways, what else would we expect from them, right? Now, let's get back to that breaking news of him pardoning his entire family. You just, I mean, what is your guys' reaction to that? What do you guys think about that? Pardoning his entire family. I mean, that is just, it says something. That obviously it is the Biden crime family. Okay, that's for sure. And that these conspiracy theories that they say that me and you are involved in, hey, maybe they are true. I mean, a lot of the conspiracy theories, and I'm saying them conspiracy theories because that's what they labeled them as, have come true. It was a conspiracy theory to say that, you know, the vaccine clearly would cause injury to people because it hasn't been tested long enough. That was a conspiracy theory. Another conspiracy theory was, you know, there are illegal migrants taking over apartment complexes in Colorado, right? Another conspiracy theory is the drones in New Jersey. I mean, we could go on and on. It's misinformation about Hunter Biden laptop, right? And all of it's been proven true. So, yeah, we're no longer buying anything that they say. Now, another breaking news right now is the CBP1 app is officially shut down. And this was the app that the Biden administration was using to transport, I'm going to call them illegal, but, you know, migrants from other countries by plane to here, and for other purposes as well, to get them into the country legally. So there's that. Also, we already talked about his family. And then there's going to be a lot of reaction from his speech today, which I'll release later in a video later today. So you guys look out for that. Now, let me show you guys a couple of funny photos here that are circling the internets that maybe the kid in you will find funny. Here's the first one, Mark Zuckerberg staring at Jeff Bezos' wife's chest. Yeah, come on. It's funny, right? But whatever. I mean, Mark Zuckerberg, he's an awkward guy, right? So we don't know what he was doing, but that's what the internet believes. So that's funny. Also, we know that speech was a big FU to the establishment and the globalists, which is why Biden didn't clap for anything that he said except when he mentioned the hostages, of course. We found that to be interesting. Let's see here. Oh, yeah. Here's another delusional take. This one is from Van Crybaby Jones. I call him Crybaby because that's what he does. He cries on camera over things that I don't think a man should cry for, but that's just me. Let's listen to his delusional take.
Actually giving Donald Trump not just the look, a lot of talk about America first. I hear from my friends in the conservative movement. Today, Joe Biden's putting America first. This is a tough day. You saw him put his hand on the car. It's heartbreaking. He's actually giving Donald Trump not just the dignity of a good transition. He's giving him a pretty decent economy. Things are healing. They're moving in the right direction. He's put in place some things. There's going to be a lot of red ribbons cut under the Trump administration because of tough votes that Biden got Democrats to take. So, I think it's an important moment. It's a powerful moment. Joe Biden, he probably stayed too long, but he stayed too long because he thought he had more good to do. He won't get a chance to do that good, but he's handing off a better economy than he got, and he's doing it in a more decent way, showing more decency than he received. You want to talk about America first? That's Joe Biden today.
Okay. So he's saying that if you want to talk about America first, for the conservatives out there who are watching, that's Joe Biden today. Joe Biden's putting America first. He's giving Donald Trump not just the dignity, but a pretty decent economy. Now, you guys already heard me rant about this. Yeah, a decent economy for Wall Street, no question. Just throw that in there at the end of the sentence and you're good. But not a decent economy for Main Street. I mean, my wife and I, okay, there's so many restaurants we love in LA, been shut down. It's fascinating. I've seen so many businesses, even in our own town here, vacant. Everybody sees it. In so many towns, we know this. But they want you to not know that. They don't want you to see that. They want you to believe that they've done all these executive actions to help people who have been behind get ahead. But at every turn, if they've gotten ahead, then why are they struggling? Right? That's why at the end of the day, the government can't do anything to get you ahead. That's a decision you have to make on your own in your own life. Better financial decisions, better decisions about what you're going to do with your life. All of those things actually make a bigger impact than what the government's going to do. Right? My goal for Trump in this administration is just, can you get back to the basics and stay out of the American people's way? That's when we get back to people taking control of their lives and living the life that God has meant for them. I just think when the government gets too involved, people depend on the government. Government creates more regulation and red tape. Nothing can get done. So people don't progress like they should. Anyways, so that my rebuttal to the decent economy is yes, for Wall Street, not for Main Street, of course. But who am I? I'm just some YouTube guy who is pushing misinformation, according to CNN. Now, here's another nice little clip that is making its way on social media. This is from Real America's Voice. This is John Fetterman talking about breaking norms, right? He was spotted walking around the Capitol this morning with shorts and a sweater. Right? Let's see.
Fetterman right now walking. There's one guy out here that I knew that would be able to take this cold, Senator Fetterman. Said, if we're live on the air right now, just want to appreciate you out here in the cold. It's sunset. Yeah, thank you, sir. Appreciate it. Unbelievable. There you go. There you go. Let's see if we can. It's
Fetterman.
Yeah, let's see if we can.
Fetterman.
It's Fetterman. Yeah, Senator Fetterman taking a selfie. Hey, if we can just get a quick selfie live on the air. Right, look, Senator Fetterman, quick selfie live on the air. Quick selfie. Nope. I gotta tell you, he's a man of his word. I love it. He's the real deal. He can take the cold. He's in shorts and a hoodie.
Wow. Yeah. At least he's consistent, right? At least he's consistent. That's crazy. So yeah, that caught a lot of people's attention. And it wasn't just that location. It was also on the Capitol steps. He was still in shorts and a sweater. So that's interesting. Let's see here. What else is going on at this moment? Right now, it seems that I think he's heading to finally possibly sign some executive orders. Let me show you what I see so you guys can see this for yourself. Hold on. By the way, while I'm queuing this up, thank you guys for your super chats. Thank you for supporting the channel. Definitely thank you for anybody who has bought us a cup of coffee or shopped the merch store. We appreciate everything you guys do for us here. Couldn't do it without you, of course. And let me bring this up.
Well, thank you all so much for being here. And was that a hell of a speech or what? That was, man. That was a good way to start it off. You know, I didn't know exactly what the president would put in that speech, and I hoped to myself that he wasn't going to hold back, and sir, you didn't hold back. That was a hell of a way to start the next 4 years. But I just want to say from the bottom of my heart, and I know I speak for the president and for all of us, thank you, thank you, thank you for making this possible. We love you. We wouldn't be here without you, and we're going to make America great again together for the next 4 years. And the last thing I'll say is, you know, having stood outside for about 5 minutes to wave goodbye to the Bidens, thank God we moved that thing indoors because it was a beautiful ceremony and it was cold as hell outside. So, sir, the 45th and 47th President of the United States, Donald J. Trump.
No, he's right. I said, oh, look at this beautiful sunny day. We blew it. And then I went outside and we were freezing. You would have been very unhappy. The sun was very deceptive, I will tell you. It is cold out. And I'm sort of saying, you know, that was so beautiful today. Maybe they should do it there every 4 years. Does that make sense? I don't know. Because, you know, the outdoor thing is really good, but it gets a little cold around this time of the year, as some people have noticed. And a lot of times they suffer through it. There was no suffering in that room. It was 72 degrees. It was perfect with the best acoustics I think I've ever heard in a room. This is not so bad either. But I just want to say, you're a younger, far more beautiful audience that I just spoke to. And I want to keep it off the record. I want to keep that off the record because I don't want to have all those big shots up there. I don't want to think you're more powerful than them, you look better than them, and I love you. Now, we just had a great time. We just had a great day. This was amazing. You know, when you think we took a journey, I mentioned in the speech, a lot of people said that was not a journey that was possible, and it was indeed possible. I didn't really know too much about what they were saying when they said that, but a lot of people felt it. And we hooked up with J.D. very early. I watched J.D. over a period of time. I endorsed him in Ohio. He was a great senator and very, very smart. The only one smarter than him was his wife. That was, I would have chosen her, but somehow the line of succession didn't work that way, right? But now she's great and he's great. This is a great, beautiful couple and unbelievable career. I just said to him, you are very upwardly mobile, because he hasn't been doing it that long, but he picked it up so quickly. Remember, the first week was a little bit like the fake news was hitting him really hard. And I said, ooh, this may be tough, but after that, it was smooth sailing for him. He took on everybody. He took on the meanest. I don't want to use the word corrupt because we're into a new system, so let's wait till the corruption begins, because it will. But he took on some pretty mean people, and he handled it well. I want to also congratulate Mike Johnson for the job that he's doing.
Don't clap.
Steve, we gave him a majority of almost nothing. And then I said, to make it tougher on him, let me take 2 or 3 of the people, right? I said, he'll only have to suffer with that for about 3 months. How are they doing, by the way? Are they, is that moving along?
Totally unified.
I said, do you mind if I take this one, that one, and a couple of others? He didn't mind. He can handle it. No, he's a man that's liked by everybody. I've never met a man like this. You've got how many is it, 219 or 220 or something? 220. And of the 220, 219 really like him. I noticed he got 1 negative vote once about 2 weeks ago. But I think even 220 like him, if you want to know the truth. And that's very unusual. I know a lot of nice guys in Congress, and they have 35 people that hate him. So if you have 35 people that hate you and you only have 1 or 2 or 3 votes, you'll have 5, I think. But that's going to be like, you know, the good news is when we get to that 5 number, it's going to feel like a massive majority. You can be really nasty to a couple of them at least, you know? So it's going to feel like hitting your head on the wall and stopping. It feels so good to stop, but he's done a fantastic job. And Steve Scalise is, he's our hero because, you know, I was with him. You talk about being shot. I was with him. He got some bad ones, and his incredible wife, and she really loves him. You know, you never know about that. I've been with other people. They were doing poorly, and the wife is like looking at a watch. She can't get out of the hospital fast enough. How's he doing? Oh, I don't know. He's all right. That woman was a mess. She was crying and crying. No, they're going to take him. They're going to take him. I told Steve when he finally woke up, it was a while too. The doctor told me it was the most blood they've ever transfused in any patient. They've never done anything like it. And here he is, the picture of strength, right? And he's been a great friend of mine, right? With a family, because of a family. And what a job you did. It worked out pretty much better than we even thought, right? And I did have a couple of things, you know, to say that were extremely controversial. And between J.D. and Melania and anybody else that heard, please, sir, it's such a beautiful unifying speech. Please, sir, don't say these things. I said, I'm telling you, it's going to play great. They say, you're right. For this group of people, it's going to play great. You're the only ones I hurt by not, oh, but we had some beauties, didn't we, Melania? She said, sir. Calls me sir when she's angry. No, I'm only kidding. I better say I'm only kidding, or the press is going to pick that one up loud and clear. No, but she said, no, I think it would be terrible. It's such a nice speech. I think it's, it all depends on your delivery. How was the delivery? Was it good? But she said it's such a beautiful speech. You can't put things in there that you were going to put in. And I was going to talk about the J6 hostages, but you'll be happy because, it's action, not words that count. And you're going to see a lot of action on the J6 hostages. See a lot of action. And I was going to talk about the things that Joe did today with the pardons of people that were very, very guilty of very bad crimes, like the Unselect Committee of Political Thugs, where they literally, what they did is they destroyed and deleted all of the information, all of the hearings, practically not a thing left. They deleted all the information on Nancy Pelosi having turned down the offer of 10,000 soldiers. You wouldn't have needed 10,000. You could have had 500, and they would have stopped. Because we may have had 1 million people that day, the people that were there. You don't see any photographs, but we have a lot of great photos. But you don't see those photographs. They don't put them in. They show the people at the Capitol. But I was talking about that. I was going to talk about that. They said, please don't bring that up right now. You can bring it up tomorrow. I said, how about now in front of the I'll bring it up right now. This little time delay is good because we're getting great reviews on the speech. Now watch. They'll take the speech and say, I didn't like it because he left there and he's talked to people. But we're giving you a little more information than we gave upstairs. But no, they pardoned a lot of people. They pardoned, before we even get to today, they pardoned, 33 murderers, absolute murderers, the worst murderers. When you get the death sentence in the United States, you have to be bad because they don't give it much. And he pardoned almost everybody having a death sentence. And if you went through the crimes that were committed, you wouldn't even believe them, the level of violence, the people that were killed, the innocence of people that were killed and children killed by these people. And he pardoned them for whatever reason. He spared them, but they didn't spare the people that they killed. And, who knows what happens in the future. It's one of the worst because a lot of times they let them out early after that. They say you're going to be in for life, but then all of a sudden they get let out for good behavior, and then they go on a rampage. It's one of those little things, right? But I was going to talk about that. But I was really going to talk about the level of, what's going on. Why are we doing this? Why are we trying to help a guy like Milley? Why are we doing Milley? He was pardoned. What he said, terrible what he said. Why are we helping some of the people? Why are we helping Liz Cheney? Liz Cheney is a disaster. She's a crying lunatic and crying Adam Kinzinger. He's a super crying. I never saw the guy not crying. He's always crying. I looked at him. I remember years ago he was actually on my side. And then one day, when you don't want to kill people in wars, they turn against you. Liz Cheney hated the concept of not going to war with everybody. Let's kill everybody. Let's spend a lot of money on military equipment. Where her father works, right? And but what she did was incredible. Think of it. They destroyed and deleted all of that information that went on for almost 2 years against Trump. And the reason they did, because it was all false. Like the person that said, I tried to strangle a Secret Service agent. That's one of the toughest human beings I think I've ever seen. I actually had a friend saying, please don't change that, sir. You are the coolest sucker in history. Remember, she said, I put my hands around his neck because he wouldn't go to the Capitol. Made up fiction. And I was rebuffed. And the guy on the right is a massive weightlifter, probably stronger than me. Do you think he's stronger than me, honey? You know who I'm talking about. Possibly stronger than me. Slightly younger than me, like, I won't say how many years because I don't want to talk about that, but a lot of years. But I had a friend that said, why are you disputing that story? That's the coolest story I've ever heard. That I would attack a karate champion, get slightly rebuffed, and then throw my arms around a guy with a neck about this big. even though there are bars, there are bars, you can't really do that anyway. So I wanted to talk about that. But all of that stuff got deleted. And the reason it got deleted is they were all caught in lies. Secret Service testified, and they said it didn't happen. Actually, the two guys were very embarrassed. They're suffering because their friends are saying, did Trump really do that to you? But they gained a whole new respect for me.
All right. So I want to show you guys some updated information. I was trying to see where this speech was going to go, but I think he's just kind of recapping everything that he just went over. So we'll just move on. Let's go here to let me get out of this. There we go. Okay. So I just saw this on X, and I want to bring this to your guys' attention. Actually, hold on. Let's first hear from Scott Jennings, because I was waiting to hear what he had to say about all this. I think we will enjoy that. So let's listen to that about his reaction to the speech.
I thought this was an incredible speech, honestly, and truly watching Donald Trump indict these gangsters to their faces while they had to sit right in front of him in that intimate setting in the rotunda for Republicans was remarkable. They had to sit there and take it just minutes after Biden, who we're looking at here, pardoned his entire family. I mean, it was glorious. By the way, I love the rotunda setting. I thought it was regal. I thought it was awesome. And listening to him talk about how he's going to exercise his power today reminded me that he is absolutely ascendant. He is at the apex of his political power right now. And, the promise of a new presidency is enormous. You get this power and you have influence, and the mandate is to change people's lives for the better and to restore American prestige. And he began to explain how he was going to do that immediately. The mandate's simple. It's economic relief. It's fix the immigration crisis, steer the country away from the cultural left, and restore American prestige. The speech hit several notes on that front. And I agree with Caitlin. Today, Republicans feel vindicated, and Trump is back to fix the country.
All right. Lovely. Now, I want to also get to this about the people he did not pardon. He did not pardon Jack Smith and the team of thugs. Merrick Garland, who was the Attorney General. Another name, Christopher Wray, which is the FBI director. The Vindman clan, also. They're just terrible. So that's interesting. He left people out, including himself. He didn't pardon himself, that is Joe Biden. So we'll see what happens with that. All right, let's go to this. Adam Schiff did get a pardon, which you just shake your head. Also, another update is the Trump administration has been sued over Doge, moments of him swearing in. We knew that would happen. Let's see here. All right, I'm going to get to your super chats, but I want to also react to, here's Senator John Fetterman. He actually, in the Capitol Rotunda, continued to dress that way. Look, he's here in shorts. So that's funny. Yeah. All right, let's get to your super chats. I know you guys have been patiently waiting. All right, AJ Callie writes, thank you, Devori. Appreciate you. The Cut 03 Biden family made money hand over fists. Now they told Sleepy Joe to go back and protect everyone. Over the last 10 years, they are probably most mad about the genders. They're mad about a lot of things, right? I'm not going to butcher your username there, but thank you for the super chat. Let's see here. Tart Wark says, I have to say the end of Trump's speech made me feel proud to be an American. I'm hoping everyone have successful next 4 years. Exactly. Exactly. This is the way that I feel too. Now, someone did mention, I did see that Mel Gibson's home is the one that burnt down. So maybe he was referring to that. I like that. I appreciate that for telling us that, because I don't know what they were trying to dispute. But they're always trying to dispute something that as it pertains to Trump, and they should just give it up because there's no credibility anymore. It doesn't matter anymore at this point. So I don't know who is going to be talking. Let's see here. The gender thing, yep, that was a good one. There's only 2 genders. Yep, let's get back to that. I totally agree with that. Now, here's a clip of migrants at the border crying because it is now official that Trump is the president. And there's more information about why, because I just told you they shut off the app, right? So let's take a look at this. This is in Juarez, who were waiting for their 1 p.m. CBP1 parole appointments, learned 20 minutes ago that the app has shut down and these appointments are no longer valid. Yeah. There you go. What do you say, right? I mean, listen, just come through legally. That's all we want. I don't understand why that is a debate. It's crazy. So yeah, that's something that happened. And the media is going to pick that up and already start to say that Trump is trying to separate families. We know they're going to run with that and all this other nonsense. Okay. J6 pardons. I mean, let's see what happens with that. He did mention there would be a lot of business as it pertains to that in that speech we were just watching. So I'd really love to see how that plays out. And remember, there are really 2 sides of this debate between Republicans or conservatives. One side says pardon all of them. Another side says pardon people who were convicted on nonviolent crimes. People who say pardon them all is because they believe even the violent crimes were entangled in entrapment, meaning everything was a sham to begin with. So based on that, every case should be thrown out and people should be pardoned fully. My question is, how does preemptive pardons actually work? So Hunter Biden was at least convicted of something. Then he was pardoned. But Adam Kinzinger, Liz Cheney, Anthony Fauci, they haven't been convicted of anything. So I'm waiting to see how they explain that. But the thinking right now is Trump will not be able to investigate them. Well, he will be able to investigate them. He just won't be able to convict them and send them to prison if they deserve to go to prison, which I believe they do. And I do believe they're going to dedicate some resources to investigating and exposing the truth about what actually took place. And guys, it's exhausting. Why are we still talking about January 6th? Can we just move on? Right? Well, again, the Democrats won't move on because it's like they won't move on from the 2020 election. They continue to ask Republicans every single time, "Hey, are you going to say that Trump lost the 2020 election?" I mean, they're still living in the past. So we'll see what happens with that. But listen, there should be an investigation. And a lot of people say, well, DeVore, there was already an investigation. Yeah, but again, a lot of it has been censored. Now we're in a time where a true investigation presented to the American public in a way where it is not censored so people can learn the truth about what did happen. And that same principle applies to the 81 million votes that Joe Biden got. How do you explain that? But, and that's a whole nother thing. I'm not even going to go down that road because I'll just get a little triggered. But I just think it's common sense. I mean, 81 million votes, clearly they didn't follow the law. They probably counted duplicate ballots that weren't even official, weren't even signed. But listen, who cares, right? Trump is president now. But it would be interesting to see if they do launch an investigation into that and also show that to the American people that, yes, our elections are not as, secure as we may think when there is a pandemic going on, of course. So we'll see what happens with that. Okay. Now here is Morning Joe. Let's get back to the preemptive pardons really quick. Here's Morning Joe talking about these preemptive pardons and their reaction to it, and I want to react to it. So let me cue this up for you guys here.
Several weeks ago after being elected, because there is, it's one thing to be saying it in the heat of a campaign, but after being elected, saying that the people serving on the January 6th committee should go to jail, that obviously probably made Joe Biden more ready for those pardons. Of course, Mark Milley, he said what he said about Mark Milley. Same with Fauci and the U.S. Capitol Police.
These are being offered.
They're being offered. So they're being offered.
That's correct.
So they have to
Right
accept
now.
those.
They have to accept them. Right.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
So the limousine ride just got more interesting.
Yes,
The
it
one
did.
We've been talking about
that's going to be
when
something.
President Biden.
Okay, so yeah, there's a interesting detail. That's why I said I want to know about these preemptive pardons. So he offered the pardons, but it doesn't mean that they've been accepted. So clearly they have to accept them for it to be official. So meaning what? It's not official yet. Now maybe Anthony Fauci, because he did put out a statement, maybe he did accept it. But bottom line is that's a key piece of information there.
And the president-elect ride over from the White House to the Capitol. The president ends the statement by saying the issuance of these pardons should not be mistaken as acknowledgement that any individual engaged in any wrongdoing, nor should acceptance be misconstrued as an admission of guilt for any offense. That was part of the reason some of these people, and we'll see if they accept these pardons, that said, I don't want a pardon. Because by accepting it, it implies that I've done something wrong, and I haven't. So it'll be interesting to see now they've been offered. There are 4.5 hours left in President Biden's presidency. Claire, it'll be interesting to see if they take them.
And
yeah,
should
it
they?
makes me sad.
Yeah.
It makes me sad. First of all, it sets a precedent. Can you imagine the list 4 years from now? Not good. And frankly, it shows that we have gotten to the point that we no longer trust the institutions of our courts to fairly administer the laws. Because I think the people who say I don't want a pardon are saying that because they know factually there is no evidence to do anything to them. So I get it, and I'm not being critical of the president for doing it.
You
but
should
it's
be.
sad. It is very, very sad, and it's another blow to the institution of rule of law in this country.
Claire, I have a question. Maybe you can answer.
But remember, just the other night, he said that no one is above the law except his son and these individuals, right? And this is just, it's a bad look. I mean, how more disconnected can you be?
I don't know. Maybe someone else here can answer it. Do these pardons offered this morning, do they time out with the demise of the Biden presidency?
No.
They don't?
No.
Okay.
Let's go right now to NBC News senior White House correspondent,
Good
Gabe
question.
Gutierrez. Gabe, of course, some
This
breaking.
just broke.
This obviously breaking news on the offering of pardons to Liz Cheney, Mark Milley, members of the January 6th committee. That
Anthony
includes
Fauci.
Adam Kinzinger, Anthony Fauci, obviously, as Willie said, the limousine ride over to the Capitol just got a little more interesting.
Yeah, certainly, Joe, Mika, Willie, good morning. It did get a whole lot more interesting. And this is something that we had known that the White House, that the president was considering now for quite some time, this idea of preemptive pardons. And if you could look further at the statement, he says, I cannot in good conscience do nothing. Baseless and politically motivated investigations wreak havoc on the lives, safety, and financial security of targeted individuals and their family. This is something, Joe and Mika, that President Biden had been wrestling with over the last several weeks. And so now hearing this just several hours before he is set to leave the Oval Office here behind me on this chilly day in Washington. Of course, expected to be a very busy morning here. The president.
All right. Well, yeah, I think we said what needed to be said on that. It's just, yeah, it's a blow to everybody, obviously. American people want accountability. He's bailing them out. He's preventing that. And we keep saying every single decision is the end of the Democratic Party, but this has to be the end. I mean, who is their true leader? What is their true message? How do they connect with the American people at this point? What are the recent results? What are some prime examples that shows that American people can trust them, given that Joe Biden did this? Again, we go back, Hunter Biden, I can understand that, but the additional individuals, no. And again, that's not me agreeing with the Hunter Biden thing. I think that was ridiculous as well. But again, it's his son. He can do whatever he wants. Fine. But when you're pardoning these thugs and people who clearly, I believe, are guilty of something, because if you can drag a former president in a courtroom and convict him on 34 felony counts because he put in the books that, it was a business expense, right? Then you can convict these people of anything, right? We're talking about the Stormy Daniels payment. That is a complete joke. A complete joke. That whole thing. That's the problem with politics is we blur the lines between morality and legality, right? What's legally or what's legal and what's illegal versus what's moral. That's all different scenarios. And that's where they're stuck. The media and the Democrats, they're stuck in this. They blurred the lines on all that. They think attacking Trump because morally they don't agree with him is always the first step. It's not the first step because your guys' party is morally corrupt. That's why I put up this post on X yesterday talking about the morally conflicted Tim Kaine, who went on to Face the Nation to complain about the pain that Trump's mass deportation plans will cause for consumers and employers, which we know at this point is not true. He's not the first person to do deportation. We know Barack Obama is coined the deporter in chief, so we'll see. And here's the thing, and this is why I said it. Republicans and conservatives and people who support Trump are more likely to criticize Trump when we believe he's doing something wrong versus Democrats. They are still unwilling to criticize Joe Biden. You just heard her. Oh, I don't want to criticize the president. Why? He's done. This is his last day. It's over. He's never coming back. Well, you just go ahead and let loose. Just tell us what it is. But that's why people don't trust them, because they're unwilling to tell the truth, even though it's staring them in the face. And of course, we are not shocked by that. Now, let's move to another story that I want to talk about. This is in regards to, so this happened yesterday. There were the pre-inauguration ball that Trump had, and there were celebrities that performed there. One in particular, Snoop Dogg. Another one, believe it or not, was Soulja Boy, which I don't know who would want him to come out and perform, but okay, whoever's in charge. 3, Nelly is another one. And they all started to get backlash. So right now, the current argument is Snoop Dogg's getting a lot of backlash because he's a flip-flopper, because he said some nasty things about Trump in 2017. Now, in case you guys aren't familiar with what he said, it's all the same triggered, hateful comments that someone would say who didn't agree with Trump back then, right? And let me actually pull up this clip for you guys so you can kind of hear it for yourself. Let's see here. There we go. This is 2017. He said this.
So ain't nobody gonna perform for Donald Trump, huh? Which one of you jigaboo ass niggas gonna be the first one to do it? I'm waiting. I'm gonna roast the fuck out one of you Uncle Tom ass niggas for doing it. Which one of you niggas gonna do it first? Osby's the one that performs for himself.
All right. I thought it was beeped out, so Hopefully children weren't listening. Okay, so he says that, and then obviously this is him last night. He's DJing the actual party. Okay, sorry, let me zoom down there for you. He's DJing the party. So, okay, he gets some flack for that. Now, the reason why, I think a common sense reason on why he switched, because in 2017, he, did what everybody else was doing. They were condemning Trump. And then one of the last actions that Trump did when he left the White House, for those people who believe in the insurrection, he did leave the White House, right? One of his last actions as president is him pardoning Snoop Dogg's mentor. He was in prison. Well, he gave him a pardon. And so after that, Snoop Dogg changed his tune. And that's why he, I guess, supports him now. So, yeah, there's that. And I don't know how you guys feel about that. I really don't care. I don't think Snoop Dogg is going to be the deciding factor on whether or not people vote Republican or Democrat. But that's how Democrats see it. They see it as, oh, well, what Snoop Dogg is doing is damaging our party. He's a thorn in our side. And that's why last night I put up the clip, if you guys follow me on X, showing one of these liberals on CNN say that. Let's play that for you now. Here we go. Okay.
I will add this. The problem with what Snoop has done is, I was in the war room in 2020, and Snoop was perpetuating a lot of disinformation. And these kinds of moves are like a thorn in the side of the Democratic Party, because he's got millions and millions of people who follow him, and he's normalizing Donald Trump in a way that's hard for Democrats to walk back with his followers. And so he's got an ability, Snoop, to speak to sort of real voters and appeal to real voters in a way the Democratic Party doesn't. He stands in a way of that, continues to perpetuate these disinformation, misinformation about Donald Trump. And again, it really confounds the party. I will add this.
You think after the election they would learn that celebrities have no sway on the way that people are going to vote. But I'm telling you, they're still stuck in campaign mode. If you listen to the way that they are speaking, Democrats or liberals, they're still speaking as if they're running a campaign. It's like it hasn't set in yet, unfortunately for them. Listen, Snoop Dogg isn't going to ruin the Democratic Party. The Democratic Party has already ruined themselves. Okay, he's not the reason they lost the election, but that's the excuse they want to use, and it's out of touch, as I've stated so many times. So yeah, that's what they are saying about that whole mess. And then of course Nelly, who had some things to say because he was getting backlash off of this. And I mean, I don't have a problem with people like Snoop Dogg or any rapper or anybody performing for Trump, because it doesn't really matter in the end. They could do whatever they want. I know they're getting paid for it, so who really cares? Well, but let's hear what he had to say, just really quickly here.
I thought you was riding with me because I put on for my city, and I try to bring my city up every step of the way. I did not know you was riding with me because you thought I would ride for who you voted for. I didn't know that. I apologize. I apologize. I didn't know that I had to agree with your political choices, and I thought it was the things that you do, not the things that you say should be done. If you follow what I do, this shouldn't even be an argument. He's the president. He won. This isn't a campaign. This isn't an RNC. I'm not out on the political campaign. I didn't get none of that 1.5. You see what I'm saying? Like to try to help somebody get voted.
Kamala didn't invite you to perform?
No. She didn't invite me. I
She
didn't
didn't
get
invite me
invited.
either, man. I was gonna do
Man,
it all
I'm
at
just
home.
saying. Like, so, but I don't knock the ones that did. I don't knock the brothers and sisters that benefited from it. I don't knock the correspondents that may have gotten money to do that. I'm not doing this for money. I'm doing this because it's an honor. I respect the office. It don't matter who is in office. The same way that our men and women, our brothers and sisters who protect this country, have to go to war and have to put their life on the line for whoever in office. So if they can put their life on the line for whoever in office, I can damn sure perform for whoever.
Yeah, good point. So, but hey, he's getting, backlash from who? Liberals, Democrats. And that's what you're going to continue to see more of. You're going to see a certain part of Democrats who are going to scold each other because they look at it as you are normalizing Trump. Well, whether they want to admit it or not, Trump is a human being and he's the president of the United States once again. And they just need to accept it. And the more they fight against it, the worse it will get for them. Now, here's some breaking news. This is being reported by Fox News in El Paso. Let me bring this up for you guys. Moments after Trump sworn in, this was clearly already planned. The port of entry in downtown El Paso was temporarily closed Monday morning. Moments before Trump's swearing-in ceremony, Trump announced he is declaring a national emergency at the border, reinstating the Remain in Mexico policy and ending catch and release. And here they all are.
Application of force. Advertencia. Esta es una área restringida federal. Fuera de los límites de personal no autorizado. La entrada o el movimiento no autorizado más allá de este punto.
I'm sure my wife, who knows Spanish, can translate that. Can she? Yeah, so they're not playing any games. All right. So they're already shutting down the border because it's been declared an emergency, which brings me to the next story I wanted to cover really quickly here. Are these mass deportations that are supposed to take place, these raids, Chicago, New York City, LA, just all over the place, right? And of course, first it was announced that it would happen, and then new reporting was that, oh, we're going to change it because the word got out, which I don't believe that to be true, but that was like kind of like the last major update. But these raids are supposed to happen over the next 2 weeks. And so, again, that debate is this is going to cause harm. This is going to make milk go up in prices, which we know is all a bunch of bull. I don't understand why Democrats continue to argue when it comes to deporting criminals, right? I mean, why is that a debate? There's no debate on that. Just get them out of the country. But okay, fine. The point is that the American people voted to get these people out, and that's exactly what Trump is going to do. And of course, the real issue that the Democrats want Americans to focus on is what? The separation of families. So because they know that's going to tug on your heartstrings and make it emotional, because that's the playbook for all Democrats is how do we make this debate emotional so we get people to think from their emotion and not necessarily from logic, which is what they've done with black people for generations on end. That's what they did with the George Floyd riots. We can go down the line, BLM. But I think American people are waking up to that tactic, and they're not always buying into that anymore. Anyways, so they're using the family separation to get people emotional, to disagree with Trump's plan to mass deport people. Listen, if you brought your family over here, they should be deported with you. I don't understand what's so confusing about that. Well, they're young kids, okay, and those young kids could go back with their family. Or if you're so adamant about keeping the kids here, then put them in the adoption system, or what's another word? I don't want to put them in an orphanage, but I mean, what do you want us to do? Right? I mean, it doesn't make sense. Why should someone be allowed to cross the border legally, drop off their kids, and call it a day? That doesn't make any sense. And we're the only country that puts up with this, by the way. So there's that. And of course, the social medias are now being updated. So Melania Trump now has her account. I'm just looking at this live as I'm talking to you guys. And so is Trump. But anyways, I do want to end this subject with the mass deportations off with this point as well. If we had a mass invasion, that means we need a mass deportation. That's why it needs to happen. So, you know, we just have to accept it. And for all those crybabies out there, they're going to have to deal with it. All right, let me see here where we're at with this ceremony, because there was a couple other scheduled events. I just want to see if he's at the point where he's signing executive orders. That's what I'm kind of waiting for right now. Let's see here. Okay, so he's about to. So yeah, I want to make sure that we cover that, and then we'll get to the end of the live stream. He's not there yet, but he's on his way, is what they're reporting at this moment. So I'll be on standby for that. Let me get to some of your super chats. Also, if you guys had joined us midway through, thank you. If you've been watching since the beginning, thank you as well. You could support us by going to the link in the description, shop in the merch store, or you could buy us a cup of coffee. We appreciate you. Big goals for this year is to bring you guys all sides of the debate, give you our common sense perspective about it, and you can make up your own mind. That is the goal. Because I've seen on both sides, to be honest with you, I've seen on both sides where it's just truly biased. And I don't want us to have a country where one side is being silenced. I want to hear the delusional takes from MSDNC so we can debunk them. You know, it's free speech. Let them say whatever they want to say. It's okay. We'll just show the facts. We'll pull up the research and we can talk about it, right? That's where we need to get back to. The culture for so long, especially in academia right now, is one side is absolutely censored. If you're a conservative, if you believe in getting married and having kids, if you believe in two genders, if you believe we shouldn't be involved in any wars, if you believe that we shouldn't be taxing citizens in the way that we're doing it, if you don't believe in open borders, I mean, they definitely don't want to hear from you. You would be considered an extremist. That's the way the culture has been for some time. This is what young people are growing up in. So we got to be able to set the example that is not the right way to handle our discourse in this country. We need to be able to hear all sides and then just deliver the facts and go from there. All right, super chats from Alex. How is it possible that preemptive pardons are allowed? It seems so easily abused. I know. I agree. Here we go. I came here legally based on merits and achievements, and I was welcomed with open arms. Legal American resident, soon citizen. I love this country. Hey, so DJLSB Vapes, can you tell everybody in the comment section how long has it taken, or how long will it take you to get your citizenship? Because you're not yet, but you will be. What's the timeline like? Is it still like 7 years, 10 years? I'd love to know. See, if we want to criticize our immigration, criticize that. Criticize that. Right? I mean, why does it take so long for people to become a citizen in this country? And I'm talking about people who clearly have demonstrated they're worthy of being a citizen. Right? Hold on, guys. My wife made me some tea. Give her a big thank you. That would be an area to criticize for sure. All right, moving on. I'll be looking for your answer there. Moonflux writes, MSNBC had 10K viewers, just as much as you did. Fox News had over 500K viewers. MSNBC turned off their chat for some reason, but Fox left theirs on. Yeah, No wonder. We are not surprised by that. Why is this not centered? There we go. Yeah, we're not surprised. Let me see if he answered in the comment section. Oh, here it is. So someone put it's 5 years. My wife got hers 2 years ago. I think that's what he meant to say. Okay. If you sponsor a sibling 15 to 20 years to get a green card, then 5 more years for citizenship. Yeah. I became a naturalized citizen. It takes 10 years. You see, like in that scenario, that's a good debate to have. Should it take that long? But the debate about, oh, should we deport illegal criminals? What are you kidding me? That should not be a debate whatsoever. Okay, so we're still waiting for president to sign. There's like a signing ceremony. Some people are claiming that he's going to need a lot of pens because of the amount of executive orders that he's going to issue. And so they're all just standing by right now. And as soon as that comes up. Now, there was something else on social media that I want to react to, and it was this claim, which it's funny, MSNBC said this, that there wasn't enough black people at the inauguration. Or excuse me, there wasn't enough people of color at the inauguration. What do you guys think of that? Do you think there should have been more people of color? Do you think that people of color was not represented well during the inauguration? I'd love to get your guys' take on that. I think I already know. Oh, excuse me, it wasn't MSNBC, it was CBS. Yeah, I want to pull up that clip. Here it is right here. It's actually on their X account. Oh, this is great. Listen to this.
You guys, I have to say, I'm looking at this crowd. I do not see many people of color. Does anybody else besides me observe that? I'm fascinated by why that is.
On Martin Luther King Jr. Day, the most notable and one of the most high-ranking is Justice Ketanji Brown Jackson, first black woman to serve on the U.S. Supreme Court, notably appointed by Joe Biden as he wanted to follow in the footsteps of Jimmy Carter and appointing a number of women and black women to the federal judgeships.
General Brown, chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, is probably there. In fact, that might be the side of his head. No, because he's, well, I can't tell what uniform that is. I can't tell from this. But he was undoubtedly there.
Yeah, I saw Jim Clyburn.
Yeah, so as a black person, as a black man in America, right? This is so annoying. I mean, one thing that really gets me going is this whole rhetoric. And let me tell you why. I mean, where are you going to find all the black people? I mean, there's only 13% of us in the population. Like, do you want to just hire some black people and put them in there just to, meet your whole needs? You're insecure. It's an insecurity. It's a limiting belief. They believe that people of color are not represented. That's the underlying belief. And my pushback to that is, well, what do you mean they're not represented? There's only 13% of the population. How many Asians were there? How many Indians? I mean, we can go every ethnicity. Were there Cubans there? Were there enough Cubans? I mean, Marco Rubio, right? Where's the rest of them? But it's only black people of color, that they do this with. And it distracts from what matters most, which is the damn ceremony, man. Who cares about who's there or who's not? They had it inside. Clearly, if it was outside, I'm sure you could find more people of color. But that's what they go to. Just shameful. It's a huge turnoff. I told you guys this story. The last conversation, it was the last conversation about my military career. But the last, I guess, straw for me was, so when you become an officer, or you seek to become an officer in the military, they assign you a officer recruiter, or someone who sponsors the process of you transitioning to be an officer. Because I was enlisted, I was a sergeant first class, so you got to go through an officer recruiter to make that transition. So I go to the training, I graduate, all that good stuff, and then at the ceremony at the end, the recruiter comes up and she says, "Hey, I really love for you to meet." I'm gonna use his name. Colonel Bond was his name. He was a black colonel. He's just like, "I really would love for you to meet Colonel Bond. He's black. He's African American, and he's looking for more African American lieutenants to serve in his unit." So you're telling me he's not looking for qualified lieutenants to serve in his unit, or, lieutenants that have prior enlisted experience to serve in his unit? No, he's looking for lieutenants based on their skin color. That's what you're telling me. And I knew at that time, I was like, yeah, this isn't for me. I'm done. I'm glad I got out, because now I have a great wife and our son. Life's great now. But everything happens for a great reason, of course. But yeah, so let me go ahead and switch to this ceremony, because he is now signing. And we've been waiting for this. Okay, hold on. And we'll circle back.
He will be signing some documents there, and I assume these are the first of the executive orders.
Yes.
Let's listen in.
We went to the helicopter. It was freezing. The sun is a little deceptive.
Yes, it is.
So what would you like us to do?
Sign your orders.
Official documents.
What do we sign?
They're going to be happy with these documents?
Yeah, they're we might not be here.
It's the next step.
It's a tradition.
Sir, the first is 22 cabinet and cabinet level appointments for your signature.
Okay.
The next one will be, excuse me. The next one will be 47 sub-cabinet level appointments, sir.
But you don't have to sign 47 times.
Look at that. Chuck Schumer joking with Hitler, right?
Thank you, sir. Now 31 acting designations and appointments to effectively take control of the government.
Let's do that.
That's important.
That's important. Doesn't matter.
And we have 15 commission chairman and acting chairman appointments.
Send him.
Commission chairman and acting chairman.
He was #1 at Harvard also. You know that?
Good counsel.
They have something in common.
Thank you, sir. Lastly, we have a proclamation ordering that on all future inauguration days, including this inauguration day, that flags shall be flown at full mast.
Very important.
So it was a beautiful place to have an inauguration tonight. The sound was so good. The temperature was 72 degrees, but the sound was so good. So maybe something to think about.
Thank you.
Okay.
The good acoustics. Yes.
All right. Now
That's
thank
it?
you. We go to lunch.
Great. Very
Nice
good.
to meet you. Thank you very much. There you go. Take that. All right. See you.
Thank you, Mr. President. Sir.
Mr. President, did you have a good meeting with former President Biden?
Very nice. Very nice. It goes back as long as helicopters. Before that, it was a stagecoach. I thought it was beautiful. Thank you. Great job. Great job. Thank you. Check.
Mr. President, do you have any reaction to the pardons President Biden did at the last minute?
Well, I'm not going to discuss it now. I think it was unfortunate that he did that. We won't discuss it now. There's plenty of time to discuss it.
Thank you very much, guys.
Should we go to lunch?
Thank you very much.
Okay.
Head to lunch.
Ready for lunch? Okay.
Okay, President Trump signing the official documents that set up his nominees officially in the record. It's taking over the government. This is the procedural part. This is not the list of executive orders and actions. We'll see those throughout the day at Capitol One and then later at the White House, some more. But you heard him being asked there whether he knew about the pardons from President Biden. Said he didn't want to talk about it right then.
Yeah. So again, that contradicts what Democrats would have you believe, right? That he's unhinged, and he's going to fly off the handle, and he's going to emotionally react. I mean, that was the most presidential thing to say. Yeah, I'm not going to talk about that right now. But they'll never give him credit for doing things like that, of course. So a couple of new super chats, then I'll get back to the soapbox. Aaron and Jessica writes, let me put this on here. We are so glad to have found your channel. Love listening to your opinion. We are from West Virginia, and it's nice having a conservative from California. Yeah. Now, I caused some drama on social media when I stated that my wife or my family and I, we would be moving from California to a different state. And my question was, why do so many people get triggered when they hear that? So that's the question. Excuse me. I'd love for you guys to react in the comment section below. Why is it that when conservatives from other states hear of conservatives moving from California, they get triggered? That'd be an interesting reaction to see. Let me know what you guys' thoughts are about that in the comment section. Now, if you're just joining us, he didn't really sign anything controversial. It's all standard procedure, as you heard. So nothing really to talk about in regards to that. But yeah, it was good to see that, I guess. And what I was talking about before we cut away was this CBS stating that there wasn't enough people of color at the inauguration, which is BS. And it's funny because, like, let me show you this picture here. Let's just go back to this really quick. You guys tell me if I'm looking at this wrong, okay? Oh, sorry. Wrong one. Oh. Hold on. Let me get my act together here. There we go. All right. So let's see. As far as diversity is concerned, you got 1, 2, 3 women in that room right now. So there you go. One is the first lady, obviously. Let's see here. You've got Hakeem Jeffries. He's African American, but I don't see Cuban. I don't see Mexican. I don't see Asian. Where are they at? But it's only black people they want to bring this up. Right? Another thing was, he didn't nominate any black people to be in his cabinet. Okay, you're not going to remember Scott Turner, right? He's not black, I guess. But this is what they do. This is where they go to. Shameful. And that's why we just got to get back to common sense. You know, I don't really care what your skin color is. You know, it does more damage than good to look at your life through the lens of skin color. I know this. There's no return on investment. There really isn't. That it's good to celebrate your culture, you know. I think that's great. But I don't need you changing government policies because you believe my skin color is under attack or something, which it isn't. All right, so here's another one we're going to react to right now. This is just coming in. Mark Cuban on MSDNC is reacting, or I guess melting down, at the emergency declaration at the border. I guess they are mocking it. So we'll take a listen to that really quickly here and see what they are saying.
A state of emergency is officially now in effect on the border. Does it feel like an emergency where you are standing?
Feels no different than 20 minutes ago or 30 minutes ago or an hour ago when we got here early this morning, Rachel. The one practical change that we do know that has gone into effect here is that CBP One app that was put into place by the Biden administration, part of their effort, stated effort to have a more fair, safe, humane, orderly process at the border, has been discontinued by the Trump administration and President Trump. I have to say I've reported from this spot over the course of 4 different presidential administrations for NBC News and MSNBC. In the Obama administration,
a state of emergency.
Oh, they cut it off short. Yeah, so that's what we expect, especially from them. They're not going to offer any substance in their reactions, of course. I think one of the, here's something that we can also talk about. Let me know your guys' answers about this in the comment section. Which declaration or executive order do you think is probably the one that you love the most? Remember, he declared that there are 2 genders. He's going to issue an executive order on that. He's going to issue an executive order on the southern border is under state of emergency. He's going to issue an executive order ending all DEI woke policies in the federal government, including the military. He issued an executive order, or he will, declaring drug cartels as terrorist organizations. That's my favorite one. I don't understand why it's taking this long to do that. Actually, I do, because we know they're complicit. The federal government's complicit. They tolerate the drug cartels, no question. If we really wanted to stop the drug cartels, we could. We'd wipe them out, of course. What is Mexico really going to do? I mean, we would annihilate them. It wouldn't even... It'd be over. However, they deal with it because there's money to be made. That's why I said I don't trust any of these people. I don't care if they're Republican or Democrat or independent. All of them are corrupt. It's just the question is to what degree, right? That's how I see it. A couple more super chats here before I move on to the next story. It took me 4 years waiting for USA political asylum visa in third country in 1980. Wow. What are your thoughts on, this is from Retro Reviews, thoughts on the music tech difficulties? Yeah, that was unfortunate, but that's technology. You can plan all you want, but every now and then it just fails on you, which is why you should have somebody like Carrie Underwood who doesn't need technology because she's naturally a talent in singing. Overbuilt Limited writes, wife came here from Russia, K-1 marriage visa, eligible for citizenship after 3 years. She's treated more fairly by U.S. immigration than American citizens who believe Russia bad talking points. Yeah, I could see that. You know, let's see. Let me see if you guys responded to us moving. What were your guys' reaction to that? Because that's what I experienced when I triggered some people on X about moving from California to another state. Is that through the repetition of a narrative, you start to accept it as true, especially when you don't have any other information to counter it with. Meaning what? When a bunch of liberals moved to Phoenix, Arizona, people in Arizona just automatically believe, I don't care if you're a conservative, Democrat, Republican, you're going to come ruin our state because it's the repetition of their experience. This is why I challenge everybody to think for yourself. Even the repetition of seeing the injustices done against Trump does not mean sooner or later in his administration over the next 4 years, he's going to do something we disagree with, right? So don't forget to think for yourself. And so, yeah, that whole Russia thing with your wife, yeah, that's human behavior. Every one of us, we hold biases. We are somewhat prejudiced in some way, or we have been. Because we're not perfect, right? But we have to recognize that Let's see here. I'm getting so many comments. I was just trying to see what you guys' answers were. Oh, here we go. I'm way behind. There we go. Taxes is why I left California. Yeah, that's why we want to leave California too, because that's just, taxes are crazy. Yeah, remember. Let's see here. Someone said Carrie Underwood's vocals were horrible. Okay, sure. Sure they were. Oh, that's right. Issue an executive order. Gulf of America. Yeah, that's a good one. Let's see here. Question. There are multiple issues with scams out of India that has resulted in people getting shot. What is your thoughts about this? Hold on, I'm checking in where he's at right now. He's coming into another room. This is the lunch, which was reported that the former presidents would not attend. Obama, Clinton. Excuse me. Hold on, guys. That they would not attend his luncheon. Let's see here. Is he going to speak? I'm just checking in right now because they have him walking in here. Okay, yeah. So the luncheon. Yeah, I'm not going to show that. All right. So anyways, getting back, the scams. Yeah, I think more needs to be done about that. No question. Let's see here. And here's the other thing too, about Trump and how the Democrats want us to believe that he's going to, run our country into the ground or whatever. They forget that this is 3 branches of government, right? I mean, the stuff that they accuse him of legally is not even possible. Even if he tried it, there's so many guardrails in place, but they don't want to give that any attention, of course. Excuse me. Yeah, all right. Now, here's what I want to bring on screen. This is from Teacherman 1955. Now, this is a criticism. I'm going to tell you guys straight up. If Trump doesn't do anything about this, I will be critical of him on this regard. Why are you still allowing China to buy land around our military bases? Can someone explain that? I just don't get it. I just don't get it. I mean, what do you say about that? Now you saw them all, like I said in my video yesterday, they're all crying about TikTok or whatever. And some Republicans like Tom Cotton going against Trump when it comes to TikTok. But they have nothing to say about China buying land around military installations. So how do you make that make sense? That's what I want to know. That's what I would love to know. Okay. All right, let's keep going here. Okay, it should remain as Gulf of Mexico. Sure. I mean, I believe that's really a professional way of trolling. He might believe in it. And I think it's a great name. He's probably using it for a way to negotiate with the Mexico's president. Believe it or not. Okay. Now, I keep seeing these comments about California. Listen, guys, here's what you got to understand about California, okay? Majority of the voting base is located where? Los Angeles, San Francisco, Sacramento, San Diego, Orange County. You take those 5 locations, it's predominantly Democrat. Okay? Because those are urban areas. We all know every urban city, major city in every state is predominantly Democrat. Okay? So when people say, well, you guys need to fix your own state, you don't understand. I mean, that's like what just happened in Texas. How their Speaker of the House was installed in such a, I'm not even going to get into it. It's crazy. Anyways, the bottom line is the state legislators in Texas screwed the citizens. Okay. It's the same thing that happens in California. It is a super majority of Democrats over here. I was on a space last week. It said California has to utterly fail before anything is really going to change. It took California, I think it was 12 years for us to say crime is too soft. We're going to vote differently, which is why we just passed a proposition to tighten the crime and to kind of reverse all the damage that's been done over the past decade due to them changing the laws around what was a misdemeanor, what could be enforced, what would happen if someone had 3 misdemeanors or 3 felonies. You know, they became very soft. And it took California 12 plus years to say, hey, you know what, we've had enough. So I don't think anything's really going to change right now. And for the record, Pacific Palisades, Eaton, California, or in the area of Los Angeles, the Eaton fire, that's not majority of Los Angeles people. That's a small fraction. Maybe 10% at most. California that's not enough. I live here, it's not enough. Now, I live in the Central Valley where it's predominantly red. So we don't have a problem voting for Republican. The problem, though, is, again, our votes are not going to supersede those in Los Angeles, right? So there's that. Yeah, so here's the thing, too. I left Cali at 19, moved to Texas with my family. I got cussed out at my first job in Texas just because I was from California, even as a conservative. Yeah. So I call it California derangement syndrome is what the rest of the country has. And it's not necessarily, I would say, their fault. It's just the media. It's the constant repetition of California is being painted in a negative light, and they think everyone from California is a hardcore progressive liberal, which is so far from the truth. There's so many Republicans here. It's crazy. It's just that the supermajority is Democrat, like I said. And when you have 44 million people and you have Los Angeles, San Francisco in the same state, San Diego in the same state, I mean, yeah, it's always going to vote Democrat for right now. And the person actually to blame, a lot of people believe, is Ronald Reagan for what happened to California. If you look back in history, his decision-making led to where California is today, a series of domino effects. But that's a whole nother thing. All right, so let's see where we're at here. We're still waiting. Here's an update. Let's hear this. Right here. Give me a second, guys, as I get this together. There we go.
Parade inside. Bill, good afternoon.
Yeah, Brett, good afternoon to you. I can tell you it feels like this place is a coiled spring right now. We've got about 20,000 people who have crammed into this arena waiting for President Donald Trump to arrive, and you get the sense when he does show up, this place is going to erupt. The pre-program has started. Charlie Kirk is speaking behind me right now. We expect Elon Musk, Virginia Governor Glenn Youngkin, and incoming FBI Director Kash Patel to be speaking as well. We're also told that President Trump is going to sign a series of executive orders here in this arena. Let me step out, give you a quick look. They set up a desk up there. They just put the presidential seal on it. We are told that President Trump is going to sit down at that desk in front of this crowd of 20,000 of his most fervent supporters and start signing executive orders in front of them. You can imagine the crowd is going to go wild when he announces some of those policies. Some of the speakers behind us have just declared that what they describe as an invasion at the southern border is over. Every time Trump has been on the Jumbotron behind us today, this crowd has gone absolutely wild. The biggest round of applause he's gotten all afternoon, the biggest cheers I personally heard, was when Trump was giving his inaugural speech and he said it will be official U.S. government policy that there are only 2 genders in America. Out of everything he said, that was the most applause he's gotten. So the parade here is officially scheduled for, I believe, about 3:30 p.m. Eastern time. We're not sure if they're running on time or not, but this place is packed to capacity, about 20,000 people. They're waiting and they're ready for President Trump to arrive here and to start signing some of these executive orders to get the first hours of his administration fully underway, guys.
All right. So there's your update on that. Yeah, I guess that is a good one. 2 genders, probably the best executive order he will sign. All right, so here's one. Fire Dragon 57. I live in LA County, and I would rather have the federal government hand out the money for fire rebuild than give to local government that always find a way to keep the money for themselves instead of giving to those who need it. You know, that's a whole nother issue I haven't even addressed in this live stream, but it is a recurring theme. Yeah, I wish there was a way, because obviously every state has their own government, which is why it probably won't happen. But the money should go directly to the fire department or directly to the city level or something like that. But it doesn't. It goes to the state level and then it gets distributed down to the city level. And that whole thing that happened with the fires, because Trump did mention it in his inauguration speech, how the basics have been forgotten, and they're dead on. The basics as it pertains to what happened in the Pacific Palisades would be this. The basics would have been that when she received, not the first one, but even the second warning from the National Weather Service, because I get maybe the first one, you're kind of like, okay, we normally get that. All right. But when you get it again and again, why not just say, hey, let's declare an emergency here and let's rather be safe than sorry. I'd rather get criticized for being prepared than to be criticized for not being prepared. And so a lot of the firefighters out there, a lot of the leadership, they've stated on the record that trucks and resources and firefighters could have all been staged ahead of time. But they were not, which is why there was such a delayed response. And it's not the firefighters' fault. They're going based off what their leadership orders them to do, right? That's the way that it works. So this is a leadership issue that took place. And that's why you have this debate where there's one side that says, hey, do not give any disaster aid to California until they prove to us that they're willing to meet our conditions. Now, the conditions are different depending on who you talk to. I'm on the extreme. My condition, if I was Speaker Mike Johnson, would be, I'm only going to give this disaster aid to you if Karen Bass, the mayor of Los Angeles, resigns. And her whole staff. Get them all out of there. I need an official record showing that they will resign. They could stay on right now. But this effective date, let's call it July 1st, they will leave office. So they have time to find someone or prep someone. That would be my condition. Same thing with Gavin Newsom. But the thing about Gavin Newsom is this, guys. He's out of office next year anyway. So, you know, some people say it doesn't really matter. Okay. Anyways, the second or the opposite side of this debate is no, just give us the disaster aid. There should be no conditions whatsoever. And people need help. Fine. Problem is, it's still going to go through the hands of Gavin Newsom. And, you know, when's the last time California has shown they can do anything correctly with the way that they manage their budget? Think about this. You had major corruption in Oakland, where the mayor, she was recalled. She's been indicted. Okay. You got that. You got the mayor or the former mayor of San Francisco who was voted out, London Breed. Remember, she was voted in because it was all about giving black women a chance here. People of color need to be represented. She got voted out. Karen Bass barely won by the skin of her teeth, okay? But she's going to get recalled. They already have 150,000 signatures. Gavin Newsom was already, there was already a recall election, and we did vote in it for Larry Elder. He did win that, Gavin Newsom, that is. There's a history, what I'm saying, of total corruption with California. Now, here's a personal story to make my point. When I was in the military, California was taking money that was supposed to pay off veterans' student loans, and they were pocketing the money. Yeah, so the government says, hey, all right, Sergeant Snuffy, I see that you graduated college and it costed you $150,000. Okay, we're going to pay off your student loan. Well, the people who pressed the buttons to make that happen, they were diverting the money to their own accounts. And one of these individuals who got their student loans paid off was a general, which at that time the law was, if you're an officer, you're not allowed to get your student loans repaid because you make enough money already. But she had her student loans paid off, and she was able to, when it all got exposed, she wasn't even really held accountable. She wasn't demoted. She retired with full pay and benefits, but she did have to pay it back. I'm telling you guys this story because if the corruption was happening on the military side in California, imagine what was happening on the civilian side. Because remember, the military is supposed to be values and integrity, right? And duty and selfless service. No. Corruption happens in the military every single day. So I can't imagine what it's like in the civilian world. And listen, human behavior, can't help it. These people, they're just too corrupt. At that level, I wouldn't want to be governor. I wouldn't. I know human behavior. I would never want to be a governor because I know inherently I'm going to sooner or later be biased, and I'm going to do something that furthers my family and the people I care about, and that will obviously on the other end affect someone in a negative way. But that's the reality of our country and the way that the government is set up and the powers that they have. They have the ability to be that corrupt without being prosecuted. It's just a reality. So I don't want to take on that burden. That's what I believe it is. Anyways, I might sound a little negative about it, but that's how I see it. All right, so let me check in with these super chats. Let's see here. We should reclaim all land purchased by China through eminent domain. Yeah, I agree. I totally agree. Now, if you guys haven't seen this for yourself, you think we're kind of making this a bigger deal than what it is. I'll show you guys a picture of the land that China owns in our country. And it really makes you question the true intentions behind TikTok. And I combine them in the same conversation because if you're worried that China is controlling TikTok, right, and spying on us, why are you not worried about the land that they've been purchasing around military installations? And I'm going to keep beating that drum because I just find it so hypocritical. Here it is. Okay. Hold on. I'm trying to find a different source here because I'm having trouble with the. Let's see here. All right, here we go. All right, perfect. Let me bring this up. All right, there it is. What do you guys think of that? So it's a lot of land. A lot of land. I don't know. I just find that not to be consistent, but yeah, I think that's something that needs to be talked about. It's definitely a criticism day one. I want to hear what they're going to do about it. Let's see here. That's because China is more advanced than the United States. That's why they have a lot of land. The Chinese are more advanced. You got to give us more than that. Okay, let's see here. Kathy Green writes, I now know that you want to leave California, but maybe you will reconsider and run for office in California? Probably not. The taxes are ridiculous, okay? The Ruby Knight writes, as a conservative Texan, a California license makes me... Oh, a California license plate makes me cringe. All I see is blue and wish they get their woke socialist DEI and godly stuff out of Texas. Right or wrong, my first thought. Yeah, I know. It's human behavior. I get it. As long as you admit, you know, but don't judge a book by its cover. You know, a lot of people will see me or my wife and think, oh, they're liberals. They have no idea. They have no idea. Let's see here. What is the... Oh, no, I'm going to skip that question. Oh, yeah. Anyone know what time the parade starts? Yeah, it's probably like an hour from now. That's why I played you guys that update. Let's see here. So somebody's complaining about their wife in the comment section? Who does that? Now, let's get back to the running for office, right? So I believe that people should stick to what they're great at. I believe this is what I'm great at. This is what I should be doing. I'm an introvert. I'm a guy who, you know, if I don't like you or not, you're already going to know it. I'm a big energy person. When I meet people, in 3 seconds, I already know if there's like, hey, this is a person that has good energy or is a person who doesn't. It's not that I'm judging them. It's just that's just who I am. I just know it. And I've never been wrong. Every time I've had an off feeling about somebody, time has always proven that, yeah, there was something off about them. So I'm not too sure if that really is suited for politics. That is for sure. And I don't want to make promises I can't keep. I think that's the worst. Okay. Devore, run somewhere. I mean, listen, I believe I have more of an impact doing this than running for office. That's how I feel. Okay, here's an important announcement. Please notify and make your viewers aware that there are scammers in the comment section pretending to be you, proposing fast money investment returns. They give a fake number to text. Yeah, guys, you're not ever texting me, okay? I don't respond to text messages. I don't answer calls. The only calls I'm ever answering is with my wife or my brother. That's it. I don't take anybody's call currently, unless I know you're going to call me for some reason. And I definitely don't respond to text messages. My wife will tell you that. That's the type of introvert I am. I just can't deal with it. So that's not me. You guys aren't texting me. I'm telling you right now, I don't have the energy to scam people. Okay. So you'll see Devore Darkin 03, Devore Darkin 07. You'll probably see that. That's not me. Okay. Like my phone is on do not disturb. So I don't see when people text me. I don't, unless I purposely pick up my phone and I'm going through every single, because I get like 1,000 messages a day, spam a lot, business. And so I don't see them. So yeah, that's not me in the comment section. I promise. I don't take people's investments. I'm not a financial advisor. No, that's not me. Okay. Don't do it. And when we see them, we do report them to YouTube, and you guys can too, by the way. You can always just hit the report user. They're impersonating someone, and you just put my name. Yeah. Let's see here. Hold on. Let me see. Where are we at right now? All right. Here's something I want to react right now. So this is Jessica on Fox News, who is the polar opposite of Scott. She's the Scott Jennings of Fox News, but for Democrats, if that makes sense, right? Scott Jennings is the conservative. He's on CNN. It's always 1 against 5. And Jessica on Fox News, it's the same thing. It's 1 against 5. She is a Democrat. She's a sympathizer for Joe Biden. She struggles to criticize him in a very authentic way, in my opinion. And here she is buying into the narrative about egg prices going up because of what Trump is going to do. And I want to react to it really quickly because this is continuing to dominate the conversation. And I just think it's nonsense at this point. Here we go.
And the goal there is that you have is to lower regulations, to make it easier for businesses to grow. And the goal there is that you have an expansion of business and wages can rise when that happens. And, you know, that's the plan that is laid out there that Joe Biden, you know, I mean, he threw trillions of dollars into the economy during COVID, and it led to quite a bit of inflation.
Absolutely. I think in the first term, Trump, his goal was for every new regulation to cut 2. I think he wants to go 10 to 1 this time. What I've been paying particular attention to in the wake of the horrific wildfires in California is how quickly regulations can be cut when it's a state of emergency. And that's not to say that everything that's being done there should be implemented on a long-term basis, because there is good reason for certain kinds of regulations. But that's obviously a bit of a guidebook to Democrats to say, obviously, we don't want the trauma of all of this to lead to it. But there's probably some things that we can do to get us in a better position for people to be able to afford their homes, for us to be building more housing supply. That's what's going on in Austin. I mean, rents are coming down in Austin and housing prices are coming down in Austin because they're cutting regulations there to make sure that they can build more houses. Mayor Adams in New York City, this whole, you know, House of Yes, right, the promise of yes is about cutting regulations. So you can be liberal and cut regulations as well. But it is interesting to look at the people in the Trump administration, the president himself, J.D. Vance, backing off this language of day one, the prices are coming down, right? You know, I thought I could go to the store tomorrow and my eggs are going to be half price because Donald Trump is in office. Now we're talking about stabilizing prices. It's a much more moderated tone, and I get it. We were on a campaign trail.
To be clear, his speech, he did say his goal is to bring those prices down.
No, but on the campaign trail, he said it was day one. He said you're going to go to the gas pump, you're going to have gas the same price as when I was there.
Right. Well, Ukraine's not going to be solved on day one either.
Hopefully 100 days.
Yeah, right.
And we're moving on a slower scale.
We have a lot of things to cover today.
Yeah.
There's a lot of events that'll be covering. But we're going to take a quick break as our special coverage.
All right. I misunderstood what she was saying. Actually, I apologize about that, guys. But at any rate, it is a good point, though, to make that clearly prices are not going to come down today. Why? Because inflation has already did the damage, right? Which is it caused prices to go up. Even though you lower inflation, it does not cause prices to come down. That's what a lot of people don't understand, especially Democrats. Now, this is just coming in 10 minutes ago. Don Lemon is defending Joe Biden, pardoning his family, suggests Trump's DOJ will target political opponents, can't be trusted. Now, why do we give Don Lemon the time of day? Well, it's not really giving him attention and ratings. It's more about letting you guys see part of the argument that is being made and obviously debunking that argument. So let's take a look at that. Excuse me.
Here's the breaking news for you. Remember, people were upset that Joe Biden pardoned his son, Hunter Biden? Well,
President Biden pardons his family on last day in office. Why is he doing that? Is it unprecedented? Yeah, it is unusual, but it's also because of the unprecedented, unusual administration that we have coming in, and he cannot trust his family in the hands of Donald Trump's Justice Department. What do you think about it? Let me know in the chat. Here's the breaking news for you.
Yeah, Charlie Kirk writes, all projection. Totally agree with that. Totally agree. We know why he's doing it. Biden crime family, everybody knows it. No secret there. And this just confirms it. Because if you were... Hold on. What's going on? Sorry, my wife's calling me in the middle of this. All right. Looks like Kash Patel is about to speak. Give me a second, guys. Okay. I don't have that here yet. So once they put it on screen, then I'll share it with you guys. Anyways, I was just stating that I lost my train of thought. Yeah, so we know why he pardoned his family, because they're all criminals. I mean, why don't you let Donald Trump investigate your family so then you can actually prove to people
of this nation.
There we go. That you were right about what you were going to say. Okay. Yeah, Fox News for some reason is not showing the Kash Patel speech. They got Peter Ducey here. Let me switch to another channel, and then I'll bring it up for you guys. Here we go. All right.
My, oh my, how do you follow Elon Musk when he tells you you're going to take you to Mars? I'll tell you how. He and I share something deeply. We love the American dream. And we have been given a gift by God today to usher in a new dynasty, because we just inaugurated Donald J. Trump as our 47th president. And we just inaugurated J.D. Vance as our Vice President of the United States. And we did that because the American dream is alive and well, because you chose that our dream can be the dream for our children and the dream for our world. And we are at a crossroads here in America, but our future is bright because you had the courage to stand for your convictions. So I'm humbled here to talk to you about why I love the American dream. My story's pretty simple, it's unique, and some of you share in it. My parents were born and raised in East Africa. My father in the 1970s fled a genocidal dictatorship in Uganda, where he saw 300,000 of his countrymen murdered, where he saw what lawlessness would do if it was allowed to break through the system of constitutional justice. He fled like so many others. He married my mother. They moved here. They waited in line. They stood in line because the American dream was worth standing in line for. That dream is woven into the fabric of this nation, and our immigration policy is the greatest policy in the world. And now that we have Donald J. Trump and J.D. Vance, it will become the greatest policy in the world again. But dreams and hopes aren't enough, my friends. We got to get to work. And we got to accept the realities that too many of you know from your communities. President Trump launched in his first term priorities of national security, law enforcement, economy, and global diplomacy. But now we have to retread some of that. And I'd just like to go over a few of the things that our community has been living under these last few years. In the last calendar year alone, we had 100,000 drug overdoses. In the last calendar year alone, we had over 100,000 rapes. In the last calendar year alone, we had 17,000 homicides. That is unacceptable in 2025 in the United States of America. That is why we need constitutional law and order. When I read the statistic that for the age group of 18 to 45, the #1 cause of death is CCP fentanyl. We are not prioritized to go after the threats that face this country and most of all, that face our future generations. But thank God, we will be starting right now. President Trump and J.D. Vance's leadership and administration will usher in the priorities that I cherished during my 16 years in government service. That we will always, always honor the men and women who wear the cloth of our nation and stand on that wall and tell you nothing's getting by them tonight. And so to them, thank you. To our teachers and our frontline workers and our first responders, y'all choose to show up every single day for our children, for our communities, and we will now show up for you. Thank you for keeping us safe. To the men and women in law enforcement, and maybe I'm biased on this one, our police officers, our sheriffs, our federal agents are some of the greatest warriors that God has ever created. And we will put them first because they have our backs, and now we will have your backs. I am standing here because of the American dream. I am not standing here because of the color of my skin. I'm standing here because I earned my right on this stage, and you earned your right to be here with me. And I promise you this, with every fiber of my being, that our law enforcement, that our teachers, that our first responders, that our veterans, that our men and women in uniform who dare to serve this country and put themselves below the rest of our needs will be reprioritized to the top of the heap because they are standing on that wall, and we will not let that light go dark on them. Whether I was a national security prosecutor, a public defender, President Trump's deputy director of national intelligence, his chief of staff at the Department of Defense, or so many other roles that I was humbled and privileged to serve when I swore an oath to that Constitution, which I hope to do so again one day soon. You have my word that you have ushered in a dynasty of change. You have ushered in a dynasty that will allow our children to live this American dream. My American dream. I am living the world's American dream. I am the son of lawful immigrants. We worked our tails off just like you all do, and I'm gonna make you a deal. I promise you I will never quit on your children. I will never quit on their children, because this American dream does not belong to me. It does not belong to them. This American dream belongs to the world. So in closing, I just want to tell you this. It's pretty cool to be speaking in Capital One Arena right before the boss. You've inspired me beyond words. Your love, your devotion, your commitment to our country, everywhere I go, shows us that we are not only the beacon of hope, but we are the land of constitutional justice. We are the land under Donald J. Trump and J.D. Vance where we are going to end the two-tier system of justice. We are going to remove the weaponization of the intelligence community for political purposes. And we are going to put the men and women of America first. So listen, there's just one thing left to do. We all got work to do. We've got the greatest president, the greatest vice president in the history of the world. And so I just need you all to do a little bit more. Every time you see a law enforcement officer, every time you see a veteran, every time you see a teacher, shake their hand. Give them a little bit of your time, because they're giving us all of our time. And don't forget to enjoy the ride, ladies and gentlemen. God bless America. God bless these United States of America. God bless every one of you. I'm living the American dream. My name is Kash Patel, and I ain't going anywhere. Let's go to work.
All right. Great speech. Now, I was paying attention to some of you guys' comments. And Trump is not going to speak right now, by the way. There's still some speakers ahead of him. It's 12 o'clock, 12:10. So I guess technically at this point he's running behind. But we'll let you know when he comes on stage. And we already know what he's going to say. He's going to say the same thing, obviously. But it's part of the celebration. Now, let me get to some of these comments I saw. First, which is interesting. Let's see here. Someone was questioning why. Hold on, sorry. I want to make sure I don't conflate these two. All right, here we go. So Gabby writes, I live in Montana, and Californians definitely have a bad rap due to price increases and more liberal viewpoints taking over. We would be accepting if people moved here and didn't try to change things. Okay. That's a legitimate criticism, obviously. I guess in California, we don't really experience people moving here and trying to change anything. What we experience is people who already live here who's changing things for that's not in a good way. That's why local elections matter. That's for sure. But here's the thing. What do you want people to do, right? If you were in California and, you know, taxes got out of hand, right? And school system became worse, what would you do? Would you stay here or would you leave? You would leave. You'd move your family. But yeah, I understand that. But the good news is that's not me. So I know your guys' message isn't really about me. Anyhow, let me react to this other one. I appreciate you making these political issues listenable for a 27-year-old who doesn't want to listen to insufferable news anchors and pillow ads. Thank you. That's the whole goal here, right? Let's see here. It's a travesty that Fauci and this J6 committee will not be accountable for what they've done. Here's the thing, too. We have to remember this. And, you know, maybe some of you guys believe, maybe you guys don't. I believe that no matter what, everything's going to work out and God has a plan. So even though it may seem like these people are getting away, right? Or it may seem that people are not being held accountable, they just may be held accountable in a way that we don't see. I'll give you an example. So, my father, my biological father, who I don't talk to still today. I've only spoken to him once in my life. I think he has more than 12 kids. That's what I was told by one of my half sisters. I hated him for a very long time in my 20s. In fact, I would say he is. I would say he was like one of the first life lessons that I learned about stop making excuses for yourself, stop being angry at something you can't control, and just move on with your life, right? So I learned that. Took me till I was about 29 to truly accept that. Anyhow, I'm bringing this up because my point is that we think, and I used to believe, oh man, you know, how could he just do something like that? You know, he needs to be held accountable. Like, what's the consequences? And like, you have to understand. Would I want to trade places with him? Absolutely not. I know mentally, emotionally, he's bankrupt, and he probably is going through stuff in his life that is what I would want to go through. And what I mean, he's slow death, right? And he will have huge regrets at the end of his life. I wouldn't wish that upon anybody. So my point is that ultimately the person that these people will answer to is God. And until that moment comes, they're answering every single day in the emotional pain that they carry around for their mistakes. That's the way that I see it. More of a positive point of view, but it's not for me to live my life praying and hoping that people will be condemned and brought to justice, because I can't control that. And it becomes very poison if that's what you become obsessed with. This is what we just saw with the Democratic Party. They became so obsessed with Trump, wanting to prosecute him, wanting to see him in prison. Some even wanted to see him dead. And it was poison that they were doing to themselves every day. That's what I said. So even though sometimes we think these people are getting away, they're not. It's like sometimes when you see someone who, commits a murder and gets away with it, they have to live with that for the rest of their lives. Okay? They have to live with that for the rest of their lives. And that's something I would never want to carry. So trust me, they're living the pain every day, whether they show that or not. Okay. I mean, think about the Democrats. They now have to live every day knowing they ruined their party. Think about that. Nancy Pelosi took a huge gamble towards the end of whatever political career she has left, and it blew up in her face. She got Biden out of there, which ended relationships. There's no question. Secondly, it resulted in Kamala Harris being nominated, and she utterly failed. That ended the party there. I mean, these people, they will be held accountable one way or another. Same thing with the Republicans for a very long time. They were held accountable because even though they would have some great ideas policy-wise, they refused to change the way they were speaking to Americans, which is why they would never win elections. And then here comes Trump, who's a populist, and he breaks the Republican Party in half and creates a new movement. And now these rhino Republicans are in the shadows, doubling down on their belief of what is right and wrong, but they're living through the failure of what they wanted to happen. So, again, I'm not really concerned. These people will be held accountable for sure, one way or another. All right, let's see here. Let's get back to some of these comments. Yeah, the victim complex is the most painful one a person chooses. I totally agree. So they're still waiting for Trump and this parade to kick off. Everybody's packed in the Capital One Arena. Yeah, it's been a great day, of course, but there's so much work to do. And Trump has a big task. He's got he's got some pressure, which we know he can handle. Because it's not just one or two or three things that have gone wrong in this country. There's a lot, which means there's a lot of work that needs to be done. And people need to, this is a time where so much focus and energy will need to be used in order to get things going in the right direction. And so we'll see how that all shakes out. And over the next 4 years, we're going to see what promises were kept, what promises were not, what was changed, which we know is going to happen. Don't be shocked when he doesn't do something he said he was going to do. Okay, at the end of the day, this is politics. And I don't even believe everything he said during the campaign because I'm not naive. But I do want him to be successful, like I want our country to be successful. And so we'll see how that all happens, of course. Now, let's go to This comment here, nowhere are parental pardons mentioned because no one ever thought of abusing the pardon power in such a way. Oh, you're talking about in the Constitution, of course. Yeah, I agree. Next comment, Edward says, if you live in a beautiful state that you love, moving doesn't solve the problems that the government creates. Okay. Yeah, but I mean, it's like, for example, I live in California. Nevada's next door. There's zero taxes in Nevada. So if my problem is taxes, it would make sense to move to Nevada or Texas or Florida or Tennessee, something like that. So I'm not too sure where you're getting at with that. Trump and God should really not go in the same sentence, in my opinion. Okay, so I don't know what you mean by that, but all right. Let me make it very clear for you. Trump is where he is because God has placed him here. Is that okay? Can I say that, or am I triggering you? So I don't know. I'm telling you, people today, man, they're so sensitive about being politically correct. All right, let's see here. Conflating Trump to God is wrong. Yeah, I don't know what you guys are talking about in the comment section here. Okay, moving on. I see. So some people believe we are equating Trump to God. Okay. Yeah, that's not what we're doing here, folks. I'm a firm believer that things happen the way that God wants them to happen, even when we believe it's going against what we want to happen, because there's a lesson in there for us to learn. And you don't become a stronger individual unless you're going through things. Right? That's why I love the military. I do believe everybody should experience it from a young age, only to experience the resistance, the frustration, the stress, the challenges that you experience, because it teaches you about yourself and that you can actually overcome tough things in your life. So there's a lot of people out there that believe they're not strong enough to overcome tough things. Yeah, you are. You haven't practiced it. So, anyways, I'm not equating Trump to God. All I'm saying is that things are happening because this is the way God wants them to happen. But that's my own personal opinion. Other people may disagree. That's fine. But that's the way that I see it. It's the best explanation for what has taken place, especially over the last 12 months. So there's that. Okay. We can get off that now. Let's see here. Super chat. Come to Florida. I did 3 years ago, and I'm so glad I did. Great state. Yeah, we're not very enthusiastic about the humidity, to be honest with you. But, yeah. You see, it's pros and cons. That's the other thing I've learned about life so far. We all have this mindset of, yeah, when this happens, then everything will be perfect. No. In every life or chapter that we find ourselves in our life, there's always something about it that we don't agree with or we don't like. For example, California definitely has the greatest weather. All 4 seasons. Beautiful landscape. But the taxes are terrible. I would say the worst thing about California is definitely the taxes and then the politics. But there's a lot of areas in California that are great. Politics is not an issue because it's so big. You know, California is like 10 states in one, you know, so there's a lot. And you can argue that California should be split into 3 states, actually. But anyways, so there's pros and cons. Just like if we move to Tennessee, I mean, there'd be no taxes, but then there'd be no beach, you know, or depending on where in Tennessee, which I'm not really familiar with. We did go to Nashville, actually. The the seasons are different, right? Or maybe the food isn't as good, right? I don't know. My point is that no matter what happens, there's a give and a take, right? There's pros and cons. So I'm not expecting perfection, but I think everybody should be allowed to move to wherever they want to move to and enjoy their life. We're just standing by for Trump to make his appearance in the Capital One Arena. Let's see here. Now, some people believe, and this is actually an interesting point. Let me see here. So Anthony Fauci is not off the hook. There are 27 Republican attorney generals. That is 27 state investigations. That's 27 potential states that could pursue charges. I guarantee you, if Fauci is investigated in 27 different states, Democrats will think long and hard the next time they want to issue a preemptive pardon for traitors. It's a good point. I mean, that's what happened with Trump. I mean, that's why they got him in New York. That's a state case. They tried it in Georgia too, but that didn't pan out very well for Fani Willis. Now, did it? So that could potentially happen. And here's what I want to know from you guys. Do you believe that they should really focus energy, resources, and money on prosecuting Anthony Fauci, Liz Cheney, Adam Schiff, Benny Thompson? And clearly they'll have to do it at the state level if they want to get a conviction, because federally it's not gonna work. Let me know what you guys think about that in the comment section below. If you guys believe that is worthy of Trump doing. Okay, let's see here. All right, yep, we already watched Kash Patel. Virginia governor spoke. We got that. Okay, there are people crying about the border already. That didn't take long. Let's see here. Okay, hold on, guys. Let me get back over here. Excuse me. Okay, no major updates at this point. All right, let's get back to your super chats. Okay, let's see here. California has the best weather. Yeah, of course. No question. All right, yeah, what about TikTok? Well, yeah, we talked about it. I mean, it's an app that's done more damage. That's for sure. It's owned by China. That needs to stop. They had so much time to sell it. They didn't. Now Trump is supposed to issue an executive order, which probably may happen at Capital One Arena. That's what I'm waiting for. To bring it back online officially. So we'll see. Again, every time we talk about TikTok, I still want to add on China owning land around military installations, okay? Yeah, can we get to 7,000 likes? Is that possible? Yeah. Now, here's what I want to actually talk about. I think you guys will find some enjoyment in this. This would be a great thing for you guys to listen to over the next couple of minutes. Hold on, let me just answer this super chat. Do you think California would get a Republican governor in the near future? No, I do not. You guys have to understand, the last Republican governor was Arnold Schwarzenegger. You know how he became governor? Through a recall election. So it wasn't like a regular campaign. Boom, we're going to elect him. It was through a recall. And that was different times back then. That was before California went off the deep end, by the way. So, yeah. You have to understand, there are people in California, liberals, who truly believe in there's more than two genders. They like where your attention goes, right? Like what you're focusing on, that's where your attention is at. Okay. Their attention is on woke policies, DEI, people of color, more than two genders, LGBTQ. Like that is the priorities. And because that is the priorities, you know what isn't a priority? Merit, actual development of our children, safety and security, right? Those business, you know, lowering taxes, none of that is a priority. So I'm saying all this to say that that's why I don't believe it's going to change, because those people still exist. It's the predominant culture in the larger cities. There are people who make excuses for Karen Bass. They think the reason why I'm criticizing her is because she's a black woman. No, I'm criticizing her because she's incompetent. But there's a lot of people who believe the former. So, no, it's not going to change. A lot of people will, unfortunately, like a major earthquake would have to strike California, where half of LA falls into the ocean. And it was discovered that through incompetence of Democratic leadership, they failed, and then people will change. That's me really cynical. Or really the answer is it'll change when God wants it to change. I think God is using California as a great example. I think that's what's happening. Because we've had so many chances to change. I mean, that recall election with Gavin Newsom, they tried to recall him plenty of times before that. They were never successful until they were able to recently. And Larry Elder got a lot of votes. It's not like he didn't have a chance. I mean, he had a legit chance, but he was not funded. And this is why I tell you guys, I don't support, I don't believe in anything that the Republican Party, GOP, any of them say. Because when Larry Elder went up for election in that recall election against Gavin Newsom, they didn't give him a dime. They could have. The GOP could have funded Larry Elder's campaign. They could have supported him. They didn't. So, that's, again, I don't really, and even if he was elected, the majority of the legislators are Democrat. So, and they are just unhinged, okay? This is the same the state legislators that is suing Trump over mass deportation instead of focusing on the wildfires. That's their instinct. And I don't know what it's like to be them. Even when I was younger and my views were probably more liberal than they are today, I never thought that way. Oh, there's more than two genders. Oh, DEI needs to be a thing. I never thought, no, that's ludicrous. But these people believe in it like it's a religion. And they will never criticize. That's their other problem. They cannot criticize what's factually wrong with their party. Right? They are the same people who will cry about mass deportations, but in the same breath refuse to admit, yeah, we do need to deport criminals. No, they're like, no, criminals, they need to see their time in court. They need to be convicted first, and then we can deport them. No, they already crossed the border illegally. Deport immediately. What are you talking about? Why would we waste time, money, and resources to send them to our courts? We should just get them out. But again, the other problem is they have more compassion for criminals than they do for victims. And again, it goes back to that mindset thing. They operate from limiting beliefs. We all do, because we're humans. But politically, I believe that the Democratic Party, liberals, especially in California, progressives, they operate from limiting beliefs. It's a lack mentality, victim mindset. And as long as they look at the different cultures from a lens of them being a victim, they treat them like victims. They create policies like we are victims, and the policies don't work. That's what happens. The only way a victim to be liberated is you stop treating them like a victim and you treat them like a person who can make their own decisions and are smart enough to figure it out. Yes, we should provide resources to help people, guide people, but we don't need to be going into the Constitution and talking about, there's more than two genders and we need to take a lot of the tax money and create a DEI department and It's like it was reported that they spent, and I'm not too sure this was in Los Angeles, but this is in Los Angeles County, in one of the cities. They spent $3 million last year on DEI. Think about that. Now, my question is this: what if they spent $3 million on fixing the school system, $3 million on gang prevention, $3 million on deporting illegal criminals, $3 million on advancing internet technology, $3 million on, I don't know, benefits to help people get childcare? I mean, there's so many things we can go down the list, but DEI is what's more important. And you know what the crazy thing is? I'm going to end this because I want to move on to this next topic. Here's what the problem with DEI, coming from a black person. So there's a history of our country overcorrecting. DEI is an overcorrection. And what happens is it has the opposite effect. So the intention is a great idea. Hey, let's make sure that if you are black and you apply to Harvard, that they legitimately give you a chance. I get that. That's great. I agree. But it turned into, oh, hey, we're not going to accept any white people. We're not going to accept any Asian people. That's an overcorrection. Not only that, you know who it hurts the most in the end? Not white people, not Asian people, black people. Because now, a black pilot, you walk onto the plane, what's your first thought? Oh, they're DEI. How do you know that? What if they legitimately became a pilot because through merit, they're actually that good? It's hard to know now because you've been so poisoned by DEI. Everything is DEI, 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 DEI. So it's an overcorrection, a negative impact on the people it was meant to help. You were meaning to help black people, but you actually made it worse. Because now every black person who's in some type of important position isn't looked at as just a regular American citizen who worked their ass off to be in that position. They're now looked at, oh, DEI. Now, it's a two-way street. You shouldn't look at every person that way anyway, right? You should think for yourself. However, the reality is that's not the case. So I wanted to say that because I think that's not mentioned enough. And of course, me saying this, I'm not black, I'm a coon, Uncle Tom, the whole nine. I get messages like that in my DM for stating the truth. But it's fine. It's part of thinking for yourself. Doesn't matter whether you were a black person saying this or if you were white saying this, they'd call you racist. In every culture, people are exposed to this type of attitude towards each other. It's just human behavior, of course. So yeah, that's DEI and why that's why California will never come back. Well, I'm not going to say never. That's why California will continue to struggle more and more because there hasn't been any indication that they're willing to change their way of doing business. We're still waiting for Trump to make his way to the Capital One Arena. I want to see him sign those executive orders. That's what we're waiting on. And then that will probably be the end of the live stream. And then we'll release a couple of videos later today, updating you on other news that was swept under the rug, that is. Let's see here. I want to circle back. There was something we're going to talk about. Or was it DEI? I think it was DEI. Yeah. So anyways, our country has a history of overcorrection. Same thing with affirmative action, overcorrection. Same thing with the border, overcorrection. Right? Oh, it's too strict. They overcorrect. Open the border. Right? Oh, police brutality on black people, overcorrection because of George Floyd. What happened? Defund the police. You don't have to be a political scientist to recognize this pattern of human behavior. When we get triggered emotionally because we're buying into propaganda, we overcorrect in our reaction. We got to stop doing that. Two things can be true at the same time. Yes, there are black people who commit crimes and they don't listen to police officers, so then they get shot. And that's terrible. And then it's also true that you can find a police officer who clearly has issues and was looking to kill someone. That's also true. But that doesn't mean we need to defund the police. But that's the level that they go to. It's an overcorrection. It's insanity. And so it just doesn't work. All right. Let's see here. Have you seen the unconstitutional bills Washington is pushing? 11% tax on all firearm ammunition, accessory sales. Oh, yeah, that's a whole... Forgot. We thought taxes was an issue in California. Firearms is an issue in California, too. It's crazy. You can only buy one firearm every 30 days in California. Did you guys know that? One firearm. You can't buy 2, 3. Buy one. And you can't buy it. You can't walk in and get it and go. No, you go in. You say, I want it. You got to wait 14 days for the background check. Even if you've already done one, they do it again. It's crazy. Anyways, I haven't heard anything about that 11% tax. I don't believe that will happen. A lot of people don't understand. Taxes is actually a recent thing in our country. It actually became permanent after World War I. Before then, we made our money through tariffs. I don't understand why we can't get back to that. But again, the establishment, who's getting paid because of their interests, the boards that they sit on, the investments into the companies that are on Wall Street, they would love for taxes to keep rolling in. Anyways, tariffs can easily replace that. And also by cutting the budget of the Department of Defense. So, but anyways, the media is going to try to spin that as well. Let's see here. Yeah, what are they going to do about the 300,000 kids who are missing from the border? Yeah, that's another thing. That doesn't get the attention it should. If I started talking about that every day, they would demonetize my account immediately. And you guys probably wouldn't see the videos on the front page. I mean, that's how terrible it is. That topic alone is it's so you pray, obviously, and you expect that Trump will obviously do things differently. Now, shutting the border down will definitely impact that. But they should be able to find a lot of those children, I would believe. Let's see here. IRS was never ratified by the state, so it's always been illegal. Yeah. Let's see here. Trump never put his hand on the Bible when he was being sworn in. He can't be sworn in. United States corruption is bankrupt. He will be sworn into the new republic. Enjoy the show. Well, when I was watching it live, Melania she was delayed in her response. So she wasn't even in position when he started talking. So I don't know if that has something to do with it. And the Justice Roberts didn't even tell him to put your hand on the Bible. I thought he would say that, but that didn't happen. This is a great quote. Liberals always punish the majority and cater to the minority. Yeah. Oh, yeah, that's right. You can only have 10 rounds of magazine in California. I know. It's crazy. Okay, so they're still at the luncheon. I'm looking right now live. Hakeem Jeffries is speaking. What is he talking about? Actually, let's listen to this really quick so I can react to it. Because, he's one of those people that believe Trump is Hitler. So I'd be interested to see what he has to say.
And President Trump said something else. He said, our golden age has just begun. America's ready for another golden age. Mr. President, we present to you these flags that were flown over the United States Capitol at full mast in honor of being sworn in as President of the United States.
Thank you, Chairwoman Klobuchar, for your leadership of today's ceremonies. President Trump, Madam First Lady, congratulations. I have the honor of presenting the Vice President with our nation's highest symbol, the American flag. As a United States Marine, the Vice President put on the uniform to protect and serve America. Like so many men and women before him in our nation's history, Old Glory was adopted in wartime by the Second Continental Congress in 1777. A full 12 years before the office of the Vice Presidency was even created, or the House of Representatives convened for the first time. The resolution said that the flag would be 13 stars, white in a blue field, representing a new constellation. Out of many, one. Some 250 years later, from Appalachia to Anacostia, Middletown to Mar-a-Lago, the Bayou to Brooklyn, we remain one nation under God. To Vice President Vance, Usha, and family, may God bless and watch over you as you begin this journey. On behalf of the Congress, we present one of the flags that flew above the Capitol today to the 50th Vice President of the United States of America, James David Vance, and wish you Godspeed.
Thank you, Leaders Scalise and Jeffries. I now ask my friend Senator Deb Fischer of Nebraska, as in the beef you had for the entree, who has been an excellent partner in planning today's events, to come up and present the inaugural photographs.
Well, my thanks to Chair Klobuchar for putting...
Okay. I was just going to see what he had to say about that. Okay, so let's get back to your guys' super chats here. Again, thank you guys for watching us live. We appreciate you wherever you are. If you've been following us for quite some time, so grateful for you and everything that you guys do to support the channel. And we're going to continue to deliver daily updates, showing you all sides of the debate and what's happening, and summarizing it in a simple way to understand. Not because I don't believe you guys are intelligent, but because I believe these people in the news, man, they say a lot of nothing most of the time, or they try to push their agendas. And my only agenda is to spread the news in a common sense way, and you guys make up your mind about what you believe to be true or not. Doesn't really matter. Free speech is very important, and everybody's entitled to their own opinion. Now, some other news I've noticed that's been happening. Oh, sorry, hold on. There was one shot I was trying to read here. Got distracted. You will love Charleston, South Carolina. We have beautiful beaches. I've heard that. I've not been. Actually, I've been to, well, I haven't been to the beach in South Carolina. I've been to a military base over there, Fort Jackson, which was nice and humid when I went. That was when I was a young buck. I'm still young now, but you guys know what I mean. They said, yeah, it's a good area to check out. And this is a good one. Let me put this on the screen, actually. We need a return to Christian values where our leaders actually were subordinate to something greater than themselves. This is why the military, even though it's gotten so woke, is still one of the most effective organizations ever created. Because no matter your skin color, your ethnicity, your religion, everybody submits themselves to something greater than themselves. That's why everybody in the military usually gets along very nicely. And you learn that I don't care about where you're from or who you are or what your gender is. If if we're going into battle, I want to be able to trust that you will have my back and you trust me to have yours. And we are fighting for the same thing, which is freedom of our country. Military teaches you that, and it doesn't take long. I mean, you learn that pretty quickly. And problem with politicians, a lot of politicians actually, is a lot of them really don't have the experience you think they do. Like a lot of politicians never owned a business, never managed anybody, never did payroll. That's one. A lot of politicians never served in the military. That's two. A lot of politicians, not all of them, but some of them are, they're coming from a lineage of other politicians. It's in their family. So, yeah, I mean, there's a lot that could be fixed. But listen, here's the other thing, too. I'm glad I am not a politician. Okay? Why do I say that? I think it takes a certain type of individual to be one. And I'm not meaning they're any better than you or me. What I'm saying is that it's a dirty game. Just dirty. You know, like I remember one of my favorite shows was House of Cards with Kevin Spacey. A lot of them say, actual politicians say, I mean, that's as almost accurate as you can get. And they say it could be even more corrupt. I don't know if you guys seen that TV show. It's really good. But yeah, I'm good. I'm good. Okay. All right. Breaking news here. Not really breaking news, but breaking delusional news, I guess, is the better term. So now CNN is accusing Elon Musk of doing a Nazi salute on stage. Now, I didn't show you the Elon Musk speech because I was rambling on. And my wife had to interrupt me so I could put the Kash Patel speech on. So I missed it. We missed it. But I want to play you the clip because Media Lies, which I follow on X, and you should too if you are on X. Let me pull this up. So Media Lies used to be called Kamala HQ Lies. This was the account that was created to combat the clear misinformation from Kamala's campaign, which we all know. And anyways, they updated their name to Media Lies. Excuse me. So anyways, they just put this up. CNN is accusing Elon Musk of doing a Nazi salute on stage. Full context shows Elon was gesturing that his heart goes out to the crowd. They're grasping at straws today. Let's see it.
Rousing lines for this crowd.
One of the rousing lines, indeed, and yes, that salute was evocative of things that we have seen through history. And of course, we do want to bring it up to be able to take a little bit of a closer look. But I think it's worth noting that Elon Musk has started to play in politics not just here in the United States, but across Europe as well, including a far-right party in Germany that he has pushed. He's, of course, pressured Keir Starmer, the Prime Minister in the United Kingdom. This is something, there are some themes here for him. And as we heard here, his ambitions are sweeping. He came in and he said, this is what winning feels like. He also says we're going to take Doge to Mars. That's, of course, an ambition of his entire life. I do find it interesting that he's touting government spending on the one hand. What got us to the moon and what's going to get us to Mars is going to be government money.
It absolutely will be. So just to look at this again, this crowd, every single person here is paying attention and they are fully engaged. He is a hero. He is a hero to them. I just want to look at that salute that he gave again. Just if anybody missed it, we'll just show it again. He's just wrapped up here. You can hear their. All right, so we just showed that. We just showed that.
Right. It was quick. I think our viewers are smart and they can take a look at that. But it certainly was. It's not something that you typically see at American political rallies. Put it that way.
No, it was not something that you usually would see. All right, so we just showed that. We just showed that.
Right. It's worth
salute. Fully engaged. He is a hero. He is a hero to them. I just want to look at that salute that he gave again. Just if anybody missed it, we'll just show it again. He's just wrapped up here. You can hear their. All right, so we just showed that. We just showed that.
Right. It's worth noting. It was quick. I think our viewers are smart and they can take a look at that, but it certainly was, it's not something that you typically see at American political rallies, put it that way.
No, it was not something that you usually would see. And it was quick, as you point out, it was very quick, but it was in a moment of intensity for him as he came out.
Thank you for making it happen. Thank you. My heart goes out to you. It is thanks to you that the future of civilization is assured. Thanks to you.
Trump and anybody who's affiliated with him, even if it means they're disagreeing based on false information. Right? It's like the Fine People hoax. Right? Hold on. Can you guys hear me? Yeah, okay. It's like the Fine People hoax. It's crazy. You guys can hear me, right? You guys can't hear me? It says I'm not muted. Oh, okay. Thank you. Sorry about that. So anyways, I was saying that, hopefully you guys heard, I'll just repeat everything I said. So clearly CNN has nothing else to do. They're accusing Trump or Elon Musk of doing a Nazi salute. I just showed you guys that's not really the case whatsoever. I didn't take it as that. We know that Elon Musk is probably borderline autistic. I mean, he said that himself. And so he's really an awkward speaker. We know that. Very intelligent individual. There's no question about that. Results show that. Anyways, they have nothing else to do. Even if they are in the habit of disagreeing with anyone affiliated with Trump, even if the disagreement is based on false information. I mean, this is what you guys report. You guys are supposed to report news. That's not news. That's your opinion. That is propaganda. That's you being triggered. I mean, that's you making stuff up. That's not actual news. No one cares about that. They care about it, but they think they represent what majority of people care about. Anyone who watches that most of the time, they're not even going to notice anything. They're going to be like, okay. So, not surprised. And it's crazy because, like, I don't see the same attitude for Democrats. What I mean by that, like, I don't see conservatives being as outraged about Democrats as Democrats are outraged about conservatives. I don't see that, but maybe that's my bias blinding me too. So that's a crazy thing. Okay, here's a new one. So apparently San Francisco residents gathered today to let out a primal scream as Trump took the oath. Let's go ahead and take a look at that now. Oh, mental health crisis on our hands, no question. I mean, if you let somebody have that impact on you, you are already compromised. That's the thing about mindset, folks. I'm always going to bring this up. Whether you are a hardcore Trump supporter or not, you cannot allow these people to live rent-free in your mind. My life does not depend on what Trump will do or won't do, okay? The only person that I answer to, the only person that that should have that impact on me every single day is God. I don't understand why people in our country let other people live rent-free in their minds. I just don't get it. There's no return on investment. So, yeah, people should give it up. Let's see where we're at on this luncheon.
Together.
Okay, he's still meeting people. All right. Yeah, so I don't know where they were going with that. Primal screams. That's, wow. Emotional damage, right? Okay. More super chats to read here. That a single person in San Francisco thinks Pelosi should be serving her 20th term. Is it harder to cheat if independents resist as or register as Republicans? How can we beat the cheating? It's out of control. Well, in California, this is why I'm saying, oh, you guys need to fix your own state. You guys don't understand. Like, you have state legislators that are passing laws that require no votes from the actual citizens. Okay? This is similar to what we see in Congress. The House creates a bill, they pass it, they send it to the Senate, they pass it, the president signs it, done. So it happens in California. The state legislators, they create a bill, it passes, Governor Newsom signs it into law, done. American people, or the California citizens, there's nothing that we can literally do at that point. Now, that's been happening so many times, and not just with new policies. It goes deeper. They will create policies that prevents you from challenging other policies. For example, they've already created the law that you cannot challenge voter ID. And it's illegal to question someone's, or to ask for someone's ID during an election. California citizens did not vote on that. That was not on the ballot. So now think about this happening every single year since Newsom has been in office. Every single year, policies on top of policies. It's a disaster. That's why I said I believe God is going to make a great example of California. Yeah, what can literally happen? Okay. Now, I got to go look this up myself, because if this is true, this is embarrassing. Wow, this is crazy. Let me show you guys this news story here. So the Telegraph, which is a legacy media company located in London, look at this post that they put up. Donald Trump's inauguration crowd size compared 2017 to 2025. Now, what do they think? We're stupid? Clearly it was inside. That's why the community notes, was put on this post. Yeah. Supporters had to, whoever's on their account needs to be fired, because they don't even know how to write. Supporters had to, I'm sure they meant to say, supporters had to endure -4 Celsius temperatures to catch a glimpse of the new president when he gave a speech following the indoor ceremony. Wow. Yep. Are we shocked? That is wild. And this is, guys, this is supposed to be a news organization, which they pride themselves in fact checking. Did anybody care to check the facts on that one? Now, JV the Great, that I follow on X, I love his post, because this circles back to what I was speaking about earlier, in regards to black people and the overcorrection with DEI and all this other stuff and the rhetoric that that the Democrats use to get black people to vote for them. I think you guys will find some entertainment on this too. I'm just pulling this up for us now. Here we go. So he writes this. Now that Trump's been sworn in, where are all of us black Americans supposed to meet to get our rights stripped and deported? The Democrats said that Trump would take our rights away and deport us with the illegal immigrants. Where's the meetup point? What time are the buses coming? Where do we surrender our rights? And I have the same question for women. Where do you guys go to surrender your rights as well? Because your rights have been stripped, correct? And where do you sign up to make sure that Trump is monitoring your menstrual cycles? Is that available too? Because that's what they said during the election, right? They also said that he would put black people in chains. Where's that line at? Where do I sign up? And again, and they cry about how hyperbolic Trump is and how he never tells the truth and everything that comes out of his mouth is lies. That's not a lie, that what you guys are saying? Trump's going to put us in chains? That's not a lie? He's going to take our rights away? That's not a lie? I mean, they speak as if he can override the Constitution. He can't. That's what's so sad about people who speak that way. These are people who graduated Ivy League universities. And they're talking as if they never learned about the Constitution. They're talking as if their three branches of government does not exist. Like there isn't checks and balances. They played a dangerous game and they've lost. And I think they've actually done more damage in their reaction to Trump than whatever damage they are alleging Trump has done to our country. And you see it in the way that the media reports Trump. Other breaking news, Biden's website, reproductiverights.gov, is now down. Previously, this website was for women to get information on obtaining abortions. Well, I'm glad they cut that out. Here we go. Another correction here. So this is why you love the internet. So, of course, they've got Elon Musk and his salute. They're bringing up Kamala Harris. She was doing the same type of salute as well. So where's the outrage for her? That's a good question. Now, if you guys are wondering what we're waiting on, we're waiting for Trump to make his way to Capital One Arena, where he's going to sign those executive orders. Currently, right now, they're doing a military ceremony. And hold on. Yeah, let's take a look at that. I want to react to that live. Let me pull this up. Pull this up here. Hold on. Go back here. All right, there we go. So it looks like the Air Force. Look at that, look at that. So let me show you something. Look at this guy. He's got a beard. I don't know if you guys seen that. Okay, so yeah, there's all different, looks like different branches. The color guard's right there on the left side of the screen. But yeah, it looks like predominantly, oh, this is Space Force. That's what this is. These guys right here on the screen. I might be wrong. I'm not too familiar with that insignia. But Honor Guard, yep, that's Army right there. Very nice. Don't lock your knees out because you will pass out. They just happen in the military all the time. So yeah, there's some type of military ceremony right now going on. Let's see here. And I believe after this, he heads to Capital One Arena. Yeah, so I'm already seeing it on social media and the news. They're losing it over Elon Musk. That's just sad. Okay, so then there's this other update where CNN is also warning people that we are in an age of oligarchy. For people who don't understand what an oligarchy is the idea of wealthy individuals, often business owners in the private sector, who essentially have control over the government as a result of their wealth. Okay, so let's forget about George Soros, right? Okay, Nancy Pelosi too. She's in the government. And all the other people that are not famous, like Elon Musk, Big Pharma, oil, gas. I mean, there's so many billionaires out there we will never hear of that have had influence on the government. But it's only because it's Trump and it's Elon Musk that it's a problem. Okay, let's hear this. All right, they're still waiting for him to come in. Yeah, so oligarchy, right? That's if I was going to go down the list of what the media is predominantly going to talk about. They're going to talk about family separation at the border. They're going to talk about raids that are impacting people at work. They're going to talk about oligarchy. They're going to claim that Elon Musk, Mark Zuckerberg, Jeff Bezos controls the White House. They're going to say that Elon Musk is the real president. They're going to say that Kash Patel, Pam Bondi is trying to prosecute his political opponents. I mean, we can see this coming a mile away, guys. Because everything that they accused Trump of doing over the last 4 years, clearly they did themselves. And to continue to distract from that is to put the focus on everything that Trump is doing. Looking good. Marines. Did you guys know I was in JROTC in high school? It was really nice. I had signed up to be a Marine, and then my mother was like, hell no. And she refused to meet with the Marine recruiter. She would only meet with the Army recruiter. So interesting. But anyways, I thought that was a fun fact. So I ended up joining the Army instead. The Army recruiter was nice, by the way. He was a good man. He did look out for me. We're just watching this military ceremony just to see when Trump will make his appearance. You got every branch there: Space Force, Air Force, Army, Navy, Marines. Color Guards right there in the middle. I would love for the military to get back to shining boots. I wonder if they will be able to do that. Interesting. Anyways, yeah, so CNN is crying about oligarchy. That's going to be on the talking points. So we'll be there every step of the way to remind them George Soros existed, so many other billionaires, but they have nothing. It's that they cannot bring it to themselves to just adapt. Just admit that, hey, you know what? In the past, we got it wrong, and we're going to do better in the future. Nah, they don't want to do that. Okay, let's see here. Now people are calling what Elon Musk did was a Roman salute. A Roman salute. Okay. All right. Oh, people are making a stink that the CEO of TikTok was sitting next to Tulsi Gabbard. Okay. I don't see why that's a problem, but fine. They're looking real snappy. Let's see those guys.
Hold, right, shoulder, hold. Hold, ready, hold.
Yeah, so in the military, if I don't know if you guys know this, veterans in the chat do. Anytime the VIPs enter the building, the music will play, and there's certain music for certain VIPs. Clearly, because it's the president, he'll have his own. I don't know the name of it because I'm not in color guard, but there's a certain song that they'll play for the president. There's a certain song they play for other individuals, and so that's what's happening right now. Is they're playing music where the VIPs come out and take their seats or wherever they're going to be stationed. And there they are on stage, as you guys can see, coming out. And that about face. I didn't know they were allowed to do that. So what he's doing is he's going to walk all the way around and everybody's going to look at him and salute him. I believe that's what's happening. Yeah. It's a military custom. And they always turn to the right when it happens. So, yeah. This is why it's called a military ceremony. Now, how much you want to bet? You know what he's thinking about right now? Like, if I was him, I'd be thinking about those executive orders. I just can't wait to sign them. But you have to go through every ceremony, you know, right? This is a tradition, and it means a lot. See, if you're a veteran, you just watch that. What, like, he's not even. All right. That's enough. So, yeah, he was a little sloppy with the movements, but that's just me. Anyways, yeah, so it's a military ceremony. You know, they do the whole song and dance. Very traditional. It's happened all branches of government, especially the president. Nothing new there. But all branches are there in that building, so that's cool. And I don't know how long this is going to go on for, but we're assuming that after this, then he will head to the Capitol One Arena to issue those executive orders. All right. Now, this is the post that I was actually looking for earlier. And I know I'm harping on this whole rhetoric from Democrats to black people, but it's just because, you know, we have to talk about it. We have to debunk the lies, okay? Let me go here. I'm going to drag it right here. There we go. All right. Okay, so here's what they want us to do. Any black person who performs at Trump's inauguration, or not do, believe, Trump's inauguration dishonors the black families he refused to rent to in the 1970s, which is not true. The black kids he wanted to execute in the Central Park case in the 1980s, even though they pled guilty. They said they were guilty. They offered confession, but okay. The black casino workers he mistreated in the 1990s. All right. The black president he lied about in the 2000s. Okay, sure. The black NFL players he attacked as president. Who? Who exactly? The black election workers he targeted when he lost in 2020. And here's a good one. The black Haitian immigrants he lied about in the 2024 election. Now, we know who this guy is. Keith Boykin, right? Race hustler is what we would call them. So that's the mindset they're going to continue to run with. But again, it's to their own demise. I mean, it's a destructive mindset to think that way. I mean, yeah. It's craziness. All right, let's get to some super chats. There we go. All right, catching up. AJ Callie writes, let us remind all the media and crowd size BS that Trump won both popular and electoral vote. Exactly. Mr. Snyder writes, I bet my life billions of our tax dollars went to media, comment bots, and fake polls to make public sentiment impossible to know. Why else would MSM or mainstream media destroy their long-established reputation in businesses? You know, it's a good point, because what happened to all the viewership? Why was it such a steep drop-off? Excuse me. Dvory, will Trump eliminate income tax? He did not make that promise, but he did make the promise of no tax on tips. Congressman Byron Donalds and another congressman have already introduced legislation for that. We'll see how long it takes him to get that passed. No tax on overtime. That would be a good one. Yeah, the whole taxes thing is yeah, it's crazy. All right, here's a question from Space Cowboy. Do you think there should be criminal penalties for legislators that pass bills that violate the Bill of Rights, specifically the Second Amendment? No, I just think that I don't know what the solution would be, because the way the government is structured right now is they can pass laws without the citizens actually voting on it. Now, in an indirect way, we did vote on it because we elected these people to make the laws, right? That's why it's very important to pay attention to local elections, like in Los Angeles, as an example. So, yeah. But my point is that, hold on really quick. So he's leaving the ceremony, it looks like right now. And he's heading, I'm assuming, to Capital One Arena. Excuse me. Anyways, yeah, that's why it's important. Local elections is huge. School board meetings, huge. We live in a time where we get to see what's going on. Remember, a decade ago, who was live streaming the presidential inauguration? Just the legacy media. When was the last time you saw us as a country live stream the certification of an election? You know? So what is my point? My point is that citizens are now more aware, and we have the technology to get people to see what's going on. And, you know, that wasn't a thing back in the day. And I'm saying that because now that people can see what's going on, they can at least voice their opinion and peacefully protest. And politicians, they didn't have to put up with that in the past, but now they do. So that's why I say local elections are important, because I believe we can have a bigger impact. Now, federally, a lot of it is already influenced, because we know Citizens United allows billionaires to donate to campaigns. So there's not much we can do. I mean, but anyways, I'll stop with that. Now, let me get back to your guys' comments here. Yeah, no tax on Social Security. That's a big one. I believe that should be good. Let's see here. Fire Mike Johnson. I wish. I wish. That's why we're a republic and not a democracy. Exactly. Because that's what a republic is, a limited democracy. Love it. Okay. Let's see here. Now, it was also reported that Kamala Harris is going to return back to Los Angeles. Get this. I just read this actually a few minutes ago. She's going to return back to Los Angeles, okay? A all-female, think about this story. An all-female pilot flight crew will fly her back to LA. They had to throw that in there. And she will not be involved in any other events. And so there's speculation that she's not going to really run for office again. So we'll see. I hope she doesn't. I don't think she should. I don't think she needs to. I think if I'm using their language, she's done everything she can as a person of color. Just go ahead and enjoy your life. Right? That's what I would say to her. But who am I? All right. Now, I'm going to circle back on a few more stories, and then we'll see if this takes us to the Capital One Arena rally where he's going to sign executive orders. Now, he didn't technically sign any executive orders yet. What he signed was these documents that basically give him control of the government and gives the people he appointed control and completes the actual transition. Okay, that's what happened. Anyways, so I'm going to give you guys a recap of today and some of the big stories about what's happening that isn't really being talked about. Let's start with one that was actually over the weekend, TikTok, which we know Congress passed a law to ban it unless they sell it to an American investor. They've had about 7 months to do so. They failed to do it. And then they were shut off 2 nights ago, I believe it is, if I get the dates correct. Well, what happened? TikTok came out, issued a statement stating that unless they get more clarification, they will go offline, right? So they were off for at least, 12 hours, I want to say. And then Trump issued his statement pleading with the service providers to bring it back online because he's going to issue an executive order today, the 20th, today. And so TikTok came back. They said, thank you, President Trump, blah, blah, blah. And then they went back online. And so the debate here is one side believes TikTok should be gone for good. They passed the law, followed the law. They should be banned. No extension, done. The other side of the debate is, well, there are people who are paying their families because of the app. There's a lot of small businesses. There's a lot of money that will be lost if we just let the app die off like that. In the end, Trump put that out. So TikTok is still on, and he's expected to officially issue an executive order today to delay the enforcement of that ban. That's what he's doing, delaying the enforcement of the ban for 90 days. So it gives them enough time to sell it. Now, reports are showing, when I say reports, from the horse's mouth, Kevin O'Leary is an individual from Canada, a billionaire who wants to buy it. Mr. Beast wants to buy it. The streaming platform Kick wants to buy it. And there was one more individual, I can't recall the name. Anyways, so there's definitely some interesting parties. But in the law, it clearly states that whoever buys TikTok, they will not be able to buy the algorithm. So they're not really buying TikTok entire, like all of it. They're buying the assets, but not the algorithm. Now, I want to show you guys this clip. I'm watching this as I'm talking to you guys. This is actually funny. I want you to look at Hakeem Jeffries' shoes, okay? And then the way that he greets Trump. This is them outside. See, this is how you know they don't believe in that rhetoric. He's a threat. He's going to ruin our country. Check this out. Here it comes.
Commanders, take charge of your units. Right.
Here we go. Check it out.
All right, so we just saw the wrap up there of the first honors ceremony.
We'll meet him. All right, here we go. So Melania Trump is she's about to get into this vehicle right now. Motorcade, I assume. And first, I want you to pay attention to Hakeem Jeffries. He's going to come in the frame here. This guy's wearing tennis shoes. It's funny. Where is that? Here it is. He's coming. So she's going to enter the vehicle. Here we go. Here we go. So there, look at that. What was that? Chuck Schumer. So he's laughing, right? Wearing a beanie. There's Hakeem Jeffries right there on the right side. So it looks like they've already changed their clothes, or at least their shoes and pants. But that's not even the point. Check this out. Watch how he greets Trump. Like, what's up, man? You know, good day. It's all good. I'm glad you're president. I mean, these guys, they're a joke. I mean, you'd think in the way that they would speak about Trump, they wouldn't even shake his hand. I mean, could you be consistent? I give MSNBC credit, though. At least they're still who they've always been. Like, if you really believe you hate someone, then that's what you're going to do, right? But Hakeem Jeffries and people like that, Chuck Schumer, they don't really hate this guy. They don't really hate President Trump. They just use that as political talking points to push the narrative. So it looks like, yeah, he's finally heading that way. All right, let's go back to me here, my ugly face. You guys have been watching this entire time. Thank you so much. It's been a great day of celebration. A lot of effort went into, obviously, this channel. So we appreciate you guys supporting us and watching. And we're glad that this has finally come full circle. And now the new chapter starts where we're in a different chapter, right? So the enemy is no longer Kamala Harris and the Democrat Party and the media trying to stop Trump from making it back to the White House. He's made it back to the White House. The new enemy is, like, I don't even look at them as a problem anymore because, number one, no one listens to them anymore. They don't control the flow of information anymore. They don't hold the monopoly on truth, right? The information is pretty much decentralized. News is decentralized at this point. A lot of people are citizen journalists. Not saying they are the best, but a lot of people can, like myself, share what's going on with the news. So we're in a different chapter now. Also, we're in this chapter of populism. So what is popular to American citizens? What are policies that American citizens truly want to see? And this is what sets up, I believe, to be our new problem. Our new problem is going to come from within. So Republicans, conservatives, MAGA, on the other hand, we have a habit of tearing each other apart when we disagree. See, with the Democrats, at least, they just fall in line. But what you've seen with the H-1B visa debate, oh, Elon Musk, screw him. Vivek Ramaswamy, screw him. I mean, this is what people did. And they spent their time and energy tearing down Elon Musk. Steve Bannon said he wanted to stop Elon Musk and break up the relationship between him and Trump before Trump takes the White House. What is that? Right? So I'm sharing this with you guys because this is what's going to take place. I'm calling it now. The problem isn't going to be Democrats and the media. The problem is going to be us, that we can't learn how to disagree with each other without tearing each other down. Because that's what I've already seen. So again, if you were on X, you saw what happened to Vivek Ramaswamy. After that whole post that he put up there, he was silent until 2 days ago. Right? And now rumors are spreading that, oh, he's been kicked out of Doge, which that hasn't even been confirmed. That's more speculation. He's still part of Doge. Unless he comes out publicly and says otherwise, I don't believe it. And it was being reported by legacy media, by the way. So anyways, I'm just recapping what's going on here. and what will happen. That is the next enemy, is learning how to disagree with each other when we all want the same thing. And we don't have to worry about disagreeing with Democrats because we won the election. That's over with. It's the disagreement that Republicans are going to have with each other. Like Mike Johnson, for an example. I was a guy who truly believed Mike Johnson should have never became Speaker of the House. He should be gone. I had people in my DMs, what's wrong with you? Why would you do that? Listen, I'm entitled to my own opinion. That's number one. And number two, Mike Johnson hasn't done anything for anybody. He sold out Republicans every step of the way for Democrats. He's done a lot of Joe Biden's bidding. So excuse me if I don't believe in Mike Johnson. Well, Trump believes in him. I don't believe he believes in him. I just believe he can control him. There's a difference. So anyways, I'm allowed to disagree on that, but that doesn't mean you have to tear me down. You don't have to have some moral outrage about it. That's just a prime example. Another big one that's been circling around was Andrew Tate. Benny Johnson interviewed Andrew Tate on his podcast recently, and everybody came for Benny Johnson and said, how could you do that? You're supposed to be a Christian, and no Christian would ever do that. And, you know, Ben Shapiro came out, called out Benny Johnson for that as well. And it just shows you what's wrong with conservatives and how we shoot ourselves in the foot. We make the same mistake that Democrats do. Democrats believe they are on this moral high ground. We know what's right. We know what's best. And when someone decides to do something that they want to do, we immediately go in and start judging. And listen, it's fine if you don't like Andrew Tate. And it's fine if you believe everything, all the accusations, everything, if you believe he is who he says he is, and all of the videos. That's fine. That's great. I'm not disputing any of that. My dispute is with people who were calling for censorship and telling Benny Johnson to not do anything, don't interview him, cancel the show. I've seen that myself. And I'm sharing with you guys the story because this is literally what's going to continue to happen within our own MAGA world here. We're going to have these disputes. And what will happen is instead of us agreeing to disagree, we're going to reach a level of trying to cancel each other because we're going to be so outraged. That's what's been happening. Anyways, that's another example. And there's so much more to that, but I'm going to stop there. Anyways, you can interview anybody you want, for the record. There's no book that tells you can't. I don't really care. Anyhow, so that's the first thing. Second big story, clearly, was Joe Biden pardoning January 6th, sham committee, Liz Cheney, Adam Kinzinger, everybody, right, that probably committed a crime, which we know. And that pretty much cements him as the worst president in history. No question. No question at all. Then he follows that up. And just when you think he's done enough, right? He follows it up minutes, like it was released 10 minutes before Trump was sworn in. Like he's already in the room, right? Sitting down. It breaks. He's pardoned his family. So that's another big story. But he believes in the rule of law. He's optimistic about the strength of our legal institutions will ultimately prevail over politics, but baseless and politically motivated investigations wreak havoc on the lives, safety, and financial security of targeted individuals and their families. Sounds like you're describing Trump, because that's what you did to him. Even when the individuals have done nothing wrong and will ultimately be exonerated, the mere fact of being investigated or prosecuted can irreparably damage their reputation and finances. But you've already damaged the reputation of Trump and his finances. He's the only president to have lost his net worth when in office, right? Think about how much money those attorneys were paid for all those sham cases, all of those court appearances. I mean, think about the money they made. It's insane. I don't know how he was able to pay them, but he is a billionaire, right? So yeah. Now, the biggest outrage I have about all that is Dr. Anthony Fauci. If there's one person I would love to see investigated, sent to prison, would be Anthony Fauci. And that's not me being extreme. It's just the responsibility that he had knowing that whatever comes out of his mouth would influence policy and safety measures, and it is riding on the basis of whether someone's going to live or die. I just believe that he lied, and he should be held accountable for that. And he lied that for something that that was created in a lab. Reminds me of that clip where the reporter was like, "Why are you calling it the Chinese virus?" And Trump is like, "Because it's from China," right? They didn't want us to believe it was from China. Anyways, going back to Anthony Fauci. His instructions, his statements influence policies. So, yeah, I'd love to see him investigate it. No question. All right. And then not to mention the veterans who are kicked out of the military because of those policies. And of course, Trump talked about that, which leads me to the next update is Trump clearly stated what he's going to do: reinstate those veterans full pay, back pay, declare emergency on the southern border, create legislation that says federally that there are two genders, get rid of woke DI policies from the federal government and the military, et cetera, right? I love those. Also classify Mexico cartels as a terrorist organization. So that's good. All right. And then the other update was CNN crying about Elon Musk. They're accusing him of doing a Nazi salute, which is BS, by the way. And let's see here. I think those were the major updates. CBS News is crying about Trump not placing his hand on the Bible. The CBP One app for migrants has been shut down. That was another one. So this is now breaking. The White House is stating that Vivek Ramaswamy will not serve in Trump's new Department of Government Efficiency. Okay. So there we go. Okay, so what I'm going to do is put here on the screen Trump, he's heading now to the arena. I'm going to put this up for you guys. And then what I'll do is I'll return back. We'll read some of your super chats. But I'm going to let the live stream take over a little bit here. Yeah, so he's still not there, but they already showed a clip. We just missed it of him driving all the way there. But I'm going to put this at full screen, and we'll wait for him, and then we'll come back and we'll read your super chats. And there's actually two more stories that you're going to want to stick around for that you're going to find really entertaining. And Vivek is planning to run for governor of Ohio, but he has not actually officially announced it. But he hasn't denied it either, obviously. So, but we will talk about that as well. Okay. So let's go here.
God bless America. God bless America.
Okay, we're back. Appreciate you guys joining us live. Still, we're still waiting for the president to arrive. There's a big stack of executive orders on that desk, and that's what I want to see it live. I want to react to it live. Hopefully, they announce exactly what orders he did sign, so we'll be looking for that, and we'll show it to you here as soon as it happens, of course. Now, before we went on break, I was telling you guys about all the updates that happened before the inauguration. One of the biggest ones, obviously, is the pardons. And we're going to pick up with that, where Jake Tapper posted this. They just have a weird way of reacting. I don't know if he's trying to cover his butt. I don't know if they're finally going to start criticizing Biden. Maybe now that Biden is no longer the president, maybe they will start being a little bit more aggressive in their approach, because they don't want to criticize him to save their life whatsoever. But he put this up. He said, on December 3rd, 2020, I asked President-elect Biden about reports that Trump was considering preemptive pardons. He said, quote, "It concerns me in terms of what kind of precedents it sets and how the rest of the world looks at us as a nation of laws and justice." And he actually links the transcript itself, which is funny. So there's that. And of course, in the comment section, he's just getting ripped. I mean, this user, Florida Dad, writes, "And now he's demonstrating what a corrupt pile of absolute garbage he and his whole family are. America's crime family was always the Bidens. Everything they accused Trump of, they are." And then another user said, "And you shield," or I think they meant to say, "and you shielded him." Wait, I don't know what they're trying to say, but I think the point is that you refused to report on his corruption over the past 4 years. And I hope you get crushed in your defamation case. Oh yeah, that was another update. So CNN, this is just so you guys understand, when there's a defamation case, first they rule on the defamation itself, and then they rule on punitive damages. Now, punitive damages is where the money is truly made, right? And so far, CNN is responsible for $5 million on the defamation side, but they're still waiting for punitive damages. And the last update was that the jury, and this is speculation, was unable to find a number that would hurt CNN based on the formulas that they were using. But it's still not over. So next, or actually not today, but tomorrow, because today's a holiday, we should hear something about that defamation lawsuit. And this was legitimate defamation. It's crazy. They're very nasty with how they handled the veteran. He had a private contracting company that was responsible for flying people out of Afghanistan during the withdrawal. And anyways, the point is that they accused him of being part of the black market and price gouging people, et cetera, et cetera. It was all lies, of course. Anyways, yeah, they were sued for that. Okay. So yeah, that's Jake Tapper commenting on that. Yeah, we all are thinking the same way. I don't really understand how a preemptive pardon legally works. It seems like that is, if we're playing like, a card game, preemptive pardon would be like a joker, right? It's like, it's the wild that trumps everything. So I didn't know that actually existed legally. Now I get pardons exist, but that's because someone was already convicted or they were indicted or investigated already, like Hunter Biden. But issuing preemptive pardons is ludicrous. So, needless to say, he has definitely ruined whatever legacy he has left. which isn't nothing. What he didn't really have a legacy to begin with, especially after that debate where he was exposed. Okay, another breaking news is now there are 4 lawsuits challenging Doge's requirement with federal transparency rules. So there's that. People are already disputing Department of Government Efficiency. We're not surprised by that. It is confirmed that Vivek Ramaswamy will no longer be a part of Doge. White House press secretary announced that. Excuse me, the White House announced that, not press secretary. Quote, Vivek Ramaswamy played a critical role in helping us create Doge. He intends to run for elected office soon, which requires him to remain outside of Doge based on the structure that we announced today. Quote, we thank him immensely for his contributions over the last 2 months and expect him to play a vital role in making America great again. This is from the spokesman, Anna Kelly, per the AP. So it is official. And he'll be running for governor of Ohio. He's from Ohio, so that should be good for him and good for the people of Ohio. And he was actually probably, I believe, during the election, the only person that truly put a spotlight on what's wrong with Ohio and the immigration down there or over there. He went there. He held an actual town hall free. You didn't have to pay to get in, which normally doesn't happen. And the citizens really loved that about him. And maybe that's where he needs to be. So good for him. Some people speculate it's because he had a falling out with Elon's team and he was becoming annoying because he wasn't really doing anything. But, I mean, that's from CNN. So I don't know how much we really believe that, right? Okay. Let's see here. Also, Anthony Fauci can be brought up on charges at the state level because the pardons only apply federally, for the record. So, again, that doesn't mean they're out of the clear. Now, here is another delusional take on CNN. And before I play it, I want to make sure there is a reaction from Scott Jennings on this because usually he is really great at rebuttaling. But here is what the story is. CNN is now saying that if Trump pardons January 6 prisoners. See, I call them prisoners. You know what they call them? Rioters, right? If he does that, then that is different than what Joe Biden just did with his entire family and the January 6th sham committee. Now, I want you guys in the comment section let me know, is there really a difference here? And which decision you think would actually set a worse example for future administrations or especially for our country? Let me know in the comment section about that. Now, before I show you that clip, let me just say thank you to the super chats. Richard Bowman, thank you so much. Pronouns we won. I love that. Bob Barker, do you think Kamala is hot? What? I'm not answering that. I hope Kamala gets a job at Hooters. If Hooters is even still open. Let's see here. Okay, so you're just trolling, clearly. Let's see. Yeah, Trump called them hostages. I agree, yeah. Let's see here. Yeah, punitive damages will be decided and be higher. Exactly. Okay. Yeah, pardoning January 6th is nothing like giving preemptive pardons. That's exactly the take. I mean, preemptive pardons. Preempt them or preemptive, right? Meaning they haven't been convicted. January 6th prisoners, they were convicted. They went to trial. They lost their reputation, their credibility, their money, their resources. They're in prison. Some of them have been in prison for quite some time. So, excuse me, if they get a pardon, I think they already paid the price. Okay? It's crazy. Okay, let's get to that clip here. Let me
use for Michael, but Donald Trump talks about lowering their Milley and Fauci
had a future that was better than mine. And I think that.
Okay, yeah, let me bring this up for you guys. This is outrageous, but what can we expect, huh? this is their argument, I guess.
That's why the president ultimately won, and I think that's why he has somewhat of a mandate from the
Milley and Fauci is because Donald Trump and to separate the
United States, whether President Biden or President Trump, they have the right to issue pardons and to commute sentences. So legally, everything is in place.
Yeah, I think we should to separate the pardons that are happening today. So the reason why Joe Biden pardoned the January 6th committee and other Milley and Fauci is because Donald Trump, you're right, he ran and people elected him. He said he was going to seek retribution. Now, retribution is not a part of the Constitution, right? So we put those in place. I think it's unfortunate that he pardoned his family today. I am a Democrat. I think that it does cloud what he did so I think you should bifurcate those two. And then I think the pardons for January 6th are completely different. The reason why today feels so abnormal is because of what happened last year or 4 years ago on January 6th, something that none of us in our lifetime have ever seen. So on your day one, when you talked about, not you, Michael, but Donald Trump talks about lowering the cost of eggs, what you do is you let people out who undermined our Constitution, who undermined the election, who undermined people who felt like their life was not better under Donald Trump in 2020. They felt like they wanted a different 4 years, and that's why they elected Joe Biden. So I want to put those pardons in separate buckets, and I think we should be talking about them differently because they are not all pardons are not created equal, in my opinion.
Can I just have one thing to push back a little bit on what Michael said? Let us not forget.
All right. Where do you start, right? So at least she was willing to admit a party in his family was stupid. We all know that. But here's the thing. If they're innocent, then they won't be convicted. They may go to trial. They may be investigated. You know, their life may become hard, but they won't go to prison. But it's okay that a former president was subjected to that. His family, his business partners, his friends, even people who really aren't even close with Trump were subjected to that, only because they have some level of affiliation with him. It's okay that we did that to him, but we don't even want to entertain that with these individuals moving forward. So yeah, that doesn't even. I'd understand if Pam Bondi at her confirmation hearing clearly stated that she would investigate these people, but she didn't. Will they be investigated? Should they be investigated? Absolutely. See, that's the thing that gets me about this whole preemptive pardon stuff is basically what you're saying is they don't even deserve to be investigated. You're telling me Anthony Fauci does not deserve to be investigated? You don't think that's in the right of the Constitution from the American people to Department of Justice? They don't have a right to at least look at the facts? Because essentially that's what you're doing. You're trying to rob that from Trump. And again, I told you guys earlier, I think the best thing that he could have done, that is Joe Biden I'm talking about, if we really wanted to end all this and close the chapter on political persecution or weaponization of the Department of Justice, is he should pardon everybody then. If you're just going to go on a pardon spree, go all in. Pardon Trump, pardon his sons, preemptive pardon Trump for whatever over the past 4 years or 8 years. Pardon everybody. Just go all in. At least you'd be consistent. Right? Because in one breath, you cried about Hunter Biden being politically prosecuted by your own Department of Justice. So we know they're weaponized. But then in another breath, you're like, they're not weaponized. So yeah, these guys are morally conflicted. There's no question about that. Let's see what
girl, we're all very excited. Can't wait to see the pics. But until we get those pictures, there he is. Look at the proud papa.
Thank you.
Congratulations.
I wasn't expecting that.
Families being separated. If you see women and children being forced to go because of the cost of living or because of the defendants, because he said it repeatedly during the campaign that he was going to do it, we should at least applaud a politician who says what he's going to do, whether you agree or disagree with what they do. I think the question is who. What is the standard they set? And I'll apply the same test to this when they get into mass deportations in the immigration enforcement. Donald Trump's base is for those things. But Donald Trump won the popular vote, and he won the 7 swing states because he expanded his coalition with some people who had voted for Joe Biden 4 years ago who, because of the cost of living or because of the president's age or because of the switch to Vice President Harris, for whatever reason, decided to go back to Donald Trump. If he loses the support of those people, he can't run again, but his party will be in trouble. Governing will come in trouble. So if you have video of this person is pardoned and there's video of them violently beating a police officer, that's going to be a problem for the president. If you have mass deportations and they're rounding up people in an orderly fashion and busing them out, some people will oppose that vehemently. I get that. But his supporters will say, okay, but if it gets chaotic, if you see families being separated, if you see women and children being forced on buses, then that is going to test. So the test now for Donald Trump is governance. Yes. It was his failure to govern during COVID that opened the trapdoor below him. Now he gets a chance to govern.
His failed to govern during COVID. These guys are a joke. It wasn't under Trump that vaccines were mandated and children were prevented from the development that they needed. I mean, this guy, terrible take. But he does bring up a good point. Pardoning J6 prisoners. I told you guys it's going to be a big debate. And if they do it, if they slow walk this, which I get the impression that's what's going to happen, is the first wave will be nonviolent people who weren't even physically there, immediately pardon them. Immediately. That makes sense. They should have never even been prosecuted. Listen, my issue is not even the fact that the DOJ investigated people, over a riot at the Capitol. Now, if you compare the riot at the Capitol to the riot at George Floyd, one could probably reason, especially in Minneapolis, one could reason the degree of damage. There's no comparison. I mean, clearly a police precinct burned to the ground, businesses gone forever in Minneapolis, Minnesota. The Capitol still stands today, standed right after it. There wasn't really any significant damage. Yes, windows were broken, some vandalism, but I'm saying if I'm comparing them, it's not really a comparison. But nobody went to prison over that in Minneapolis. So why am I saying that? Well, I'm saying that because this will set up a huge fight within MAGA world if Pam Bondi, well, it's really Trump. It has nothing really to do with her, honestly. She will review cases and help Trump and advise him, but ultimately it's his call. If they go with nonviolent, that you weren't even there, immediate pardon, and then anybody else who was on camera, their hands were on a police officer, whether it was in self-defense, whatever. They slow walk that. I'm telling you, there will be a fight on social media about it. Because one side is all in. It's 100% pardon for every single person. I don't care. And then there's another side that says, well, it's a little bit more nuanced than that. There were some individuals that, they went a little too far and, they should be held accountable for that. Fine. Anyways, so yeah, that is a big thing. We'll see what happens with that. I'm not really shocked, but we'll see if he signs those executive orders. We're still waiting for that. Now, let me go to your guys' super chats here while we confirm where we're at here. Okay, so JD Vance just entered the building. Okay, let's see here. Got a lot of questions here. Let me start with this one, actually. Yeah, Elon Musk is awkward. I agree. I don't understand. I don't understand why people are making a big deal out of his salute, but they are unhinged, to say the least. Let's see here. Yeah, Barron is definitely tall, no question. Wow, these comments are coming in so fast, guys. Hold on. There it is. All right. Yeah, Dr. Fauci should be prosecuted. I totally believe. Let's see here. Question. I thought it was wonderful how Martin Luther King was brought up in President Trump's speech. Did he get any points for that? In my opinion, being counters are, I don't know what you were trying to say right there. I mean, I believe I heard Fox News bring it up, but they won't. It doesn't matter. I mean, Trump could save a kid out of a burning building, and they're going to criticize it. They're going to say, oh, well, you know, he politicized it, right? I mean, they can't help it. Let's see here. I believe Trump is entering now. Let me show you guys that.
Entering the Capital One Arena, greeting his adoring fans, many of whom came thousands of miles to attend his inaugural. We're disappointed to hear that it was being moved inside because of severe weather forecast, but they are happy to see him. They are happy to see him, delighted to see him, and he is doing something that I don't know that has ever happened before, which is the signing of executive orders before a crowd.
Even seeing him walking through this crowd, it feels a little unusual that he is really up close and personal with his supporters. Again, with Trump these days, you're reminded that there is this incredibly heightened level of security around him, but they've allowed him and his supporters to get very, very close in this moment, and I'm sure for those people this is sort of a time of their lifetime.
Aaron Burnett inside the arena, tell us what it's like.
So it's electric and ecstatic in terms of the feeling of the people who are in this room to see him. And they are watching, actually, Jake, from the side where Casey and I are sitting, you know, you can see the president walking down, but you can also see all the people watching it on the big screen, right, who aren't exactly at the spot where he is walking down and don't have quite that same exuberance. I'm sure there's a bit of disappointment that they're not that close from what I can see, but
and you can probably, you might be able to hear a little bit of that roar that just kind of went up as he's now waving to the entire crowd there with his binder. You know,
pointing to his executive orders, it looks like, in that book of what he's here to sign.
That's what it looks like. And, you know, I think it is interesting that he walked down through his supporters. That was an explicit choice to be with the people because obviously he easily...
Sorry. It's so unusual. Him and his supporters. He's walking through the arena. It's unusual. It's unusual that he's walking. I mean, these guys are pathetic. What are they talking about? Yeah, I didn't mean to have CNN on while we were showing this. I was showing you another clip, so bear with me here.
About this arena. And the president is right now standing in the middle of the dais, right next to the presidential seal.
And it does seem as though perhaps those were his remarks, Aaron, because he stopped and he put the binder on the podium, and now he's walking over toward the desk where he may sign more executive orders. The desk appears to have actually a stack of folders sitting on it, presumably, and there's the pens you can see to the left, the ceremonial signing pens. That's also, you know, part of these types of rituals because each one will then often be given to someone as a souvenir. Or remembrance piece.
Yes, and we do know he's going to be signing those, and there is a microphone by that desk, as Casey and I have been saying, Jake and Wolf, but you see he's going here now with the First Lady. They're going to take their seats, and it seems like they're going to view the actual parade as opposed to going straight to the podium and giving comments right there on the side or the desk.
And again,
he is going to watch.
This very reminiscent of the Republican National Convention, where you may remember not that long after.
All right, so the parade is going to happen first before he signs. So I guess that's cool. Hold on, let me. Okay. Now, there's other news I'm going to show you right now. let me bring this up for you. So this is fun. I like this. This is good news, I would argue. Let me show it to you guys here. CBS News is reporting that a portrait of retired General Mark Milley, the former chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, who is a traitor in my opinion, because he defied President Trump's orders. And I don't care if the orders were wrong. Anyways, I'm not even going to go down that road. Well, President Biden made sure that a portrait of Milley went up in the Pentagon 2 weeks ago. Nice professional portrait. It looks like that, if you guys can see. Let me zoom in there. So this is in the Pentagon. Now, this has been taken down already. So today it's empty. It's blank. It's not there anymore. Makes sense. It shouldn't be there in the first place. What did Mark Milley do that deserved that? Oh, he sold out Trump. That's what it was. See, the Democrat Party has been rewarding people being snitches. That's what they'd say on the streets, right? Another thing is Putin is congratulating Trump, of course, and he's ready to speak to him about the Ukrainian conflict and hopefully reach a peace. He wants to talk peace. Here he is. They put out a clip. I'm not going to listen to it, but yeah, it's nothing new. We'll see what happens. I mean, the war should be over. I don't know what the purpose of it at this point is, except to launder more money. Imagine if you are Zelensky. Imagine how much money you've been able to get out of the United States. It's fascinating. I don't think there's a better salesman than that. Let's see here. Okay, let me go back to go back to this here. All right. So parade is about to commence. And then after the parade, it looks like then he will sign the executive orders, which we'll be looking forward to. Okay, let's look at some of your comments here. Yeah, white rage, Mike Milley. Exactly. It's crazy. Or Mark Milley, excuse me. Can you do full screen? Yeah, I will. Let me read these comments and then I'll give you some full screen time. Copper Tour. Yeah, I did see that. Yeah, they did bring him out. His firefighter jacket. Is it I don't know what you guys are asking. CNN, MSNBC, The View, and any other show of news agency like them isn't going to be around much longer. They get less views than Dvorak gets. Yeah, I mean, there's still going to be people that listen to them. Why? I have no idea, but they will. Now, here's a good one. Mike Pence supports Fauci, even though Fauci is pro-life, but Mike Pence doesn't support RFK Jr. Yeah, hypocrisy is real. Let's see here. Dvorak, please switch to something else. We don't want to support CNN viewership. Trust me, you're not supporting them at all. These are special feeds that you're watching through a certain technology that allows me to look at any channel. So you're fine. All right. But I will actually switch here because I didn't want to hear them anymore. Let me just do this really quick for you guys. Yeah, so listen, I'm waiting. I've been on this live stream for a while because I want to see him sign the executive orders. Okay. That's what I want to see. So we'll be waiting around for that. Let's see here. Excuse me. All right, so let's get to 10,000 likes. 10,000 likes, I believe we can do it. Just hit the like button. If you haven't subscribed, please make sure you do so. Again, thank you so much for joining us today. If you've already been a watcher of our channel, I want to definitely say thank you. Wouldn't be here without you, of course. You're a big part of our success here. And so much has happened today. It's insane. Of course, Joe Biden, I think, kind of in those announcements, tried to steal the show from Trump. But I think he did more damage, once again, to his own party by pardoning his family and the J6 sham committee. Right now, the parade is about to start, but Fox News is still talking, as you guys can see. So once they stop, then I'll turn on the volume. Anyhow, so there was that. We already talked about the TikTok thing. We talked about the pardons. We talked about woke policies out of California, the fires, hostages. We did not talk about that. Yeah. So, and when I say hostages, I'm talking about, what is it? The 3 hostages that were returned to their families or in the process of returning to their families. They were released, which is good. And of course, Joe Biden took credit for it because he's a clown. And I laugh because it's crazy. It's, political, right? That's exactly what would happen. He would take credit, even though it's funny how he says, yeah, this is my plan all along. Yeah, but your plan took Trump to come out and say, if you don't return those hostages, all hell's going to break loose. Now, some people believe that message wasn't just to Hamas, it was to Israel as well. And guys, here's the reality of that whole hostage thing. Good news is some hostages were released. Bad news is not all of them. So, yeah, there's still more work to be done there. And we want to acknowledge that there are people still there on both sides of that war being held hostage. And it's just not good. Now, Americans, I believe, will never truly understand because we didn't grow up in the Middle East. And one thing about the Middle East, and that area in particular, the way that they perceive what is righteous, whatever they perceive to be morally right or wrong, is totally different in America. You got people who truly believe blowing people up based on their religion. Yeah, that's crazy, right? There are people that literally believe that. And obviously America, we are not that way. So we're not really going to understand why they do the things that they do. Now, here's the point I'm trying to make. Hamas clearly is a terrorist organization that has one purpose and one purpose only: to eradicate Jews from the face of the earth, okay? That's what they believe, all right? They're just like any other terrorist organization. Their purpose is to erase people from the face of the earth, whoever they deem to be their target. And I'm saying all this to say that Joe Biden, disaster, because, again, when you soften the sanctions on Iran, you show weak leadership with the terrible withdrawal from Afghanistan. Democrats will say, nah, that had nothing to do with it. Okay, sure. Let's say it had nothing to do with it. Still, where does Hamas get the funding to do what they did on October 7th then? I mean, since you guys know everything, well, how did that happen? And there's so many other questions, which I'm not even going to go down that road. But my point is that weak leadership gets you weak results. We know this. We know. Another news, which was great, Trump is going to issue an executive order for back pay for military veterans who were kicked out due to the COVID vaccine. I'm going to tell you right now, back pay, oh, that is beautiful. You got to understand, these guys, some of these people, colonels were kicked out. So you're talking, they were probably making $10,000 a month. Colonels really, they make about $10,000. I don't know today, but when I was in, $10,000, $12,000 a month. So you do the math. I mean, that's $120,000 a year. 3 years, you're looking at $300K probably, somewhere around there. Of course, the government's going to get their taxes, obviously. Excuse me. But that's good. I think that is well deserved. We should have never kicked anybody out over. And hold on, let's talk about this really quick, okay? And what you guys are seeing on the screen is there's a parade happening right now. I'm on the stream right now because I want to see Trump talk about the executive orders that he is signing. There's a desk with the executive orders. There's a big stack and pens. That's what I'm waiting for, okay? Anyhow, so let's talk about this whole COVID vaccine stuff, right? Poke a hole in their logic. My body, my choice. What happened to that? Because Kamala Harris, that's what she ran on. We don't need the government to tell women what to do with their body. Yeah, but you guys just told military veterans what they need to do with their body because they're in the military. They are required to take the vaccine. So what happened there? It's interesting, right? So that's why, again, when you're governing at the federal level, you have to be very careful. You have to understand that these policies, maybe on an individual level in a local community, even your family, makes sense. But when you're talking about millions of people, you got to have legislation that is going to do no harm, if that makes sense. So let's say you come out with the COVID vaccine, which if you want to, you know what I find funny too, since I'm going down this rant, they criticize Trump on everything, but you know what they never criticize him on, which could be deserved, is the COVID vaccine itself. So on one breath, it's great. We came up with this vaccine so quickly, but clearly the vaccine was flawed, right? That's bad on him. He allowed that to happen. He also had Anthony Fauci. He should have fired him immediately, but he trusted him. That's a bad thing on him, right? He's the president. They never bring that up. I find that interesting, but they bring up all the other stupid stuff. You know, oh, he tried to overturn the Constitution. No, he didn't. Stop it. Anyways, if I'm going to be a smart Democrat, I'd be criticizing him on that, I guess is what I'm saying. So yeah, back pay is definitely overdue. Should happen. But of course, you know, we'll see. We will see. Exactly. Rules for you, but not for me. It's crazy. Let's see here. Yeah, so that's what she ran on, and I'm just reading your guys' comments. And clearly that was a contradiction because we know my body, my choice didn't exist during the COVID era. Anyways, and the same thing applies to our children. My child's body, my child's choice. Is that what you want us to believe? Giving hormones and puberty blockers to children, you think that is the best thing to do? We went from it's okay to be confused because you don't know about being a human being. You're still growing up. You're still developing. And it's normal to be confused to, oh, you're right. You're not a boy. You're a girl. Oh, wait a minute. Boy, girl, that doesn't exist. You're a carrot. You could be whatever you want to be. Yeah. And we'll even give you medication, and your parents don't even have to sign on about it. You know, they don't have to agree. We'll just give it to you anyway. I mean, this is nonsense. By the way, California, in some jurisdictions, the teacher or the school doesn't have to notify the parents if the child wants to say one day, hey, my name is no longer Jamie, it's James. I'm no longer a boy, I'm a girl. And they don't have to tell the parents that. So, yeah, my body, my choice, get out of here. I want to see consistency. And that's why I said, at federal level, there needs to be policies that, you know, minimize the harm, if that makes sense. So border security, enforcing the border and making sure people are not crossing illegally, that's not creating any harm for American citizens. If that makes sense, right? The getting these wars wrapped up overseas, even though we didn't technically start them, That's not going to harm American citizens. Lowering tax, no tax on tips, no tax on overtime, no tax on Social Security benefits, reducing corporate from 21 to 15%. Is that going to harm Americans? No. But if you went about it the Democrat way, which is we're going to raise the corporate tax from 21 to 29%. Okay. So I want you guys to think about this. California, corporate tax is 13%. Okay. Add on 29%. What do you get? Right? Was that 42, I believe, on top of my mind? So 42% gone. So as a business, what do? You're a little bit more stingy with hiring, right? Because you have added expense. And that's why being an entrepreneur, when I hear people say billionaires need to pay their fair share and all this other stuff, we need to raise the minimum wage, it's usually from a person who never owned a business. They have no idea what they're talking about. The biggest expense in business, does anybody know what it is? If you know what it is, put it in the comment section below. The biggest expense for a business is what? This is why what the Democrats are talking about is insanity. Let's see if you guys are paying attention. The biggest expense in a business is what? Is it taxes? Is it the product? Is it marketing? What would you guys say that it is? The answer is labor. It's people. On average, no matter what industry you go to, people usually represent 30% automatically. On average. That means if my business makes $100,000, more than likely I'm going to pay $30,000 in labor, wages. Why? Well, 15% at least is going to the federal government. Social Security, Medicare, right? And I'm not going to get into exact percentages, but you guys get what I'm saying. That's the biggest expense. Then the second biggest expense is what? Taxes. Then the product and service, right? Whatever the cost of the product, maybe you are manufacturing, or if you are in a service, then it would be what software are you using? What are you using to do your service, right? So when people say raise the minimum wage, they have, okay, so if we raise the minimum wage, so no longer 30%, now we're talking 35%. Oh yeah, that's another one. Workers' comp. Oh, in California, workers' comp. Oof. That is PTSD, okay? That's why a lot of people in California do not operate like perfect, legitimate businesses. They have side hustles where they take cash. They hire people under the table because the taxes and the regulation in California is so outrageous. It's crazy. Even if you had a legit business, to follow every single law to the T, I mean, you'd have to have some serious capital, because you would have lawyers, you'd have public accountants. I mean, you'd have a team making sure every single day you were like in compliance. The average entrepreneur does not have that. It's not going to happen. Not in California, that is. And health insurance, yep, that's a whole nother thing. So, yeah, when people talk about that, when Democrats talk about that, they have no idea. And some of them have owned a business and they know what they're saying doesn't make sense. The person who's trying to run for Oakland mayor is a state legislator person who wants to raise the minimum wage in California to $50 per hour. $50 per hour. So why even have a business at that point? Why? It's crazy. It's crazy. All right. So yeah, there's that. Okay. That was an interesting story that came out, and it led me to this rant about Democrats and stuff. Now we're waiting for Trump. This parade is happening. I thought by now he would have signed these executive orders, but we're still going to wait around. Anyways, let's get to some of your guys' questions in the chat here, and then we'll circle back. So Hakeem Jeffries did have those shoes on. during the inauguration. Hey, I don't blame them. I bet they were comfortable. Let's see here. Ukraine was where all the dirty money was going through. Yep. Yeah, see, this is what I'm saying. This is why you cannot get too wrapped up in this. Because think about it. Why are they so threatened by RK Jr.? Because some of the talk is about, which is a segue into his nominations, which is also a topic. Some of the people are threatened by this talk that he's going to push to get Trump to sign a law that prevents people from private sector serving as the head of FDA, etc., or vice versa. If you were the head of the FDA, you cannot go to the board of directors for one of the major food companies or one of the big pharma companies, that there needs to be a cooling off period. And that makes sense to me because it's like, what was that story? I forgot what the story was, but you've seen this in the Justice Department. What was it? Not Justice Department. It was the FDA. So the FDA, it was like the not the chief or not the head person, but the person that was in charge of deciding on whether or not this pill from a pharmaceutical company should be approved or not. That individual was paid off by a pharmaceutical company, then retired from the government, went and worked at the pharmaceutical company. Right? That screams conflict of interest, right? That should be prevented, okay? Or what they asked Pete Hegseth in his nomination, if you are the Secretary of Defense, should you be allowed right after to go serve on the board of directors for Raytheon or something like that? Or Lockheed Martin. Now, what's funny is when I was in the military, you get training that you're not supposed to do these things. But these things happen, of course. So I say all that to say that again, I don't trust or believe anything these people say because I'm not stupid. A lot of these politicians are bought and paid for by big pharma, by military, private contractors, companies, lobbyists, call it whatever you want, donors. And so it's why it's important to think for yourself and make your own decisions, right? And not depend on the government. So, yeah, that needs to be communicated more often to people. All right, here's a question. Can those that were partying get charged for anything in the past or wait until they do crimes in the future and charge them? No, they can't get charged federally, but they can get charged on the state level. So that's probably what's going to happen. Yeah, that's a good question. Because people are thinking that they won't be held accountable. They will in some way, I believe. Let's see here. You believe the military won't get taxed? I don't know. I believe they probably will. That's for sure. Yeah, Trump has so much energy, I'd be on the floor by now. Yeah, he's that type of individual. He says he gets it from his parents. All right. Do you think Bitcoin reserve is in the executive orders today? It's a good question. A lot of people hate on Bitcoin, but they don't understand. Bitcoin is doing exactly what the Fed has been doing, making up money in thin air. I mean, if we collected all the cash right now, where's the backing for that? It doesn't exist. Not even that. What about all the cash, technically, digits in bank accounts? Like, do we really have solid pennies, dimes, quarters, even gold to support all that? I'm not too sure. I don't believe we do. So a lot of it is made up. There's a lot of things about Bitcoin. Bitcoin is well, there's a difference between Bitcoin and crypto, by the way. I want to say that. Okay, there's a huge difference. Yes, Bitcoin is crypto, but there's a difference, right? So you got what recently happened with Trump and his meme coin, where people became millionaires by investing into it minutes when it hit. The thing about meme coins, for everybody that's curious, the best way to explain it in layman's terms would be, think of this. Think of this. There's a certain amount of oxygen in a room. It's airtight, right? And when one person walks in the room, they got all the oxygen. They're good, right? And so the people in the beginning, they benefit so much from the oxygen in the room. And then once it gets flooded and it hits max capacity, the value of that oxygen has gone down. That's what happens with a meme coin. Very beginning, it is so valuable. You can make so much money in minutes. But once everybody catches on and everybody starts to invest, the value goes down immediately. And not necessarily because everybody's invested, but because more people brings down the value. This is how I understand it, by the way, of a meme coin. It's made up. It's not, you're not investing into Tesla. Okay. I look at meme coins as a fun hobby. I'm not really into it, but that's how I would see it. I don't see it as a professional, legitimate investment you're making for your future. The interesting part, though, about a meme coin is you can get rich. It's crazy. You can make some money. You can have returns way better than the S&P 500. You can. But you wouldn't be looking at that as a primary way to get money. That's stupid. Anyways, same thing for crypto. I mean, if you want to, listen, I'm not 70 years old with 50 years of investing experience, but I do know this lesson. Diversification is very important. So you wouldn't put all your money in crypto. You wouldn't put all your money in the stock market. You wouldn't put all your money just in real estate. You would diversify it, because every decade there seems to be some issue with our economy or a war or a pandemic that impacts one of those areas in a very negative way. So diversification is a smart, savvy, wise way of investing. So there's Bitcoin ETF, or excuse me, EFT, right? So, there's so many different ways. Anyway, I'll just answer your question. The Bitcoin reserve is a real thing. I believe he will do that. I'm not sure he's going to do it today, but I believe that to be happening. He wants to, part of his legacy, really solidify the government's involvement in a positive way when it comes to crypto and Bitcoin. So yeah, we'll see what happens. Okay. Yeah, we're still waiting. They're doing the parade. All right, let me get to your other questions here. Yeah, you're just paying the person before you. It's a pump and dump scheme. Exactly. Yeah. Why is the majority leader Thune friendly and hanging out with Schumer Jeffries during the signing of the executive orders? Because that's how it really is. I mean, it's like even the people on the news, like you see Judge Janine, and she's not on there right now, but Jessica as an example, or Scott Jennings. As soon as the camera turns off, they're all cool with each other. They're not like trying to kill each other when the camera turns off. Same thing with these politicians. Because see, the one thing they all have in common, politicians, is they're a politician. There's not many of them. So, they get along, just not in front of the camera. That is what's going on. Now, unless your name is Nancy Pelosi and Dr. Jill Biden, that's what she wants to be called. Yeah, you probably don't get along whatsoever. And we heard what Nancy Pelosi's daughter said about Joe Biden. She told her that she needs to put her big girl pants on and get over it. Sure. Okay. I'm sure anybody could get over that, right? Well, Joe Biden should have never even been running in the first place, which we know that, but whatever. Okay, next question here. Did the band from Mississippi or Alabama play, the one that had a big hoopla about performing for Trump's inauguration? That's a great question. I think this is one of them right now that you're seeing on the screen, actually. So let me go to Live Fox now to give you guys a feed that is not interrupted by them talking. Let's see here. Yeah, this is one of them right here. There we go. Very beautiful. Yeah, so it's funny. They have to raise money to even make it there. I don't know how you guys feel about that, but I don't think they should have to be able to do that. I think they should be able to, government should be able to pay for it or something. I don't know. But yeah, there was a lot of outrage about that. Just like Carrie Underwood, there's a lot of outrage for her performing, which is, you know, emotional people. You know, see, we just cannot be so emotional about every little thing that happens. It's crazy. You just lose sight of what's actually important. You know? So yeah, there's that. Glad they made it. Okay, so K Beck says, my brother's in Virginia and I'm in Arizona. We've been watching you all day. Hey, appreciate it. Thank you so much. Thoughts on cannabis reclassification? Yeah, so yeah, that's a great question. So I've smoked weed in my life before, okay? I'm not gonna lie to you guys. I don't do it today, obviously. But so I believe it should be recreational or recreationally legal. But I'll put it to you this way. My answer would be no, it should not be. I believe what they should be doing, and this is why, because of my own personal experience. I don't. It's crazy. Like, what does more damage? This is why the answer is interesting. What does more damage to us? Alcohol? With my accent, because my wife's I know she's gonna make fun of me in the way that I just said it. Alcohol. Because I did grow up in Texas for 5 years, by the way. Anyways, so what's worse? Substance abuse, alcohol abuse, or cannabis? What has done more damage? Now, clearly, I've been in the military. Some of you guys have definitely seen alcoholics. There's no question. DUI is a real thing. We know. So, yeah, I'd probably say alcoholism is definitely an issue, right? So I'm not a big critic of cannabis because I know that's not actually destroying our society. What's really destroying is cigarettes and alcohol. That really did a damage to our society. Cigarettes, I'm talking about when the government claimed or tried to claim that cigarettes was healthy. They got doctors to say that. That's crazy. Anyways, so, and then you have, hard liquor and all this other stuff, which time and time again, studies have proven has no benefit whatsoever, no return on investment, nothing. Now, does that mean people should not be allowed? No, I'm not going that far. But my thing is when it comes to cannabis, what the government should be doing is not necessarily talking about banning it. They should be allowing veterans to use it as a way to deal with PTSD, but they don't. They want to give veterans pills from Big Pharma, which doesn't actually work. Makes things makes it worse. So again, these are one of those conversations about priorities. Like the priority list is Big Pharma. Like they are the real issue here. And cannabis is down that list. It's not at the top. So hopefully that answers your question. I'm not going to be mad if it's legalized. Like in California, it's legalized. But would I say cannabis in California is why California's in trouble? No. California's in trouble because taxes are out of hand, regulation is out of hand, and incompetent people are in charge. That's the issue. And no voter ID. That's another issue too. And open borders. Yeah, that does more damage than cannabis. Now, that doesn't mean maybe you are listening and you're in a neighborhood where you've seen how cannabis has had a negative impact. I'm not saying that doesn't happen. I'm just saying the totality, if we're comparing it to policy decisions, that wouldn't be at the top of the list. But it is an issue. Can be. Let's see here. I'm trying to get to anyone over here. Yeah, they did get screwed active military. Yep, we talked about that. Yeah, I don't know why they're on stage like that, but that's how they set up to view the parade. So that's now remember it was supposed to be outside, and they're saying it's due to the weather, but we know what it's due to. It's due to security reasons. Secret Service cannot, they cannot confirm that they will be able to protect the president in the utmost way if they held everything outside. So what does that tell you? That tells you a lot about our security. I know that. Okay, let's see here. Yeah, a lot of you guys, I know, Mark Milley, man, it's just crazy. He just gets away scot-free, huh? Okay. Here we go. I also feel weed makes PTS worse. Yeah, I mean, listen, I'm not saying to take cannabis, roll up a joint, and smoke it. I'm saying that there's a lot of things that they can do with like THC, the oils. It has some true effects. I mean, it could really make a huge difference for a lot of veterans out there. So, all right, hold on. Let me see what's going on here. Looks like somebody's about to speak.
Good evening, everybody. I am
Okay.
appointed by President Trump.
All right. We're going to wait on that. Excuse me. Let's see here. Jessica thinks she is so smart, then she gets mad when challenged. Yeah, I mean, I think part of it too, guys, because you know how you guys were saying, like, how is it that Hakeem Jeffries and Chuck Schumer and Trump and Mike Johnson, I mean, you know, they're all laughing and, you know, I thought they hated each other. Good question. Well, it's the same thing with people on these news channels. Part of it is entertainment. They need someone who will contradict and create some level of discourse and argument on the panel. That's the purpose of Jessica and the purpose of Scott Jennings. But it doesn't necessarily mean that these individuals hate the individuals that they are debating with. Remember, this is still a career for a lot of them. It's how they make their living. They have a contract with these networks. So, you know, I don't really believe they hate each other. I think part of it is definitely entertainment. And I think part of it is just a clashing of values, but I think it stops there. I don't think it goes anything beyond, fighting each other in the parking lot, because it's a career, it's a job. That's how they look at it. Yeah. Marijuana is not the same as what it used to be. It is so potent, comes as a concentrate now. Yeah, that's true. Let's see here. Yeah, all I'm saying is there's some good things medically that it could replace big pharma on. Like, we don't need more pills from big pharma. That's insane. All right, let's see what's going on here.
Into new alliances. These agreements are not merely symbolic. They represent a practical roadmap for peace.
Okay. Yeah. But great question. Yeah, I mean, listen, anything is addictive, right? Everybody has an addiction to something. No, it's not being reported that Trump fired Vivek. It's due to the fact that Vivek is supposed to announce that he's going to run for Ohio governor, and he cannot be a part of Doge and run for governor at the same time. Now, why? I'm not too sure. I think that's a good question to explore. But that's what they are reporting. Your thoughts on Don Lemon? You mean Clown Lemon? Clown Lemon is what I call him. Okay, so my thoughts on Clown Lemon is very simple. Mindset. Don Lemon, we all know the viral clip between him and the actor Morgan Freeman. And clearly, in that exchange, you could tell Don Lemon was like, yeah, this is a little crazy what the network wants me to talk about. They want me to keep pushing race, and it's stupid. Well, like Napoleon Hill said, the repetition of being around criminals, you'll turn into one sooner or later. I'm just paraphrasing. That's what happened with Don Lemon. In the beginning, he probably didn't believe in half of the crap that the Democrat Party was pushing. And then because he stayed on CNN, it's just a repetition. I mean, every single day, this is what you're talking about. And then you're surrounded by people like that. You know? So if you notice, that's how I see him. You know, I believe he came up in an era where it wasn't as bad as it is today. But yeah, he fell victim to the rhetoric. He believes in it now. And what's funny is, for a guy that treated Vivek Ramaswamy in a very disrespectful manner, and also cries about racism, but is gay and married to a white man, you tell me how that makes sense. And I'm not insinuating anything. This is a common pattern. People on the left who are black usually are married to the opposite skin color, but cry racism. How does that make sense? It doesn't matter who you marry. It doesn't matter what their skin color is. It's only a reaction in a conversation when you start crying about racism. You know? It's fascinating. So, yeah, I don't really think that's what happened. But anyways, my point being is, you know, the Democrat Party has been a walking contradiction on almost every single issue. So when it comes to Clown Lemon, he is stuck. I mean, he is so stuck in this. The way he treated Elon Musk, you guys remember that interview? Oh, that was terrible. That was terrible. He was an embarrassment for all journalists out there, if he claims to still be one. Then he started doing man on the street interviews, which there's nothing wrong with that. I'd actually would love to do some of that sometime. But for example, I like how Tucker Carlson put it. Both of them were fired around the same time. Tucker Carlson goes on, creates his own network, becomes even bigger than what he was on Fox News. Don Lemon gets fired just like Tucker, but goes in the opposite direction. Downgrades, does not become bigger than what he was on CNN. All basically is irrelevant at this point. Only time you kind of hear of him is when he puts up his crazy clips or he cries and goes on CNN, right? Because they want his opinion on something. But other than that, I mean, I get more views than him. That doesn't mean I'm better than him, but this is a guy coming from CNN. He has a name, a brand name. People know Don Lemon. So you would think even if you were a Democrat and you were unhinged as he was, you'd still be able to monetize, capitalize, and grow your name. And the fact that he's not doing that tells you there's something wrong with him. His energy is off. He's nasty. The way he just ruined the interview with Elon Musk. Terrible way to start, because that was his first interview, right? After being fired, he was quiet for a while. Then it was announced that he was going on X, and then he ended up suing Elon Musk and X, which went nowhere. Yeah, he's a joke. So he's a great lesson in life, you know. Probably see what Tucker Carlson did. And Tucker, on his podcast, stated very clearly, after he was fired, he had a coming to Jesus moment with himself. He said, hey, you know what? Maybe there's some things that I did wrong. Maybe there's some things I'm not seeing, and I got to figure them out. Don Lemon, on the other hand, he didn't do anything wrong. He's a saint. So I think that shows you. And Doug Carlson is not a really humble person. He'll tell you that firsthand. So the fact that he was able to do that, not Don Lemon, I think that tells you everything. And there's no reason why Don Lemon couldn't do what Tucker has been doing, but with Democrats. That's what's so fascinating. He could have literally had a podcast, professional just like Tucker, inviting people on. They would have came on. But he's a clown. All right. Hold on really quick. Oh, hostages. That's what the yellow ribbon is. Okay, that's what these individuals are. They're showing pictures of hostages. I think these are the family members coming on stage. I bet they're going to thank President Trump for applying pressure. So that's the thing from the military, yellow ribbon. Yeah, that's really good to see. Okay, let's see here. Yeah, Gold Star. They might call them Gold Star families, but no, these are yellow ribbon, meaning these are families of hostage or hostages, prisoners of war. I guess technically you can call them that. Yeah. All right, let me get back to you guys' questions. Was Biden in the right mental capacity when he granted? No, of course not. Someone else did it. They just had him sign. Yeah. Did Elon do a Nazi salute? No, he didn't. Edibles would be better for PTSD. Yeah, I'm not saying, spark up a joint. Talking about THC, right? Let's see here. Yeah, I'm so glad they met. Yep, me too. He does not. Yeah, that's another thing. Don Lemon does not always get the answers he was looking for. Man on the street. Let's see here. Yeah, so the Elon thing, I keep seeing questions about that. All he was doing was he was speaking from the heart or something like that. His heart goes out to people, and then he had the salute. It's a joke, okay? I could show you 10 more clips of people on the left doing that with zero outrage. Sherry Berry writes an interesting post. Vivek has to reset himself after his ex fall. He's a smart, talented man, but what he said about the American people being sort of less than other countries hurt his political career. Yeah. That's what I said. I mean, the enemy is no longer Democrats. The enemy is that. So Vivek Ramaswamy came out, gave his take. Was there false information in his take? No, there wasn't. He was actually telling the truth about a lot of things, but his delivery, the timing of it, was wrong. And I bet that's why he went silent, because Susie Wiles probably was like, "Hey, everybody needs to stop talking about it." That's why that Vivek went silent. Elon Musk went from talking about H-1B to talking about 100% Europe. Right? That's not by coincidence, because they were becoming a huge distraction. Okay. So as far as Vivek, and like, you know, it's kind of like one of those situations where his intentions were right, but his messaging was wrong. And that's okay to criticize. But that doesn't mean Vivek hates Americans and we need to attack him and, you know, we need a call to get him canceled, and, you know, because that's what some people were going to. That's crazy. A lot of people are saying, like, what was it? They were saying that he, you know, because he had a pharmaceutical company, he made billions, so he pretty much sold out Americans, you know. Okay. Yes, I did have a video about Mike Johnson claiming that Joe Biden did not know what he signed in his executive order to LNG imports. Okay, I think Trump is talking about
the 3 young ladies that came home.
The hostages.
You saw that. They're more coming home every day now. They're coming home. But they were hurt. One had her head blown off, fingers on her hand, and her hand indeed was blown off. She was trying to defend herself from a bullet being fired. Do you believe this? A bullet knocked off her hand. I don't know.
All right. Okay, let's keep going. What other questions you guys have? Yeah, yellow ribbon is just the term that, I mean, I've never actually researched why or whoever came up with the yellow ribbon. But yeah, tie a yellow ribbon around the old oak tree. Okay. All right. Listen, I'm going to tell you guys right now. This isn't a stream where I'm just going to play the video and not say anything. Okay. If you guys don't want to watch, don't watch, bro. Just go to live Fox Now YouTube channel and watch from there. Okay. This is my show, the Dvorak Darkin Show, and I can interrupt whenever I want. You guys don't like it, kick rocks. All right. We got a lot of people who are watching. They got questions. I'm going to take the time out to answer them. It's the bottom line. And when Trump sits down to issue and sign those executive orders, then I will shut up. And I've made that very clear for everybody that's watching right now. This is what we're waiting on. Right now, he's speaking about the hostages. He's congratulating them. Some of these are the family members. 3 of them have been released. There are still so many that are still there. And there's a lot of work that he's going to need to do about that. Anyways, getting back to your guys' questions here. Do you remember when no one cared about race before Obama? Yeah, I know. Exactly. Let's see here. Let's see here. Please oh, shoot, I just lost your comment. Where'd you go? Dvorak, are you from the Central Valley? Yes, I am. Okay. Let's see here. Hold on, guys. Where is Vivek? Well, he was at the inauguration ceremony.
I love our First Lady. And also, JD. How good is it?
Okay. Yeah, he's still going through it. Let me just refresh this to make sure we're on time here. Yep. Okay. Moving on. Let's see here. Should Snoop Dogg apologize for making such a of himself? Nah, I don't need his apology. No one cares. Yeah. You know, I would tell people a lot, you know, the thing about politics is, or these politicians, you know, if they were doing their job, you know, American people probably wouldn't be so bombarded by politics, but they took their eye off the ball. They started trying to change the genders and let men play in women's sports and open the border. The Biden administration did so many terrible things. It really woke a lot of people up. And I think the first domino was definitely COVID, for sure. And I'm talking about the average American, right? There were plenty of people before that that saw what was going on. Okay. Excuse me. Got some super chats here. Nate Taylor says, hey, Deborah, I'm a big fan of your channel. I want to show you some support and looking forward to Hexeth as Secretary of Defense, seeing him act in the best interest of the troops. Yep. Exactly. I appreciate that, Nate. Thank you, Nag Phillips, as well. Yeah, so that's another debate. Pete Hexeth isn't qualified. He's never led 3 million people. I think that's what they call it. Not 3 million, right? It's some large organization is the excuse that they use. Yeah, nobody has, right? I mean, nobody really. But he's coming in a time where we need someone to clearly have a different mindset as Secretary of Defense. You're talking about Lloyd Austin, who went AWOL twice. It's the law in Congress that if the Secretary of Defense is not available, he has to he has to notify Congress immediately. Failed to do it twice. President Biden didn't even know what was going on with him. So I think that says something there. Okay. Let's see here. Just scrolling, seeing what other questions, still have comments. Just want to make sure I didn't miss anybody's questions here. Who has the... your question just disappeared. All right. I think we got most of them here. Yeah, Pete Hexeth had a great interview. Sean Ryan show. You could definitely watch that. Yeah. People don't realize how different California is from one county to the next, I know. All right. Let's see where he's at in his speech here.
We did, and Joe Rogan was great. They were all great, right, Darren? They were all good. He understood the market. Another famous one, how about Kai? Stand up, Kai. Is that Byron Donalds back there? Stand up, Byron. Stand up. What a future this one has. What a future. That's great, Byron. Thank you very much. And how about Lutnick, Secretary of Commerce? He's going to take in more money than any country has ever even thought about. He's going to take in some money. And we have many others. Look, I'm not going to go through it, but we're going to sign some orders right now, and that's really what I want to do.
Let's do it.
So we're going to sign executive orders. First, I'll revoke nearly 80 destructive and radical executive actions of the previous administration, one of the worst administrations in history, maybe not one of them, the worst. Anybody that would allow millions of people to pour through our borders from jails, prisons, mental institutions, insane asylums, gang members to be taken off the streets of Venezuela and deposited in our country, and many, not just Venezuela. You know, crime in Venezuela is down 74% because they took their criminals and gave them to us through an open border policy of the previous administration. All over the world, they're emptying their prisons into our country. They're emptying their mental institutions into our country. It stops as of 1 o'clock this afternoon, okay? It stops. So I'm revoking nearly 80 destructive, radical executive actions of the previous administration. They'll all be null and void within about, what, 5 minutes? Is that them over there? 5 minutes? And next, to gain immediate control of the vast federal, out-of-control bureaucracy, I will implement an immediate regulation freeze, which will stop Biden bureaucrats from continuing to regulate. Most of those bureaucrats are being fired.
All right. He's repeating what we already heard earlier today about the executive orders. Now, I didn't even realize this was the number here, guys. The total number of pardons Joe Biden has issued is 8,064. 8,064. What do we compare that to understand how monumental this is? Trump, in 4 years, pardoned 237. Obama pardoned 1,927. George Bush, 200. Bill Clinton, 459. George H.W. Bush, 77. Clearly the lowest. Ronald Reagan, 406. Meaning what? Joe Biden, 8,064 is more than, I don't know if it's ever. I don't think so. But yeah, modern president for sure. And person even closest to that is Barack Obama at 1,900. I mean, it's a crazy gap, 6,000 at least. That's crazy. And so obviously it's not Joe Biden. I mean, again, it's his handlers doing all that. Okay, so Vivek Ramaswamy, it's funny how we were just talking about him so much. He just put out a statement 11 minutes ago. And let me read it to you. Sorry, give me a second here. Okay. So he says, it was my honor to help support the creation of Doge. I'm confident that Elon and team will succeed in streamlining government. I'll have more to say very soon about my future plans in Ohio. Most importantly, we're all in to help President Trump make America great again. This is in response to Taylor's post about him leaving Doge because he intends to run for elected office soon. And the way that the structure is for Doge, he cannot do both at the same time. And of course, people are still going to drag him in the comments. The nation is waking up about the reality of who you really are, a parasite. Wow. You think you'll find the Ohio race as another easy host. You have made a miscalculation. Okay. Mr. Vivek, it would help if you would just apologize for your comments. Okay. Here's another one. Vivek, there's no political comeback for you. Yeah. So, sure. That's what people believe, then okay. It's all nonsense. But yeah. Let's see how close he is to these executive orders.
Next, I'm going to sign a presidential memorandum directing every member of my cabinet to marshal every power at their disposal to defeat inflation and rapidly bring down the cost of daily life, because your costs have gone through the roof in the last 4 years. Perhaps you didn't notice. Does anyone notice their costs are like double, triple, quadruple? You can't buy.
All right. Still saying the same thing. Let me play you guys this clip. This is pretty funny. A deaf lip reader who's viral on TikTok, I guess claimed to figure out what, or she was able to figure out what former President Obama said during the inauguration. Let's take a listen. Let me, there we go.
Good to see you. Thank you. How can we stop what's happening? Okay. Good to see you. Thank you. How can we stop what's happening? Okay.
That's funny. Funny. All right. Okay. So there was other breaking news as well, which I don't know how we missed this, but apparently the Senate did vote in favor of Pete Hegseth for Secretary of Defense. See, there's so much happening. It's like it's getting lost. In favor of Secretary of Defense, which means that he has enough votes to bypass Democrats altogether and will be confirmed. So we'll see how long that takes when they come out with more announcements about that. Okay. We're just standing by for the signing of these executive orders. Also, Speaker McCarthy, or Kevin McCarthy, that is, looks like he had a rebuttal to people complaining about Trump pardoning January 6th defendants. By the way, there's also reports that say that there are currently a lot of January 6th prisoners being released. How that is possible, don't know, but that's what people are saying. And let me pull up this clip for us to take a look at. And see what McCarthy had to say while we're standing by here.
In connection with January 6th. You were there on January 6th. You were quite disappointed in the president's actions that day. What do you think if he pardons some of these people?
The president has the power to do that. This is the difference.
No question about it.
But this president told the American public while he was campaigning for office, if I'm elected president, I will pardon these people. Now, but compare this to Joe Biden, who said he would never pardon his son, who now on the very last day, in the last 30 minutes, pardons his entire family.
What do you make of that decision for him to make those pardons and to do it now?
Terrible. Terrible. Think about what everybody else had gone through. Why pardon your family? Well, it makes no sense to me. Why pardon January 6th from the idea of the elected officials? All it does is put a cloud over that you did something wrong. These people didn't ask for it, but you must know something that other people do not. And why do you wait to 30 minutes before? Why did you tell the American public you would never pardon your son, and you do it? Now, the difference here is whether you agree or disagree about what President Trump's going to do, he told the American public ahead of time, they put...
All right, let's see if he's now signing these executive orders. Still waiting here. Sorry, guys. I guess there's an echo. Apologize. It's technology for you. So we're still waiting for him.
The cloud over that you did something wrong. These people didn't ask for it, but you must know something that other people do not. And why do you wait to 30 minutes before? Why did you tell the American public you would never pardon your son, and you do it? Now, the difference here is whether you agree or disagree about what President Trump's going to do, He told the American public ahead of time they put that into consideration whether they vote for him for president. So he's just keeping a campaign promise.
There's no question. I mean, he was as clear as day about what he was going to do, and now he's going to do it. I just wondered for you, as somebody who was there, how does that sit with you?
He's not going to do from what I know of it, it doesn't seem like it's going to be a blanket pardon. There's some people that have been sitting in there that I don't believe have been given their justice. They've just been sitting in there.
Sorry about that echo. But yeah, I mean, again, that's going to be a big issue. I'm telling you, people are going to lose it if he doesn't pardon everybody at once. Bank on it. All right. Let's see what else while we're standing by here. More Democrats are celebrating Joe Biden, calling him the best ever. We're not even going to listen to that. That's crazy. All right, here we go. So I guess while I was yapping, he did make this quote. This is Trump. I'm going to be signing on the January 6 hostages pardons to get them out. And as soon as I leave, I'm going to the Oval Office and we'll be signing pardons for a lot of people. So we'll see what that actually means. Let's see here. All right, let's play the rest of his speech while we're standing by here.
All they wanted, they investigated their political opponent, the opponent of Biden, and then ultimately Kamala. Has anyone ever heard of Kamala? We had to beat two opponents, you know? We had to beat Biden, then we beat him. Now he goes on top. The guy was like 39 points down. I think I could have beaten Trump. They should have left me in, I would have beaten. No, his debate performance wasn't the best, right? That's what killed him. And then they had a change, and that's like you get into a fight. The great Dana White spoke last night. We love Dana White, right? UFC. That's like he puts in two fighters. One of them's getting creamed, getting really beaten, and they say, all right, take him out. Let's put somebody else in to finish up the fight. That's what they did to us. They gave us somebody new, but we took care of both of them. So we beat actually two opponents. But to stop the weaponization of law enforcement and our government, I will also sign an order directing every federal agency to preserve all records pertaining to political persecutions under the last administration, of which there were many, and beginning the process of exposing any and all abuses of power, even though he's pardoned many of these people. Can you believe it? He's pardoned them. You know why he did it while I was speaking? Because that way I couldn't speak about it. I was speaking. I didn't know he did it. I finished my speech, and they said, sir, he pardoned his whole family. I said, oh, can I go back out there and talk about it? Somehow that wouldn't be very elegant. Our First Lady would say, please don't do that. But we have plenty of time to talk about it, and we will. We're doing all of this on our very first day in office. You know, don't forget, we've been in this position, really, where we won the primaries in record time. We were the fastest win of a primary ever in political history, which is a very nice thing. It's nice to know. Well, the second election was rigged, so we knew we were doing well. And if it wasn't, you know what? If it wasn't, I would have never run. But the third one was just a monster. Boy, was that a big one, huh? That was a big one. On the second one, we got like 10 or 12 million votes more than the first one. How about that? We did great on the first one. We did much better on the second one. But bad did we do well on the third one. So we're gonna have some fun. It's very simple. We're gonna make our country great. We're gonna make our country great again. We're gonna make America great again. How good a name is MAGA, though, right?
Okay, another update for you. So the Senate just passed the Lincoln-Riley Act, and this, I know it sounds like a repeat of history. Actually, this is an amended version. So now it's going to, so what happened is the House first passed it, and then went to the Senate, The Senate voted on it. Then they voted on an amendment for it, which requires it to go back to the House. Once they vote on it, then it goes to the President Trump's desk to be signed. So that is great news. Now, of course, we know Democrats cried about it because they don't want illegal criminals to be prosecuted and deported for whatever reason. They have more compassion for them than they do people like Lincoln Riley, but okay. So that was a recent update just now. And then another one here is, looks like Jake Tapper is ripping Joe Biden and stating how at the end of the day, it was Biden that actually did the thing that we accuse Trump of doing. And that's not good. So I'm not even going to play it, but just updating you guys on that. Yeah, and people are starting to post pictures of individuals who were locked up due to January 6th. They've been released. So not all of them, but some of them are starting to post pictures. Okay, let's see what else. I guess we can look at some of your guys' questions while we're still waiting. Patty writes, Elon told us to F ourselves in the face if we don't agree with H-1B, but Vivek is the bad guy. He didn't explicitly say, if you don't agree with me on an H-1B, you can go F off. That's not what he said. Let's see here. Yeah, I can't help but wonder why those running the country would want all of those people pardoned. It's a great question. They must know something. 8,000 people, that sounds like majority of the government has been pardoned. That's what it sounds like. Meaning, I guess anybody in connection to the failures of Joe Biden's presidency, the corruption that's been exposed, the cover-ups that have been exposed, seems like a lot of those are getting pardons. So what does that tell you? I mean, it's just crazy. 8,000 people? It hasn't even been reported. It's crazy. They're not even talking about it. All right, here we go. We've been waiting for this.
You have that other one to sign? Sorry, what's it? You have the other one to sign?
We don't have it over here yet, sir. We'll have it for you back at the other one. The first is the rescissions of 78 Biden-era EOs and presidential memoranda.
You want to call it up? You want to say it? You want to say it?
Oh, if you want me to, sir.
Why don't you say what I'm signing?
Sure. The first item that President Trump is signing is the rescission of 78 Biden-era executive actions, executive orders, presidential memoranda, and others. Thank you, sir. Thank you. The second item, President Trump, is a regulatory freeze, as you announced in your speech, preventing bureaucrats from issuing any more regulations until we have full control of this, the government and this administration. Thank you, sir.
Sir, can I have a pen?
The next item, sir, is a freeze on all federal hiring, excepting the military and a number of other excluded categories, again, until full control of the government is achieved and we understand the objectives of government going forward.
Could you imagine Biden doing this? I don't think so. I don't think so.
Sir, the next item, as you announced in your speech, is a requirement that federal workers return to full-time in-person work immediately. Thank you, sir. Next, we have a directive to every department and agency in the federal government to address the cost of living crisis that has cost Americans so dearly. Thank you, sir. The next item here is the withdrawal from the Paris Climate Treaty. Yes, sir. We're going to save over $1 trillion by withdrawing from that treaty. And the next item, sir, is a letter that will be transmitted to the United Nations explaining that we are withdrawing from the Paris Climate Treaty. Thank you, sir.
Two more.
This next item is a directive to the federal government ordering the restoration of freedom of speech and preventing government censorship of free speech going forward. And lastly, sir, before we go back to the Oval Office to sign a large number of other items, is a directive to the federal government ending the weaponization of government against the political adversaries of the previous administration, as we've seen. Thank you very much, sir. Appreciate it. Pretty fun job.
I knew he was going to throw him. All right. That was amazing. Yeah, so I was waiting to hear if he was going to sign the pardon for January 6th. Another breaking news is Marco Rubio has been confirmed as the Secretary of State No votes at all against him. But again, we're still waiting for the confirmation hearing for RFK Jr., Tulsi Gabbard, right? And Kash Patel. I have not seen a schedule for that. So we'll see. Now get this. Marco Rubio received an anonymous vote. Okay. Anonymous. 99-0. That means all Democrats and all Republicans voted for him. I don't know what that's about, but that's interesting. Anyways, okay. No, what I was saying was I was hoping he was going to sign the January 6th pardons there on the stage, but he's going to go back to the White House and probably do it. But yeah, there's a lot of J6 people already being released, so clearly they already know he's going to sign it. It's already been worked out. I'm pretty sure that's what's going on. All right, so we've been live for pretty much all day here, and I'm about to hop off. Scott Jennings posted that the unhinged effort to brand Elon Musk a Nazi for expressing his gratitude to the crowd at Trump's afternoon rally is evidence that these liberal loonies have yet to learn a damn thing, always primed to condemn, censor, and even smear. Yeah, that's sad. They don't care. All right. We'll go back to me here. And another one is Florida Governor Ron DeSantis signs an executive order that recognizes the Gulf of Mexico as the Gulf of America following Trump's plans. There you go. Okay, so thank you guys for being here with me. It's really good to have you guys spend your day with me as we celebrate today. Today is truly a celebration. No question about that. Continue to celebrate after I hop off. We will be releasing at least one video later today about all the other updates that we were not able to get to. I appreciate all your super chats. Definitely, if you want to continue to support this show, continue to watch, continue to share. Also, you can shop our merch store, and you can buy us a cup of coffee. Let's see here. I'm just making sure I didn't miss. So nothing on illegal immigration. No, it's probably going to happen in the White House. I'm not defending Biden at all, but 6,500 of the pardons were all the marijuana convictions he overturned. Okay, that's what that was. All right, got it. Be refreshing with Pete, knowing exactly what troops need to exactly. All right. Yeah, so again, thank you guys for everything. Thank you for watching. Thank my wife for moderating the chat as well. She's been in there doing a great job. And thank you to each and every one of you guys. Really appreciate you. Very grateful. And we will continue to celebrate for the rest of the day. And next live stream, we don't know when, but we are committed to doing more this year. No question about that. Follow me on X if you haven't yet. If you're on there, you can follow me on Rumble as well. We'll be also posting videos to Instagram. I got a lot of DMs. Hey, why don't you post on Instagram? Yeah, that's coming soon here. So, yeah, look for that, of course. Follow me on Instagram if you haven't already. Again, thank you guys. Have a great day. And God bless you and your family. Take care, everyone.